party, money long like I'm a and you all sound the same, just got a different name. Original you play, rocking all your fancy chains, put all your bars in lane. You got nothing on me. Blinded from all of the smoke, like Maxine on my dashi roll, or Tarzan, I'll show you the ropes. Like karma, you reap what you sow. When I'm vibing, it's a rapping. You can stop it when you wanna talk. I gotta block it. Gonna put it to the side, put it to the side. Ain't no drama in my tribe when I'm dropping. And I'm round and glow, get no round and glow. Drop the dice, I'm on a roll. Drop the dice, I'm on a roll. You know all you do is scroll, but you study on the low. This ain't a nobody party, money. Round and round the globe, drop the dice, I'm on a roll. You know all you do is scroll, like you study on the low. Tryna figure out the flow, I'm like yo, yeah, I know. Yeah. I'm such a master in my zone. Cooking up, switching up. We could light this up, don't light this up. Even when you shake me up, I feel the love. When I'm vibing, it's a rapping. You can stop it, but you wanna talk shit. I gotta put it to the side, put it to the side. Ain't no drama in my tribe when I drop it. Round and glow, get no round and glow. Drop the dice, I'm on a roll. Drop the dice, I'm on a roll. You know all you do is scroll, like you study on the low.
If you're not gonna say much, you could have something you don't like the taste of. Don't talk if you won't make it worth it. Did you get far before you hit the surface?
I'm versed with the 4 teaching pink cup. In your words when it doesn't match the skin tone. So blue, no side, yellow brick road. Cause for the rush, don't come back to San Francisco.
Live and let live, let them figure it out. We can do whatever, I just want you around. Tell it to the world when I don't pick up your calls. And if you're thinking something stupid, don't say nothing at all.
Don't talk if you're not gonna say much. You could have something you don't like the taste of. Don't talk if you won't make it worth it. Did you get far before you hit the surface? Don't talk. And if you don't say something, I'm just gonna dig myself deeper. Wish it could have gone a little cleaner. And if you don't say something, I'm just gonna dig myself deeper. But most of us aren't good with that either. Don't talk. If you won't make it worth it. Get far before you hit the surface. Don't talk if you're not gonna say much. You could have something you don't like the taste of.
I could be the lychee with the Sprite, please. Give me mochi, cause I write sweet. With that gummy, so yummy. With that pink marshmallow, pink bunny. Yummy, so yummy, so yeah. Yummy, so yummy, so yeah. I want it, I got it. 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 Hit that sweet, sweet spot. Hit me like, oh my God. Left rim, we go hard. Face like, ooh la la. Look to the spot, I'm a busy clicker. Hustle, I'ma lick 'em, I'ma see you later. Costco, buying them bulk churros. Boys lining up around the block, 2 rows. Here's a couple bucks, get yourself some new clothes. Mac and cheese, stir it in the pot, out roast. Chitty, chitty, bang, chitty, chitty, bang, bang. If you look at me, I'ma steal your main bang. I look to the spot, I'ma make a girl sing like la da di da di da di da dang. I want it, I got it. 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 Oh, there's a ghost inside my head. Makes me cry, makes me sad. Oh, you can tell me no, and I won't let it show. Makes everything bad. Oh no, oh no, oh no. There's a ghost in my head, screams and shouts and silences so loud. There's a ghost in my head, it screams and shouts and silences. I'll take you where you're free to go. A place unknown but feels like home. I've looked at then its face and asked if I can make a life of all this pain. A ghost without a grave. There's a ghost in my head, screams and shouts in silence.
Combat, play to win, won that. Headshot, you saw that. No assist, on contact. I demand them down on site. Check a man's head, see if I'm alright. If he got a pulse, guess he'll be fine. One of you lot can hit revive. I demand them down on site. Check a man's head, see if I'm alright. But you waste your time. Don't back down, but target. No fear, look in my eyes. Don't like it, do something about it. Don't like it, do something about it. I play kind, victory, victory's mine. Don't like it, do something about it. I play kind, victory, victory's mine. I play kind, victory, victory's mine. You're wasting your time. There's no point in trying. Victory is mine. Mine. Don't like it, do something about it. I play kind, victory, victory's mine. You're wasting your time. Who the baddest? Yeah, that's me. Ain't no question, I'm VIP. I run the game like it's Ivy League. Say who the baddest? Yeah, that's me. I run woo like a track star. I ain't that chick, I got bad heart. Home run swing for the fences. Win, 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 yeah, I'm in this. I am one of one. Trust me, I have just begun. I stay in the zone. Pass the torch and watch me run. I am diamond rare. Make them stop and stare. Yeah, I got the flair. No one can compare. I'm the greatest. Keep me on your playlist. I keep famous. You know what my name is. I run woo like a track star. I ain't that chick. I got bad heart. Home run swing for the fences. Win, 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 yeah, I'm in this. I am one of one. Trust me, I have just begun. I stay in the zone. Pass the torch and watch me run. I am diamond rare. Make them stop and stare. Yeah, I got the flair. No one can compare. Hey, look at me in this glitter shining blaze. So fuck on, you can't see I'm out of range. You know my vibe is lit. Yeah, I was born for this. See me, you can't resist. Stop, let it roll, drop, let it go. Stop, let it roll, let it be drop, watch me go. Stop, let it roll, drop, let it go. Stop, let it roll, let it be drop, watch me go. I am one of one. Trust me, I have just begun. I stay in the zone. Pass the torch and watch me run. I am diamond rare. Make them stop and stare. Yeah, I got the flair. No one can compare. Let it be drop, watch me go. Let it be drop, watch me go. Let it be drop, watch me go.
She said she likes ocean. Bikini, small, heels, tall. She said she likes ocean. Bikini, small, heels, tall. She said she likes ocean. Bikini, small, heels, tall. She said she likes ocean. Bikini, small, heels, tall. She said she likes ocean. Bikini, small, heels, tall. She said she likes ocean. Bikini, small, heels, tall. She said she likes ocean.
Say my name, I'll come right back to you. I get so lost when I'm loving you. There's people waiting up on me now, but you're the only one I need now. I'd run away with you if I could. No one understands. Fumes are running so high, I don't wanna be alive. There's never a right time disguising the outside. What's going on inside, losing track of my own mind.
Welcome back, one and all, to Berlin, where we're down to the Final Four in the quest for glory and the first ever Game Changers Championship. 3 teams enter the gauntlet today, and once the dust settles, we'll have our last grand finalists for tomorrow's title bout against G2 Gozen. Hello, everyone. Once again, I'm Golden Boy, and of course, fortunate enough to start my day with 2 of the brightest stars to grace this lovely desk. It's, of course, APAC and Kakuka, and this, my friend, has been a long time in the making.
Damn long time ago. Actually, you got a good track record with Brits on the desk, so I'm hoping I can live up to it.
This is true. Now we just have to find a way to convince Pansy one way, somehow, because I know she's in the back watching, and I know you're judging me right now so hard, Lauren. But jokes aside, though, it's unfortunate because we said goodbye to 2 more teams yesterday as we saw Shopify Rebellion take out X10 Sapphire, and oh my goodness, I mean, that was just, again, X10, what a run that they had, Hypoc, up until this point, but, that was definitely Shopify's day.
It was definitely a shame. I think Shopify's a different discussion to have altogether about maybe bubbling up, warming up a little bit here after the stages. Not necessarily a rocky start, but definitely a slower start than maybe most were expecting.
Yeah, that's right. We saw as the match unfolded, there was niceties on the stage, but if anything, Kakuka, it was anything but nice in game. It felt like KP and the girls were just bragging.
I think that this is the game where we had the most doubts because we had seen a very good phase out of X10, of course, going up against big names, but Shopify had different plans for yesterday. They've been fighting out so well during the entire tournament. A lot of clutches coming their way, and actually everything coming full circle for them.
Yeah, it was overall just an excellent way to end it out, too. Sonder picking up the ace, just zapping away, Palpatine fingers all over the place. But now, as we take a look, though, for one of the other matchups that we saw, it was C9 White returning to the stage and, most importantly, returning to form. And unfortunately, they made quick work of Guild, the #1 seed from EMEA and Kakuka. Yeah. If anything, that was just shocking.
Yeah, I think it was mostly shocking because of the way that we saw Cloud9, as you said, coming back to life. We had a lot of questions coming in with Guild. How are they going to perform? Are we going to get day 1 Guild or day 2 Guild? And definitely it was a day 2 versus a Cloud9 that was very shocked of being in the lower bracket. They felt like they do not belong there. They've proven this in the past. And the performances that we saw so dominant, the 13-3, I believe that it was, on that fracture. And overall, just putting Guild always in a very precarious situation to even make a decision.
Yeah, I coming back with some gusto, right? Looking to really upset. Well, I say upset, right? We talk about the #1 seed. A lot of people put that down to almost an anomaly, right? To come through into Berlin here as the #1 seed from EMEA, but I think it almost caught them off guard, right? C9 White, we talk about how they carry themselves and how they're a very prep-heavy team and whatnot. I think just came into that not really wanting to pay a lot of respect to that seeding.
Yeah, and you have to give credit where credit is due to Cloud9 White, because I think they got socked in the jaw a little bit in that first match against G2. This is the team that came in with, you said the word gusto, very true. That was the way of which they carried themselves, and then got brought down to reality a little bit, which I think was a humbling experience for them. And if they continue to play like this, it will be very scary for everyone else that is left in this bracket.
Well, it's terrifying for arguably our favorite here to be building confidence, right? And such a huge confidence to come out with I mean, it was one-sided, right? They almost embarrassed Guild with how one-sided some of these rounds looked, and some of the individual performances, which is no surprise to see with who we have on Cloud9 White.
Yeah, it definitely put the rest of the competition on notice. Speaking of, this is where we are right now as Team Liquid fell to G2 Gozen in the upper final. Great match from the Brazilian squad, but they will be awaiting the winner in this NA clash between Shopify Rebellion and Cloud9 White.
It's so surprising because we're down to only half of the teams that we started with, only 4 remaining in the tournament right now. And as you said, Golden Boy, we're going to say goodbye to one of the NA teams 100% today in our first matchup. So, let the best of them win and just wait to see if they can beat the Liquid. It's going to be a long day for the winners today.
Yeah, it's going to be a journey, right?
Yeah.
Because this matchup, while it is a very familiar one for both teams, I think, when you get to the context of what this means, everyone's going to be putting 110% out there. But you know what, though? Before we jump in to a good old NA Civil War, actually, guys, I want to put these gigantic brains to the test, all right? We're going to do a little over and under. It's a new segment that we're going to pump out here. Hey, look at that. We got a graphic for it. That's great. That's the thinnest I've ever looked.
Good style.
I look really unreal. You guys look exactly the same. Meanwhile, for me, they couldn't fit my big head on the graphic there. This is a very simple game. All right, I'm going to give you guys a prompt, all right, and then you're going to give me your expert opinion on whether you predict the over or under on said statement. So are you ready?
Yeah.
All right,
easy.
welcome to the desk, High Puck.
Yeah,
This is
thank
what
you.
it means when I'm over
is
here.
what we do.
This is the
Shenanigans.
hard-hitting parts,
The
right?
hard hitting, the soft hitting analysis, as I like to call it. All right, here we go. Cloud9 White's Bop, all right? She averages 1 kill per round. Over or under?
The first match?
No hesitation.
The
This is
the
the
first match?
Yeah.
Yeah, in map 1.
Yeah. I think that she's been super reliable here on LAN, especially her performance. If we talk about kills uniquely, she's been given 100%. So I think I'm going over.
Okay.
Crazy thing as well, actually, for Bob, I was looking at a stat last night. One of the most impactful in some of the buy rounds, well, most of the buy rounds actually, averaging 67% success rate in rifle versus rifle, which is insane, right? The actual crazy thing is, next on that list is Mel at 59. So actually, even a massive gap between first and second in that stat line alone. But yeah, for me, that's an easy over.
Okay, all right. So, and feel free to join us on the chat as well. Just type over and under. Have fun. Go nuts with it. Next one, Sander is going to get 20 kills in map 1. Over and under.
Wait, in map 1?
Versus Cloud9 White.
I'll go over.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm going under.
Yeah, she's been heating up.
Oh, yeah.
I'm confident. If we see another Neon pick, again, you were saying the Palpatine fingers, they were just too strong.
Yeah, it's fair. Kukuka, why you went under?
First of all, because I wanted to disagree with
course.
Milo.
Of course.
That's something that I've been wanting to
There's
do for
gotta
a
be
very,
conflict.
very long time. I've been waiting to be on this desk. But I think that the way that we've been seeing Cloud9, how hungry they are, the look that we saw on Alexis' face yesterday, how hungry she is to take out every team, they have all the experience in the world to take down Shopify. If there is a key to taking them down, Cloud9 has it. So I think that they know, just because of how Sunder has been performing, she is the one that has to go down. She is the one that needs to be shut down the first.
Yeah, actually, fun little factoid about Sander. I saw her on the elevator as we made our way down, and I was like, "Oh, how you feeling? You know, playing on land and stuff?" And she's like, "You know what? It just feels like every time I shoot my gun, my soul is in the bullets." That was the best thing ever. So shout out to Sander. Her soul's in the
20
bullets.
kills easy then. With that mentality coming in today versus Cloud9 White, I'm all in.
That's what I'm saying. All right, next one. Prompt 3. It's Golden Boy will make 5 wrestling references in today's broadcast. Come on, guys. All right.
I mean, you got backup though. Lance Silly's on the cast today.
It's
so
true.
He's got you back. Is this just you, or
It
in
might-
combination, or?
I don't even know. I just feel like I'm being judged right now. But what do you guys say?
I'm not going to get any of them because I do not understand anything
So that
about
makes 2 of us.
references.
So yeah, this might be a little off
So
kilter.
it's all on
actually.
you, Chad. It's literally all on you. You need to be the one counting.
All right, over and under.
Well,
five?
you're going over, obviously.
Yeah,
They're not going to set the gauntlet for you and you not achieve it.
I appreciate that. You know, you would think that maybe I'm just a respectable host, you know, trying to just prove to the world that I belong here in Valorant.
Right.
No, maybe I go under. I don't know.
Right.
Depends on how I feel today. Okay.
Only you can choose.
You won't be able to resist the urge. There's no way.
All
Now
right.
that
Well,
we've said it, you're not going to think about anything else.
all right. Well, now it's time to go ahead and get with us with the over and under action with our poll actually today. Make sure you apply all of your predictive algorithms and other worldly knowledge by scanning the QR code below to assess how many, wrestling references will I make on today's broadcast? Will it be 3, 6, 10, or I lost count? Just tweet at us using the hashtag VCT Game Changers or hashtag VCT. And that's the bottom line, because GB said so.
That's probably
Is
a
that
reference.
is that the first one?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
That's one.
This is
That's
not like
one.
the best test. That is such an NA thing.
You're going
That's
to need
one.
support, actually. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know if you know, but wrestling is massive in Europe, okay? Shout out to Gunther, our intercontinental champion. And you guys don't even know that reference.
Does that count as a second one? Or
I mean,
because it's not
we
a
better go out of the
reference.
segment. Do these even count? Has the poll even gone out yet?
Who-
This is going to be
made
a
these
fun
rules?
day.
Who makes
This is
the
going to be.
rules?
This is going to be a fun day today. All right, make sure you guys cast your votes and meet us here after the break, where we're going to be breaking down that rematch of Cloud9 White and Shopify Rebellion. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, one and all, to Cloud9 White versus Shopify Rebellion, where we're going to have one NA squad that will survive and fight on in this competition, while the other goes to the nearest airport. That was I know that reference.
Yeah?
I understand that reference. You know?
Well, wait, who does that apply to today if you have...
I don't know. Well, then again, we have to dive into the series because I don't want to make any predictions here. Lord knows I don't want to get anyone angry on the internet. So in any case,
it's gonna happen either way.
Yeah,
So
it's very true. But here's the thing: these two teams, HiPoC, they're no strangers to one another. This is literally the NA Game Changers finals over and over and over again.
Yeah, I think it's 11 occasions in total, just 6 this year that Shopify Rebellion and C9 White have faced off. As you can see here on the screen, July 7th. The only time actually it's gone 2-1 in favor of Shopify.
It makes a lot of sense because you see every series twice. First of all, is C9 White sending Shopify to the lower bracket, and in the second occasion is them playing on the final. But we do have to highlight that Series 2, when Shopify, it was actually them sending Cloud9 to the lower bracket. Still, the final was still for Cloud9. We're talking about the absolute dominance. We're talking about a match that we have seen so many times over and over. But here at LAN, teams are looking incredibly different.
Yeah, they are, and I think as well, we even touched on this briefly as well, Shopify actually stepping up their game a little bit, right? The concern being, I mean, as you noted, Bayer, when the stakes are raised, Cloud9 White's still able to close out. So Shopify without that ability to take a title away from Cloud9 just yet. And
I think it's also very important that we're talking about a Cloud9 that has learned to lose in this tournament.
Yeah.
They were saying themselves, like, maybe we needed that loss because there's so many. Yeah, it's completely a reality check because imagine if we would have had this encounter but in the upper bracket, we would not know what to expect from Cloud9 because we would the narrative would be, oh my gosh, Shopify is looking so good.
Yeah, but you see, here's the interesting thing, right? This is going to be a rematch between these two teams, but it does feel like Cloud9 White is playing a different version of Shopify Rebellion. I feel like they have really come online and found themselves in this tournament in particular. It feels like we're looking at some real animals here, HiPoC.
Yeah, and actually the main one being Sonder, right? That's been kind of like the highlight story, but also just to mention, unsung heroes for me on this roster have been KP and Laurie.
Oh, Laurie,
time and time again, even in the support role, kind of putting Sonder in a position to really deliver. But actually, the number of times we're looking at clips of Laurie and KP just shutting rounds down individually.
Yeah, completely. I totally agree. Talking to Benita before coming here, she was like, I want to see how Sonder does because nobody's paying attention to her, because when you looked into the top 10 players in NA, they were not on the list, but Sonder can give so much, and I completely agree. It's also the initiators bringing in all the plays so she can actually shine, and everything is coming in a circle for her.
Yeah, and another thing of note, though, is that for Shopify Rebellion, right, like one of the things that they're going to have to really try and figure out is, you know, the defense, right? How they try and hold on to these rounds, because that is going to be the thing we saw from Cloud9 White. When they're on the attack, they just look vicious.
Yeah, they did. They're playing with a different kind of pace than what we're used to, I'd say. Usually you talk about Cloud9 White, we're talking about kind of structure and some of these other things. I think Shopify need to lean heavily on Sonder's ability to really kind of be the spanner in the works, right? The curveball to
the one that opened the map.
Exactly, throw off some of that prep and maybe thrive in kind of this high-pressure scenario.
Yeah, it's learning how to work out the map. I think that they've been doing a great job adapting into what other teams are putting onto the table without renouncing to playing their game, which I think is the most important thing. Guild yesterday did not play their game at all, and Cloud9 ate them alive.
Yeah, that was very evident, and I think, you know, it could easily go that way if Shopify Rebellion aren't careful, right? And that's something we'll always have to keep in the back of our minds as we get ready for this one. But actually, to give us a more detailed breakdown, we actually have a special guest, because here's the one and only Boaster, who's actually at the telestrator wall looking at Shopify Rebellion's play on Haven.
Yo, what's up, everyone? It's time for Boaster's breakdown, and today I just kind of want to highlight how complex a round of Valorant can be. So just to give some context, we've got Breach ulti coming out from Shopify. They're going to want to be going A with that Breach ulti. And then X10, they push down C long as a reaction, and they have the chamber currently positioned on short. And that chamber's job there is just to get one kill and get out and play the retake. But we're going to see how Shopify take the A main here with the Breach done, the Boombot going towards sewers, and the Boombot actually gets contact here on sewers, and right now the chamber is currently positioned right here in this corner. right here in this corner, and their TP is gone. The boombot exploded it and it's disappeared. So they don't have that get out mechanism anymore. They need to get 1 or 2 kills and contain that short. So we're going to keep playing here and just see how the rest of the round goes. So they get breached, they get A-Long kind of free here, and it's a bit too easy. So they're like, maybe we're going to send out the Sky ulti here and see if anyone's actually playing on the site. That way we can save our breach ulti and then use it for post plant or even the next round. However, there's a fight happening on short there, so they're like, screw it, we're going to use the breach ulti, let's send it, and we get the site for free. Boom, we'll win this round. Post plant's really easy on A once you've got good positions, and it looks like Under Heaven has been secured. Now, this round, slightly different. It's 11-12, match point for X10, and they've decided this time, actually, we don't want to give Shopify A main control. So they've decided to fight for it, and you can see here Shopify are kind of respecting that fight. They're sitting back, waiting. They've done an Astra smoke, they're going to stun the close. The knife comes out. Now, I think X10 are being slightly a bit too obvious here with their kind of A main control. So then Shopify are like, screw it, the plan's changed. We're not going to be able to get A control without the breach ulti. It's time to send it. So they send the breach ulti, and you'll see here when I get the minimap up, boom, you'll see here that anyone that's getting breach ultied will be in this corner on sandbags because they have to tuck in and hide. Sonder's nade comes in, gets the free kill onto Alyssa, and then boom, it's Sonder time, baby. Ray's ulti comes in, gets another kill, as you can see here, right on the long. 5v3 now. All they need to do, freeze and hold, and they'll just kind of play out the round here with the Skydog. Take it chill. You don't need to rush. You have man advantage. You just need to trade out. And that's what they do. The Skydog comes out. They've only got 1 smoke, so probably Benita's like, yo, chill out. I haven't got a smoke for CT yet. Be careful. They do actually lose a player, but it gets traded, I believe, and yeah, the round is kind of ended there, and it's beautifully done, really. Like, really nice use of this ulti, and I'm hoping to see it today against in the game of Shopify versus Cloud9. I'm really excited to see it, and how do you like them apples, Golden Boy?
Well, I think we got ourselves a new segment of the show, Boaster's Breakdown. I freaking love it.
I do it.
But you know what, though? Great points he was made. One of the things that I thought was actually smart about that one was also how kind of like him as an IGL thinking, oh, what is Benita trying to say in this particular situation because of what her utility is. Like, that's something that Shopify is going to have to keep in the back of their minds today.
And again, that experience pays dividends here in Berlin. Again, we talk about the LAN experience and even just the years competing experience is a massive factor. But what I liked about that is a perfect example of what we're talking about, right? Is actually taking a step back. And Sonder being the tip of the spear for Shopify Rebellion, right? You even see their building momentum as just part of that execute. And Shopify have relied on this so often.
Oh, I love that we have this graphic because we talk a lot about Sonder, and these are the stats that correlate to what they're saying. On the left, you get how she was performing during Series 3s, and on the right, how she's doing here.
Look at that first blood success.
Yeah, it's insane. It's almost 20% more. And it's not only that. Even on that last clip that Boaster showed us, so many nades were so successful because you throw one, you get the kill, you're so relying on getting the next one that by the time you got it, you also have the nade again to just create even more pressure. The movement that we're seeing, especially from her Raze, is something that I definitely want to see today because I feel like they will need it against Cloud9 White.
Yeah, Sonder has truly been a difference maker for this team, and we've seen her grown on this stage throughout the week, which has been so amazing.
I think the key thing to note as well is actually on the roles that she's playing, you very rarely see her overheat, right? And that comes back to kind of having maybe an IGL on the roster that's actually able to keep people in check like that, right? It's all well and good to be able to pop off on a duelist and whatnot, but being able to temper that aggression when and where is what's really, really important.
Yeah, it's a tall task, without a doubt. Now, of course, when it came to fighting for their tournament live, you know, you have Shopify Rebellion's Benita had this to say, actually, about yesterday's match. Let's take a look.
It means so much to survive another day in the tournament. Our comeback mostly just came from composure, basically, because in our other match, we kind of just like fell apart slowly, even though we were in the lead. So we had like a really good team talk and try to figure things out. Definitely didn't underestimate X10. I think it was very apparent that their region just has a different approach to the game, and it was just kind of like a region diff, to be honest.
Benita has to walk down. Nice one onto BBTZ. Can she clutch this right now? Ginny has to try to stick it. It's a tap. Benita gets the Red Bull clutch.
Honestly, this entire experience has been amazing and honestly just beautiful, especially for me because I'm a little bit older, so it's been just once in a lifetime experience for me. The team's feeling really confident and honestly just excited to be here. Like, we're just soaking it all in. It's been such an incredible experience. What's gonna take us from lower to the grand finals is discipline, composure, and keeping just calm, cool, collected. We got a lot of matches on stage already and it's just been so fun, so we just need to stay in that range.
It's always great to hear, the experience, right? She does embody that calmness that the team definitely needs. You can even see it in her face when she's in those clutch moments. She always just seems like she's focused and dialed in. But I think what's also important to note here too is that they have been on the grind every single day here. They've been playing a lot of Valorant on that stage.
Yeah, actually, and maybe we see that being a big difference if they manage to get to finals. We're talking about a G2 that has played, a couple of days during the entire tournament. They're going to get to the final day 6 with barely 2-3 matches under their pack, and Shopify has been playing, as they said, against many different regions, getting a lot of experience and actually finding out what works best against each and one of them.
Yeah, it's been amazing. Shopify's improvement, cannot be understated. But the question is, will it be enough to overcome their longtime rival, Cloud9 White? And Hypoc, going to you for this one. This is a team that is just, they have layers. They're an onion. You think that when they get figured out, like in that G2 Gozen game, and then they come back and they absolutely stomp out their opponent in Guild. No disrespect to Guild, but that team just, it felt like once they saw the might and power of Cloud9, they crumpled under the pressure.
Yeah, you can tell kind of a bigger picture. These girls have had their sights set on the crown, right? So to come away from arguably a blip on the radar, right? I think that's probably, most people were surprised to see that result on day one. But ever since then, like I said, C9 White coming back with gusto and looking to actually reaffirm or actually reinstate themselves as the favorites for this entire event.
Yeah, it's very scary for everyone else.
You were surprised by that first result? You're supposed to be EMEA. Come on,
hey,
Michael.
I'm in the C9 camp.
Oh,
since
really?
day one, yeah.
Okay. No, I like that, but I completely agree. We've said it before, the C9 White that we saw on day one needed that loss, I believe. And I don't think that we're being disrespectful for Guild, because it's a huge props to C9, the fact that they were able to get into their heads so easily. It's not only that your plans are working, is you're literally giving them no chance to even think.
It's not a slight to Guild at all. Losing to probably the best C9 White that we've seen so far, right? And that's like I say, coming back with that tenacity and individuals popping off. I mean, Mel was fantastic throughout that entire series. But then
Alexis?
You talk about the layers, right, behind that. Then you've got Alexis and Jazzykins who have all been delivering here.
Well, let's actually talk about that, because one thing that Cloud9 White have just been brilliant in, Kukuka, has been their set plays, their executes on sites. It has been so clean from them.
I think that yesterday, especially in this attack against Guild, we were seeing it over and over. The fact that in most of the rounds, they will end up in a 4v5 situation, and just because they were sticking to the plan, and again, getting into Guild's head, it didn't matter. They could get the round because they stuck to the plan. They stick to, hey, this is how the round is going to play, and as long as we keep on the line, they're not going to be able to do anything against it.
I think actually re-establishing some of those kind of, structural elements that we credit C9 White for so heavily is going to be important, right? We were talking about Sonder on the other side of things to, potentially disrupt some of these things. C9 White have come back into confidence to be able to sit back and actually just take control of some of these rounds.
Yeah, and I'm honestly really fascinated on, the mid-rounding, like how they adjust, because, Sonder is the type of player that could very well throw a wrench into your system. And while, Sonder actually has been thriving as a LATAmal this event, it's actually, do a little compare and contrast here, because Katsumi, it has been kind of lacking from, the online performances to today. Still, though, being a factor for this team, despite the numbers not reflecting
completely. I feel like during this tournament, excepting controllers, maybe like Poly or Glance in some instances, we've seen the controllers taking a step down because we've been so focused on how important the initiation power and the duelist have been, that that I kind of understand that Katsumi is having a worse performance, but it doesn't really matter when the rest of the team is stepping up the way that they're doing.
Sure, and I think to add some context to that, yeah, typically where we see Katsumi kind of dedicated to some of these anchor roles on site.
Yes.
So if we start seeing that formation crumble, you know, we're giving away first S and that compromising the site entirely, that's when it becomes a bit more concerning. So I'm absolutely with you there, Bayer, where it's not necessarily a glaring issue just yet. So I don't think we have enough, you know, examples of where it's really caused problems over a long period of time for C9 White.
But I think it's so interesting that we talk about this because the same stats that we have right now that we've seen on the server, of course, Shopify has seen as well.
Yeah.
So if you get Sunder to just go on the hunt for Katsumi, as we were talking about getting in the head of your opponent, if they manage to do that from the beginning and try to pull a little bit of
Yeah,
what they did with Guild against C9, you know, they need to put everything on the table right now and say, okay, how are we going to win this? Because they've been in this situation many times.
It's an interesting dynamic if that becomes part of Shopify's prep process, right? To come into this series to say, actually, we feel as if there is a weak link. What can we formulate around that? And conversely, what Cloud9 White's troubleshooting on the fly is going to look like, right? We're going to look towards the timeouts to really address some of the issues if Shopify Rebellion are willing to kind of play that targeted play style.
Yeah. Well, look, guys, you know, it's really cool, though, to see how these players communicate with one another, especially in the game, and to hear how it sounds in the trenches, especially. And this is actually a fun one here because we have C9 White as they actually take down G2 on Ascent. So here's today's in-zone open mic.
This round, it's going to be more focused towards the A side.
Nothing RDB. One I meant. I'm not knifed. They Brimstone.
They might as well.
Okay. Go Brim.
And Brimstone as well.
No wall here. I'm gonna knife after. Gonna knife here. Yeah. Oh, Molly. Saw 3. It's up 4. It's up 4. Scan 4.
Brim Moid and K was there as well too.
They can go short only. I have it. Yeah.
Short.
One market. One stairs.
I don't
see anything mid. Nothing mid, guys. They have no review. Here be late. Holding top mid. They like to play Crossfire Cat.
These anti-ecos fans, they are always terrifying for me.
Side wall just broke me main. I'm leaving market.
We don't.
They just reclear something. They just reclear. Don't do that. I dodge. I'm not thinking they were in mid. I'm gonna close door.
Okay, I'm ready dart.
Wait, let's creep to the corner.
Yeah. I'll dart when you guys are running in actually.
Okay, I'm ready. Ready. Ready.
Next now.
Sounds good.
Darting.
Hey. You're not spawn. Care boat. Lane, thanks. Nice. Close the door. Side player. Lane. Smoke lane. I'm walled up. Bolt. How's this? Stairs.
Stairs low.
I'm low. Nice. They're knifing the wall. 64 on stage. Planning. I have no util.
Yeah, 30 seconds.
I have no util. Yeah, flashes and lamps.
10 seconds left on the clock, but C9 still at a 1-player advantage.
They can peek upstairs. I'm not peeking. I dropped.
Yeah.
I can flash from stairs. One B lobby. Stairs. One.
Okay, close to speed.
A lot of time. One stairs. One room. 69.
Lane.
I'm not in the box. Go side. Next contact. Lane. He's out.
Nice! What is all you get? What is all you get?
Let's go.
Classics! Literally classics!
Amazing comms there, gotta say. But you know what, though? Let's go ahead and check in with our poll, how you guys voted, and see if you can smell what the Jeeves is cooking. And lost count. Thank you, Valorant community.
It's definitely the best option out
That's
of all
very
of them.
definitive, actually. Yeah.
I mean, we didn't even know how to start counting, so.
Honestly, for those who already voted for 3, you lost.
Let's say 6, almost. That one's out. We're barely 25 minutes in.
Sorry, guys. I hate to break it to you. We don't even have the maps. We don't even have the maps. Oh, man, this is going to be an exciting day of Valor, and I think we can all agree on that one. And this is it. The stage has been set. We have 3 teams, and at the end of today, only 1 will remain. It's time to start Game Changers Berlin. Let's jump into it.
team's feeling really confident. Honestly, I'm just excited to be here. Like, we're just soaking it all in. It's been such an incredible experience.
Shopify are gonna take the fight to them.
We're feeling more confident than ever. That's the confidence we're going into with the rest of our matches.
When C9 is in the lower bracket, they are a dangerous beast.
I'm not worried about playing Cloud9 at all. I think we all saw on the first day that they might be better online.
The last 2 kills and G2 wins the series.
No disrespect, they're a great team. I'm not all about being toxic, but I think the first day showed a lot.
My team has not been negatively affected whatsoever by any of the LAN conditions, and if anything, we've been playing better on LAN.
Huge opening pick for Katsumi.
Prime giving flawless for C9.
You can like study our game all you want. Honestly, I'm not sure how much it will do for you. Good luck with that.
Looking for the ace and she's gonna get it!
I'm happy for them for being the second best team, and I'm happy to prove it that they are still the second best team.
Beautiful shot.
Don't crack under the pressure this time.
But it's not going to work out. It's clean so far for C9. A 3 versus 1. Glance has to pop off, but it's Mel instead. And C9 win the first map 13-7.
Shopify or Cloud9. We always win, and here will not be different. Our loss against G2 was the first time we lost this year. For sure will be the last one.
Shopify Rebellion. Cloud9 White. Team Liquid.
We start with an NA clash, and then at the end of that, it'll be Team Liquid, the Brazilians, taking on the winner of this game. But for now, all eyes are on the map vetoes as we get ready for this next war. Another chapter in the endless story between Shopify Rebellion and Cloud9 White, Kukuka.
Yeah, exactly. And if right off the bat we get the Ascend veto, okay, they've been banning this 3 times during this event. I don't think that was going to change. Definitely Cloud9 White learned their lesson with Pearl.
You're gonna learn today.
Okay. So I'm really excited to see, oh, it's going to be Fracture. Watch out. Like, I get it. This is the map that you won against Liquid. You're feeling comfortable about it. But just, just remember what happened against Guild with Cloud9 White yesterday, because now that you picked a map, they decide to start on the attack, and you're gonna have a big task shutting down Jazzikins over and over again.
Absolutely. Coming into Haven, I feel like this is probably a targeted pick as well.
Yep.
Extend really stretching Shopify on Haven, and I think that's probably something that C9 feel confident about. I think 2 other instances just this year where Cloud9 and Shopify have played against each other, both gone in favor of Cloud9.
I think this is very interesting because, if I'm not mistaken, Shopify decided to play on Bind yesterday, and they've gone from picking it to ban it, and I think that's to condition Cloud9 White into playing one of the 2 worst maps that they have just left, to just not go there. So I can see the strategy behind that. The decider is going to be Icebox. I think like we've seen a lot of these 3 maps, but I can't get tired of it. I think that, of course, to some extent, Cloud9 White is going to be the favorite, but I kind of see where Shopify is going with the picks.
This is very fascinating. I think for Cloud9 White, ideally, I think you just want to end this 1 and 2, right? Because I think if you go to Icebox, it might expose you just a little bit.
Just a little bit, yeah. I mean, Shopify have about 30 reps on Icebox this year, and again, most of them coming in the last kind of 4 to 6 months. So, and again, when we're kind of talking about the stylistic matchup, Icebox is a map where Duelist, a chamber potentially can be, individually just the one factor that works for a team, right? And shutting down those sorts of roles. So a little concerning to see that be the decider. Cloud9 are probably leaning towards the 2-0 here, as you say.
Yeah. Well, folks, listen, the maps are locked in. We're ready to go, but we're going to be stepping away for a brief moment. And then when we come back, we're going to have Cloud9 White and Shopify Rebellion take the stage. Don't go anywhere. Without further ado, it's time to clear the way for the lineups competing for their tournament lives. It's an NA Civil War as we welcome to the stage Shopify Rebellion and Cloud9 White. All right, here we go. I love the little bit of tension on the stage.
Mel's having none of it again today. Again.
Come on, Mel, give me something. Just messing. But yeah, you know what though, Kukuka, there's certainly no love lost between these two teams. They face each other so many times. Yeah, this is a big game.
It looks like the NA never-ending story is finally coming to an end here because this is the result that's going to matter the most for these two teams. Elimination is on the line. The next one will go up against Team Liquid to see who's gonna go on that final. Again against G2, maybe C9 White has, you know, some unfinished business and they want to finish up on the final. For Shopify, it's all about working, about getting to the top, and maybe after all the time that they've been preparing for this moment, they're ready today.
Yeah, this is where APAC, I think it gets really interesting because for Cloud9 White, they're obviously coming to this matchup with a ton of confidence. We saw the graph. Yeah. They've only lost once to Shopify Rebellion, whereas for Shopify Rebellion, you win this, and this essentially sets you up for success for the rest of the tournament.
Absolutely. You become the Titan Slayers, right? But this also kind of validates all of the accolades C9 have. So there's pressure on both sides here. Shopify obviously wanting to be the ones to topple, which, like I said, in my eyes, are the favorites for this entire tournament.
We talked about the wake-up call for Cloud9. They've been performing so well. Of course, now this should be like the easy part. You know, if you've actually grown during this tournament, this is the comfort zone. You've been in here so many times. We talk about the maps and what we can expect from the teams, but these two know perfectly how each other work.
And actually, this matchup probably the most familiar amongst any of the matchups we've seen here at Game Changers. It's like this one has repetition. It has already a lot of data to go off.
Yeah, it's because we didn't have a G2 guild, so this is the only one that is going to be in the same region, and as we said, the longest time rivalry that we've had on NA. So to Shopify, it's not only about staying in the tournament, it's about, you know, it's about them time.
Yeah, and also, you know, for Shopify, this is it's like you look across the field now. I think you said it best, Kukuka, like this is like your, you know, big moment here, right? You conquer this, and surely you should be able.
Never existed.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you've overcome everything that happened in the past, and you can now call yourself, hey, for 2 years you've been at the top. This is my moment, you know? Your history is over. We can talk about it next year maybe. But of course it's going to be very interesting. I hope that we go the distance, but we should start with the first one, no?
Yeah, well, here we go. Prime Gaming Agent Select. Let's see what we end up getting. The first map is going to be Fracture. For those of you guys just joining us, welcome. The players are ready to go, taking the stage, and now we jump in to this Prime Gaming Agent Select to see if maybe Shopify give us something different.
Potential curveball. Yeah, obviously the most recent to look at here is C9 White's performance against Guild, and I mean that composition worked, the way they played it worked fantastically as well.
It's two very different approach to a composition here on Fracture. We're talking about a KU versus a Breach, an Astra versus a Brimstone, a Raze versus a Neon. There's so many things. Almost everything is different but that chamber. We know that there is a very strong pick, and it's definitely going to be determining a lot of the first instances of the round. But, you know, the stopping power that you need to shut down both Sonder, Jazzykins, having that extra speed that she's going to be having during the entirety of the round. A lot of awareness has to come from the side of Shopify Rebellion if they do not want to suffer the same fate as Guild.
All right, well, real quick before I send it to the casters, APAC, quickly, who's winning map 1?
C9.
C9.
C9 for the desk. You heard it here, folks. Well, now it's time to send it over to your casters because it's Potter and Drip Silly.
Thank you so much, friends at the desk. But man, another historical matchup between Cloud9 and Shopify Rebellion, but this time an elimination game and also a matchup on land.
Yes, we've been waiting so long for this, right? The desk was touching up on it. The domestic rivalry, both teams are so familiar with each other. Fracture, it is going to be contested heavily. I want to touch a little bit on Cloud9 White's
please do.
composition. You know, Kakuko was talking about the differences on this. The attack side for Cloud9 White Astra, you would imagine that A main control, it's so contested with the breach. Astra helps you take over that part of the map, and the neon wall allows you to make those fast executes, right? So for Cloud9 White, the composition might seem a little funky, but it definitely works in the server.
Definitely. A lot of the basic ones is using this neon for a hit on pistol from lower tree into top B. But here we go. We're kicking things off in the pistol round. Shopify Rebellion versus C9 in this best of 3. Starting things off on Fracture, where this time C9 is working on the north side.
This is such a hard read coming out for Cloud9 White. They're just staying posted, all 5 members so grouped together, and they're just so ready for Shopify to make this push.
All red shooting line, and it's going to be Lori in our 2 versus 1. We do have the spike picked up by Jazikin, who's going to go back down towards the south side of the map, meeting up versus Mel. And Lori now has to guess where this action is going to go.
The benefits of having Neon just speeding across to meet up. Spike will go down. It's all down to Lori. Sound cues galore, but she's looking for the second. Her teammates should have realized that it was Neon that planted. And there's the chamber. A lot of info, but what a shot coming out from Mel here.
Good attempt by Lori to at least try to read it out, looking towards the top of heaven if somebody was going to slip out. But as she peeks out, it's those basics. Cloud9 White, perfect double swing out to get the kill, and they get a great pistol round in. That winning towards spawn at the top side was very interesting.
Such a hard read coming out for Cloud9. Things got a little hectic, and the trades were looking favorable for Shopify for just a moment, but the power in numbers.
Yes.
Cloud9, those off angles, a teammate swinging out as that contact happened, and that's just too many bodies for Shopify to have to deal with. Beautiful start for Cloud9, and we've been seeing a lot of force buys coming into these second rounds, but Shopify, they decide to be a lot more
Conservative, definitely.
For sure. Not even a shorty. I mean, we've been talking about those shotguns coming out for Shopify's side. Certainly this time around, just classics on the board. And once again, Cloud9 very, very calculated. Just a trip on the north side here.
And for Shopify, they want to play the range of those classics with the stack that they currently have on this A site. Only a passive play by KP who's going to jiggle it towards the A link, just to see if there's going to be any type of initial pressure from C9. She is going to spot out the Prowler coming out from Alexis from Tree, but all of this for C9, everything is a guess for where they want to hit this site.
Yeah, so many mind games that we're going to be seeing on this map, Van. So many mind games. We talk about familiarity. I mean, Cloud9 right now, they're thinking, okay, is it going to be Bonita or KP around this corner with a short shotgun, right? So power numbers definitely wanting to make this trade happen. That knife is going to reveal so much information for Bob and team.
That knife is concealed by the wall that came up by Jazikin, so that's going to spot 3. That instantly pulls the rotation back from C9 back towards the spawn to book it towards the B side, and there's only 20 seconds.
20 seconds, they have to be fully committed to this hit. All of Shopify, they're making the rotations happen. They'll be in the site in the nick of time. What a fault line.
Fault line's going to slow the clock down for a bit more. Han's going to spot one on top of Dice, but it is going to be C9 White all over. There's time, for at least for the plant. We're trying to push it at least just to prevent this plant from going down, but it will happen. Last one is spotted at Tree, and that's a second round. A close one at least there for Shopify.
Jeez, such... I mean, thin ice. Yes. Thin ice is Cloud9. They wanted to be very thorough, as I said, but man, yesterday we saw that punishing, right? Running out of time. Sometimes you could be a little too cautious, but thankfully for C9, they're actually able to plant the spike there and get away. But man, that got dangerous so fast.
Yeah, losing 2 players in the process, that means that for C9, some of them will upgrade. And of course, the gun round comes in for Shopify Rebellion back into more of a standard position on the defense, playing the Brimstone and the Chamber towards this B site. We're also C9's looking for a split, a 4-1, having Mel lurking from the arcade. Flash, so at least some information, some sound cues going in from Tree.
Yeah, and remember, just a bonus for C9. They want to be able to swarm into the site here and overwhelm whatever defenders are in this area. Here comes the hit. That neon wall blocking all vision.
And it's going to be quick. Spotted one on the top of the generator. Jazzikins is low on HP, but first contact forces a TP away. Benita stuck on top of Heaven, but a beautiful relay bolt and a pinch coming in from Arcade. That is going to be so hard for Benita to hold the site. But Flowerful fights back. Spike is now down out in the open, and we're fighting from Canteen. She gets 3 kills into the round, leaving only 2 to go. A Marshal and a Guardian. This is not the weapons that you need. And try to win this 2 versus 4. Gap in the wall. Not spotting anything here from Bob.
Bob just trying to create some sort of distraction, allow Mel to hopefully find an angle for herself. Just a Marshal on her hand. Shopify are playing this round so well. Disciplined, they're not giving her a shot.
But she's gonna have to land some good ones here from Mel. Looking back, we'll have contact into Canteen. There's that peek, but Flowerful with 4 onto the round. Slow orb to delay the clock. Impossible task for Bob to try to come back into the round. 10 seconds moving down. The Spike is still out in the open. Nothing she could do. This round should come in now for C9, but at least some salvage. Silver lining, she gets 2 kills with the Guardian to make it expensive against Shopify in that round number 3.
And that's huge for Bob, right? I was just thinking, there's no point in saving that Guardian,
Exactly,
right? This
yeah.
was just a bonus. Going into the next round, she will have a healthy purchase, but those extra ult orbs coming into this round with that KO ultimate was everything for C9, especially considering how this round started, right? I mean, C9 got into the site so easily, and Benita falling in Heaven so early without her teammates being able to react surely meant that Spike would go down, but somehow, some way, Flowerful just pulls a hat trick out of her back pocket.
Oh yeah, we just saw the attitude coming out there from Shopify Rebellion. The walkout looked intense, and now it's showing in the game. C9 White with a full buy, having to figure out the next time they head towards this B site, how can we actually stop Flowerful in Canteen? Oh yes.
Benita,
oh yes.
She's got that judge in her back pocket. Certainly this time in Heaven, maybe things look different. Round 2 for Jazzikins once again.
Spotted by the KO knife, the relay bolt inside the smoke. The judge stunned, and Jazzikin gets the opening frag. Wall towards the Arcade, so there's no rotations coming out from Shopify Rebellion. No flanks that's going to come in from Arcade either.
Oh, this readjustment coming out for Bob is so huge. This off angle, this multi-kill potential is so huge. Shopify, they've got to clear this angle.
Bob's at the bottom. Oh my, this is clean! A triple kill. Back in the shooting range for AimLab. And she lands the 3, leaving Lori by herself. Oh man. That is definitely gonna put a mark in the economy for Shopify Rebellion. 2 kills coming out in the end for Lori. But this shows that C9 White are coming out to play.
That is crispy. That is crispy indeed if you're Bob. And, you know, it's just the awareness, right?
Yes.
Map awareness. Her teammates were in the site. That Spike was going down. So to have that awareness to turn around and secure the flank, repositioning as well. And, of course, it helps that you're just that steady under all this pressure on land, and a small smirk coming up for Bob. These last couple of gun rounds have been quite dominant for C9, and for Shopify's side of things, they've got to figure out how to help Benita a little bit more, right?
Yeah.
2 rounds now in a row, Benita's been under immense pressure in that Heaven, and we think back on Shopify's win conditions, it was Sonder being able to be very loose, very quick to react off of Benita's contact. These last 2, she's just gotten down so fast with Jazzy's aggressions that Shopify are a little bit late to that reaction.
Oh yeah, and as the execution comes in towards this A site, you saw that activation that you were just mentioning here, Christine. We have a Guardian in the hands of Sonder. They were stacking up towards Arcade, hoping to get some sort of a late lurk pinch into the north side. But the gamble didn't work out. It's going to be a 5 versus 5 for the retake for Shopify.
Yeah, and these anti-ecos have been pretty tough for Shopify so far. Not very close. Cloud9 have been completely dominating, and it looks like the pattern is going to continue. Flowerful, she's got 4. She's good for the first.
With 3 left alive, but the Spike's still down. Jazzikin continues her reign now towards Arcade to drop KP. Flowerful, it's time to make it expensive once again. Tap onto the Spike, pre-fired shot, relay bolt. And that utility continues to be very good for Jazzikins. The amount of stuns that she's getting on these hits and these post plants seems to be key for Cloud9.
Yes, yes, and not only that, she's finding the entries as well, because you know it's such a feels bad if you're on Neon and all you're able to provide is that space making, which is a lot. Listen, that's a lot and it's enough usually. But the bonus on top, the icing on the cake is that Jazzy is fragging out. So certainly that is a dangerous combination if you're on the side of Shopify. But look, Benita, the ultimate on that Brimmy is coming online now. That stopping power along with Sage's slow orbs, this round should be a little bit more of a defense for Shopify.
Yeah. And you see, because of that orbital strike, the changes in positioning for where you want to place Benita in this round is going to be slightly different. Playing towards the canteen to look at Arcade, could fall back into sight, help with the orbital strike for the retakes for Shopify Rebellion, where once again, Cloud9 White are going into that site.
Yeah, another 4-1 coming through. Mel being a little bit more patient, and Jazzy doesn't commit this time. They want to bait out the Brimmy ult. There it is, job done for Cloud9, and now they're just buying time for Mel. Oh boy.
With the lurk from behind, low HP, but as she looks back up, there was support to help Sonder for the kill. Benita gets the frag. Moving forward was Flowerful with an aggressive angle, is able to TP away back into sight. Cosmic Divide out for Cloud9 White as they're looking to commit into this A site. Nice orbs though, and also a smoke from the Brimstone. It's going to make it difficult for C9 to get in, especially when Jazzikin's low on HP.
Good utility to keep Cloud9 at bay, and that knife didn't reveal too much. It might have caught a little bit of Flowerful, but Cloud9, they're very much grouped. That's a huge stun.
Another one!
Huge stun.
And a wall bang from Alexis, but Sonder fights back. Finally on the board here, and Benita there to support. Alexis, who's been key on this very map, is going to have to try to go for this 2 versus 1 clutch with 10 seconds left. Swinging out, the headshot to Sonder, the 4th into the round. Full plant coming in, Rolling Thunder out from KP.
Oh!
Does not hit the plant.
Not enough time.
She won't have the time because of that.
Oh!
We just got it.
She does.
Thought I was off. Just like GB, I got to learn how to count. That said, though, KP back with the fault line, so gives her position away as Alexis still has this haunt to come out, but we're just walking out for KP. Alexis gets the ace into the round and at 1v1 clutch.
Oh, these Zoomers, Vans. These Zoomers with their fast sense. Alexis, that sound cue, I would almost say that KP throwing that flash made her lose the clutch, right? Because right then and there, Alexis dodges the flash and she knows exactly where KP is coming from. What a tense 1v1 there. I want to see the plant with the time left on the clock. That was just barely making a cross there for Alexis. What a clutch.
That's like a .0001 plant or something like that. But the idea was perfect for KP.
Yes.
She was counting on that timing of the Rolling Thunder, but maybe it didn't count on how long it would take for her to actually hit the spike plant from Alexis. That said, though, this is going to put Shopify Rebellion back into an eco. But no stacks coming in. C9 going back to the regular stuff of the hit towards the B side, but this is all a fake.
Yeah, and I love the conditioning that Cloud9 have brought to this first half. You've seen it, right? I think this is the 5th round in a row that Jazzikin starts the round in that B main, drops that neon wall, demands that Shopify reacts with some utility. So that trade in utility, that little bit of pressure in the beginning has definitely conditioned a lot, but Jazzikins just gets deleted and annihilated, and that's something here for Shopify. An an eco coming into this one, but an advantage to start the round. That's a first for Shopify in this half.
She'll call the smoke, she'll call the wall, and then Bob, meanwhile, has picked up the orb to enable the null command to come out. So C9 are just going to try to run towards the main entrance. Big knife to get some information on at least 2, but not where exactly the positioning's at. Lures behind the boxes towards the A site. Plan is going to come down. Another fight coming in as they're trying to go for a surprise attack inside the Nebula on the top of ropes. Showstopper out on defense. Sonder connecting, not onto Bob, but at least the Boombot will, and gets a headshot once again. It's a 3 versus 1, and Shopify Rebellion somehow are able to get the Thrifty for the 2nd into the round.
Oh boy, and of course it's Sonder who doesn't get a huge rocket kill, but for some reason gets the boom bot kill to secure a thrifty for Shopify. And what a way to stop the bleeding, to halt that momentum, because as I said, it was looking pretty terrifying towards that B main. So much conditioning coming out here for Cloud9, but to win this thrifty, that is huge stuff. And Mel, a little overzealous. You know, they were down numbers 4v5 in that post, and she felt like she had to make that move. But what a mistake that was, giving away a Vandal to a Classic. And man, that one burns a little bit if you're Cloud9. A lot of extra wiggle room, though, for sure, with that lead.
Yeah, because of the amount of rounds that we got for C9, we'll be pretty healthy into this department for another gun round in this round number 8. That said, though, Jazzykins only has a Sheriff, but also the Overdrive ready. They want to go for this heavy hit into B once again. Stars already coming up, and here's the hit.
And I like this adjustment coming out for Shopify. We're seeing the same hit coming out. Oh, and finally, they do take care of Mel. And we've seen this 4-1 time and time again. Shopify should have a good idea that the rest of Cloud9 are congregated towards this B main.
Because she's low on HP and only has the Overdrive, at least he's going to be able to give the information for C9. That Saunders moving up. A flash. Boom bot almost did some damage. Nice reaction time by Bob. The rotation comes back from Shopify Rebellion. All 3 players out towards the arcade. And all of C9 are actually congregated inside the site. And it's in favor of Shopify. Alexis getting 2 and goes in for the flick on the clutch. A second one for Alexis in this first half of Fracture.
What a round to win for Alexis, all alone in the site. And there was just so many bodies coming at her from every single angle. And what a round. What a round, because I was just saying Shopify looked so good in this round. They adjusted, right? That B main was under so much heavy pressure. This time, all 3 members of Shopify went towards arcade. They said, you know what? Let's take care of the rat, let's take care of the lurk, and then have a full force retake to overwhelm that site. And it almost works out, but Alexis, what a hero.
Heroic effort, heroic plays as Mel first blood into this round. Benina falls early, but that's because Shopify Rebellion were going for an aggressive play for a pinch down to the south side of the map. Big flash from KP. Mel is fully blinded, but nobody's committing yet.
Yeah, and all this is just a ruse. Look at all of Cloud9. Most of the members are making this flank happen from beneath.
Bob's just trying to keep it busy.
Oh no, they've made it into spawn, hey?
Yeah. So there's no information for Shopify Rebellion of where the last members are of Cloud9 White, but at least we pick up a few weapons. 2 Vandals now up. Rotate back toward B. But C9.
Huge res. That is a huge res. We've got the little hunting party in Cloud9. As this spike goes down, Jazzy, she's got to be able to find a couple of early frags before they actually make this retake happen. We've seen overwhelming in numbers before. You can see exactly that's what Cloud9 are doing. Alexis and Jazzy trying to find an early pick before they get the spike down.
And this is dangerous. The more that you're trying to clear towards the site, the more that Shopify Rebellion knows that the hit's coming towards A. So everybody's rotating back towards spawn. Thankfully, at least we have a Nightfall available for C9. Nice first contact from Benita. Jazzykins is also looking back towards the spawn. There's that Nightfall. That's going to ping a second one towards the spawn. The pinch coming in from Jazzykins with the relay bolt. And there you go. Only 1 left. It looked like it was going to be some nice timing for Shopify Rebellion, but nice angles being held. As Flowerful, though, at least connects onto that shot with the Headhunter. A 2 versus 1. Phantom now in hand. Who gets a second kill? A 1v1. We're out in the open, and Flowerful comes in for the kill.
Is there enough time? There's plenty of time. That is 2 thrifties in a row, and Cloud9 White, they had to invest quite a lot into this round. You saw Alexis even utilizing that fatal to be able to secure this one, and that one looked almost secure in the bag. What the hell just happened?
We were ready to talk and digest that round to go into the next one, but we keep forgetting that this is an NA versus NA where these players have something to prove. They want to know in this proving ground on LAN at the Game Changers Championship that they are the best team in North America. And I love this back and forth. We're not letting anything go.
Yeah, and that's gotta feel damn good if you're Flowerful. So many clutch attempts, and finally, versus your biggest rival on stage in an elimination match to convert a 1 versus 3 off the back of a thrifty as well. Beautiful stuff, and you know, that's 2 rounds now that Shopify, starting with that pistol and this one, where they're just flipping the script, right? On the defense, just running it down and starting things off with that aggression.
The crazy part about this too is that we get a beautiful clutch coming out from Flowerful with the Headhunter to the Phantom that she picked up, but also it's Shopify Rebellion that's calling into the timeout.
Trying to get a little bit of breathing room. Maybe you know, they've got some youngsters on that squad. Yeah. Definitely a lot of hype going on, because as we keep talking about, that was just such a huge round. So and they've got to come up with a better plan, right? Flowerful, she's got the Tour de Force coming up, a showstopper, and that Brim ult. They've got every tool they need to close this out and make it a 6-6 half. If that was to happen, especially considering how this early first half started, that would be huge for Shopify.
And for C9 with this eco, you'll be happy if you could actually waste those ultimates into this round. With the remaining go in the first half of Fracture. Mind you as well, Sonder 0-4 earlier on, now at 8-7. So she's finding her groove as well. It's going to be a force to be reckoned with.
Bob started off this round near that B main area, threw that knife to make it look like they're doing the same exact thing they've been doing every round.
Oh no.
Just met up back with Mel, and she finds an opening.
A slight mishap. Mel gets the execution onto KP. The A site's now weakened for a bit. We have, there you go, that first ult coming out from Benita, who does get the kill onto Alexis. All of C9 are converging towards Sands. They're holding on to crossfires, at least for now. There's still plenty of time to work with.
The spike, it's down in such an awkward position. No smokes left for Benita. They've got to get the frags. Take a look, though. Flowerful. With time, things can get real hectic here for C9.
C9 so low on HP. Cosmic Divide now out to prevent Shopify Rebellion from shooting back as they crawl back to pick up the spike. But that might be the call to rotate towards the B site, and to also call for Flowerful to be ready. Jazzikins dropped as 2 more are trying to move forward. The other showstopper now coming out, the other ultimate rather, for Shopify.
They don't have any time bans. They have to commit to this A site. The showstopper doesn't get a single kill. Flowerful, she's got to make a move.
From spawn to the top, Sonder drops 2 more. Spike is down 1 more time. Plant is not going to happen, so make that work, make that hurt. Vandal now picked up. And the round's still going to come in for Shopify Rebellion, but like I said, you wanted those 3 ults to be used. We used 2 of them at least, and we also managed to kill everybody from Shopify Rebellion for Cloud9.
Such a back and forth round. Such a back and forth round. Expensive all across the board. And this is exactly what I was hoping for, man. On land, both teams having to dig so deep in order to get these rounds on the board. It's just so neck and neck right now. 4-6. Shopify just inching forward in this comeback. Cloud9 have looked so dominant. A very healthy purchase coming out for both squads.
Yes. And outside of the duel de force that we've seen from Flowerful twice, this is the first time we see the operator coming out. So finally some economy that's good enough in the favor of Shopify. Now pinged out and forced to fall back.
Good info. But Sonder, she takes that timing to just trade spots. The Boombot will be decent information for Cloud9.
Go, go, go.
And this is a very slow start to this round.
That's right. So the Han spots the operator and also the race towards B. So that makes C9 now rotate back towards the A site, but the rotate from Flowerful is also there from that operator. Wall's about to break, and C9's looking for the hit.
Oh, the timing for Mel. A little paranoid about that close right corner. She's got a teammate. She's got to get the trade.
Doesn't work out. Low HP is going to be Lori who gets the self-heal, but we are converging ult from the drop. Jaskin's looking for that second one, so it's a 2-for-2. Ult coming out, KP suppressed, but jumping out with her teammate, looking to just push aggressively back towards the A site. But it's a tap, and it's a fall back. Can he actually get the flank back towards Sands?
Yeah, Cloud9 feeling the pressure there, feeling like the pre-take was on the way.
Oh
What
my.
a move! 2 versus 1, KP's getting overwhelmed.
But there's 20 seconds. We have to rotate back towards the site. We have nothing to work with for the cross, and that's Flowerful winning with the operator.
It's not the Tour de Force, though. Oh, she's getting
10 seconds left.
the paranoia slowly starting to creep in. There's only 7 seconds left on the clock here.
Nice spots her too. So they know that she's towards the spawn. Plant is going to come down. This is a perfect positioning for both Alexis and Bob. Flowerful only has the operator to work with as she switches over to the Vandal. Both of them now for Cloud9, playing off-site as Flowerful's doing her due diligence to clear every single one of these corners, but they're just posted up out front. Easy kill in the end. And in another intense round that went down to the wire, but it's still C9 that comes up ahead.
Cloud9 always playing their numbers, always playing those high percentages, and they absolutely secured this one. A little high-low double crossfire setup to be able to secure that one, and oh man, what a start. So much pressure in this Sands area, and you know, Cloud9, they're just so good at overwhelming and swarming. Once that contact happens, you saw it through even the dish area, a secondary pinch coming. So those Sands players, they were never going to make it out.
Definitely not. But it had to be one of those surprise audio cues, and you had to be on point when you opened the doors for Cloud9 to actually land those shots. So props to them for that last round of the half. And because we've invested so much in that previous round, we're playing with pretty much almost nothing. Focusing the rifles onto Sonder and Benita. Laura making sure that she had enough credits to actually get a wall to at least block off one of the quadrants for a few seconds at the beginning of this round.
You can see Cloud9 fully aware of the money, not wanting to just speed it up. Shopify have already had those aggressive plays 2 or 3 times this half and waiting around just a little bit. Here comes the wall. Jazzykins is pushing.
She's done this before when it was Mel that was lurking towards the top, and she finally manages to get another kill into spawn with that play. Plant then comes up, and it's planted for long when there's still 2 players out there, and then Astra's gonna come in huge. Jessica continues to work with the overdrive, and the flank's not working from Shopify. It's just gonna be Flowerful, but she's done it before. Headhunter in hand. Now as the overdrive comes out from Jazzykins, doesn't want to let loose. She gets the kill, but Katsumi trades it off, and C9 gets the round to end the half 8-4.
I want the finger gun on land. I want the finger gun on land, and I want to run it down. Jazzykins looked like she was having so much fun in that last round to secure. And it's these small looks, right? Cloud9 Mel is just calling so well right now. From the pistol, that hard read to this last round, just those small little looks that she's telling her team, you could just see they're feeling in full control right now.
Oh yeah, and the reads are good from both of these teams, but at least let's see what the desk has to say about the first half.
So far, so good for Cloud9 White, but let's not take anything away from Shopify Rebellion as they have managed to fight back, making this one 8-4 in the half. But HiPoc, though, looking back at what we just saw, though, I mean, just C9 at the start of this game were clean.
Yeah, they were, and very quickly they got themselves established in what they wanted to achieve in the early round. There was a lack of response initially. I think round 4 was where you could see, right, the cogs were starting to turn, and C9 just drifts back into this tried and tested B site here that puts Jazzykins in a position a number of times able to isolate Benita up here in tower. I mean, there's just so little resistance here. Wall committed over towards Arcade, slow orbs from Laurie and Spawn. I don't know if this is kind of just maybe not considered. Ended up Bob here finding 3 just incredible kills on the backline, but I felt like C9 with that lack of pressure were able to just sit in their default or even drifting heavily towards one site and just do whatever they want in the early round.
Watch out, because you know there were so many comfort moments where we saw C9 very close and almost losing rounds, even losing rounds, just because they're like, oh my god, this is secure, we're getting the kills. And looking ahead, what can we expect of now that it's Shopify's turn to attack? You were talking about Jazzykins, she was insane, the amount of pressure that she was putting onto these girls. Now it's going to be Saunders' time, and she's actually performing really well in the first half. She's never been playing alone. There's always going to be a companion with her, but on this instance, she's going to be on her own. Yes, everybody's going to be setting the ground for her, but it's not the same. You're not playing with a K, or you're not playing with a Fade. You're going for something that sets the ground in a bigger space with the Brimstone and the Sage.
Absolutely. I think compositionally we had concerns about obviously Shopify running the Brimstone, not being able to utilize Breach and Sage in the early round as much. Shouldn't be a concern coming into the second half here. One thing though, the overheating is definitely more of a concern on the defense, right? So if Cloud9 are going to try and go toe-to-toe, that's something they definitely need to keep in check with some of the thrifties we saw them give away.
Yeah, one thing is for certain though, this match has definitely entertained so far. Let's send it back over to the casters to take us into the second half.
Took me a while to actually get activated here in the second half because I was just enjoying Hypuck on the desk. What a soothing voice. But C9 now on the defense, and as they've mentioned, they're going to have to try to fight toe-to-toe, maybe play a little bit more aggressively for C9 versus Shopify's setup. Sonder, another player here that Kakuka has mentioned, is going to have to turn up to be the tip of the spear to try to work out towards the dish. But we get the first contact with the fault line towards the top B site. Bob just under a little bit of pressure, thinking that there's going to be a hit there, but it rotates out from Shopify.
A really early fault line, keeping the 3 defenders in that B site. So much ground for Shopify here.
Meanwhile, because of that, Mel's pushing towards the bottom side of the map, rotates back for this head-to-head. ADSing now, headshot onto Sonder. Ahant spots a few more towards the A-halls, and the plant comes in at least for long.
I love that Mel is falling back as well. She's demanding that Shopify be very paranoid about this flank. Alexis all alone, just trying to buy time for her teammates to regroup. And Flowerful, she just gets smoked out. No vision possible.
Oh. But the triple swing back towards the A-halls, now outside of the Nebula. Finally, Alexis answers back. After shot to come out too. And Alexis and Jazzikins are fighting back. Somehow it's a 2 versus 2. The rotate's coming back from the door into the A-halls. The 2 of them are trying to spray across. It's halfway, but Jazzikins on this 1 versus 1. Back to the reload. Gets the headshot into KB. Will she have time for the defuse? And will get it at .9.
0.98 seconds, Vans, and the fact that she didn't even reload, but she's able to tap quickly. It's just neon diff. It's neon diff coming out here for Jazzy. And I love the move coming out for Shopify. All 3 members in that A main, they said, you know what, we gotta go get Mel. They hunted her down, and that should have made that post a little bit easier, but power in numbers, I guess. Alexis just bodyguarding for Jazzy there. What a shot to get onto KP there as well. She's a little bit more calm and collected than I thought. You know what? They're feeling composed.
Oh yes,
Vans. They're feeling composed.
Well, I crossed her in the halls before they went onto the stage. Just a little dab, going, I got this. Don't worry about it. So this is one of those moments that we're staying cool for Jazzikins. A force buy, though, coming out from Shopify Rebellion into this round because of this plant. And action ensues towards Arcade. First contact comes in. No real wins coming out. A Shopify Rebellion will reassess and look to take the ropes here to work back on the split in the A site, potentially.
Good hold for C9 White. That's going to be huge for them to maintain that Arcade control. Shopify could have had a lot to work with if they were able to push back those defenders, but all 5 members, they're gonna, that Prowler just barely catching the tip. That's good information for C9.
But that's a nice flash by KP. Fully blind is Alexis, and Sonder gets the kill with that stinger. Traded back by Jazzikins, playing towards the corner by the orb, but they have a perfect crossfire between her and Katsumi. Here comes the swing, but it's still gonna be Shopify Rebellion that takes the upper hand with both defenders falling down towards the A-halls. Can Bob now get something done? We actually had Benita that slipped through, so Benita could get the backstab. Waiting to come out towards the smoke. She just wants to win this fight against Mel, and she will do so, trusting her teammates to win that fight against Bob, as KP gets 3 into the round, and the force buy comes into fruition.
The trust is strong, and again, awareness. You love to see it. You love to see being able to checkmate around such as that, right? And again, another, well, you can't really call it a thrifty, because as you said before, Vans, it was a force buy, but
yes.
Cloud9 should have had a little bit of a inkling that this was a possibility, because that first contact at Arcade definitely happened. So unfortunate for C9, but Shopify, another answer back to be able to claw their way back into this one. Sheriff's on the board. Jazzy, I mean, she's 1 off of her ult. She's got 2 teammates behind her. That knife revealed that there's no one in that area. Orb will be collected.
Meanwhile, another 2 players are pushing out towards Dish, so if we break that trip, might be a call for Shopify to just push it out quickly, but you see 3 of them moving down towards the underpass.
Jazzy's deciding to stick around in this heaven area. You could be sure that she's going to pop that ultimate if they come, and everyone is very much congregated in this area. These anti-ecos are just so tense at all times.
And the best weapon that we currently have are 2 sheriffs and a headhunter, all working here towards this B site. Katsumi has one, looking here from the generator out towards the B main, as Benita is looking for somebody to make a mistake, somebody to slip. Still plenty of time for Shopify to try to backpedal if they want to, but they're looking for this first contact. To walk in, the gun sticks out, the spray comes in, and that's the call now for Shopify to move in. Bob answers back on the top of default as we are falling back like we called. A third one to come in for Bob. Now with 20 seconds left, KP is like, I have to move in.
Alexis is on the move as well. Oh, she gets taken out. It's all down to Bob.
Oh, almost that headshot to try to swing back onto KP. But you've done the damage here for C9 and Shopify. They get the second on the board.
So close, so close. Another anti-eco. But this time, they're able to survive. An operator coming out for the first time in the second half for Mel. And it looks like she wants to take over this A main control with the breach. This whole corridor, it's so difficult to maintain that line of sight. So we'll see if Mel re-aggresses in with the help of Fade or if they pivot and go for that dish control. But this A main contestation should be interesting. And you can see that breach is in this area as well. I like this push.
A trademark left behind by a Flowerful. It's going to make things difficult for Cloud9 to go for a surprise hit. But you can definitely see the focus now towards this A-Halls. And as it spots somebody, that's the call to move in. Rolling Thunder to come out, but all three, that triple flank is huge.
That Prowler gave so much information, and that was the go button. Shopify trying to respond and retake this A main quarter. At least they'll be able to get the spike down. This is so funky, though. Look at this. All 5 members just grouped up. I mean, we've swapped sides completely here.
And we're playing so passively. Benita has the orbital strike to work with. She does have a molly as well. We'll see if she has a lineup too. But that KO ult from Bob is huge. That means no orbital strike to come in. And Sonder is going to have to be the one that's going to have to go to work. But unfortunately, it gets denied. As C9 are just flooding through towards this A site. Last one on the spray now gives her position away. Diffuse gonna come in. Unfortunately, that's an orbital strike wasted and a gun dropped as well. As C9 puts 10 into the board.
Valiant effort coming out here for Shopify. That round looked almost too easy for C9. I love the set piece coming out, right? As soon as that Prowler got that contact, they broke the trip and they just collapsed right outside of this B main area, overwhelming those 2 members. And the defensive aggression catching off Shopify here.
Yeah. Alexa's position as this fade towards the door is super important, I find, Christine. There's a one time where she died first and finally Shopify Rebellion took that A-Halls control. But if not, it's key to let C9 react on what they want to do here.
Ooh, what a shot coming out for Jazzy. 3 members once again. Hunting party trying to take this fight onto Arcade.
Oh, we do want to fight indeed. Counter flash out from KP.
Huge stun.
Advantage still coming out for Cloud9. 2 left alive for Shopify. Make that only 1. Nice little swing, but Katsumi picks up the kill. Flowerful. I'm not going to discount her. She does have the Marshall and Headhunter. She's moving down to inch back towards the spike.
These are 1-taps for her. Whether with the Headhunter or the Marshall, very low, but Jazzykin, so good for that shot. And you saw, right, the layers coming out for C9. 3 members retaking that arcade. They always had that sort of insurance plan in their back pocket. Mel had that arcade control, or rather the dish control, and that collapse, again, on the defense for C9. They're being so proactive, not allowing Shopify to do anything, really, set up anything for those executes, constantly disrupting. And Shopify, they're talking about that right now. I mean, it seems like the reads coming out for Cloud9 while they were on the attack have certainly paid off. We'll see what kind of reads Shopify are being able to do here. Rob, I'm sure, is giving over a lot of that sort of intel.
Yeah, I definitely do think right now for Shopify Rebellion, they have to try to figure out how they can push Alexis away from that position towards Sands so they could actually take that A-side control. That said, though, this is the second timeout coming out from Shopify Rebellion. None have been used for Cloud9 White. I'd like to know in their comms, is there that confidence that's going in to be like, we got this?
Oh yeah, they don't want to give away a free timeout over to Shopify. They're feeling absolutely in control. And that is a really good point, making Alexis feel a little bit more uncomfortable. And that is the advantage of having the breach in your composition, right? In tandem with the Raze, being able to boombot one angle, fault line the other, paint shell the opper angle in the back line. So we'll see. Shopify, it doesn't seem like they want to take care of that A main quite yet. 5 members, very much congregated, and another broken buy.
Yeah. Try to see if we want to work onto this orb at tree for Sonder to just explode into the site. I feel this is one of those rounds where you don't want to play for overtime if you're Shopify Rebellion, then you want to push quickly, try to leverage that showstopper and get that res in if you could actually keep Lori alive too.
Slow start. Oh, just dry peeking, trying to hopefully find those 1 sheriffs. Bob playing disciplined. As I say that, she tests her luck. A little bit of splash damage, and oh my, she's going for more info here.
What an aggressive play. Such confidence.
And this
is
so much information. You can see on the minimap already.
Exactly.
The movements are happening.
Bob's going to call that all. And that showstopper, we talked about that picked up here by Sonder is going to be important. They try to use this, get into the site, they will do so. Door is now open, showstopper is up, really able to slow her down, and that's going to waste things a lot. It's going to have to be a random shot, hoping that it connects.
Oh boy!
And it goes behind Jaskin, unfortunately. More to fall, Benita. At least silver lining for 1 kill, but a spike is out in the open towards Sands. With 4 players, everybody backstabbing, and finally Bob, that full push out from tree, getting the last 2 kills, and that's Cloud9 right now at map point.
And I like the move coming out for Sonder, right?
Yeah.
As long as that rocket is in the air and the defenders don't hear that rocket get out of her ultimate, then that makes them turtle, right? That makes them hide, and it allows the space making from her teammates. But unfortunately, Jazzykins is just an absolute hero, and you love to see it when your duelist has that much confidence. They have a get out of jail free card. The movement coming out for Jazzy, and she says, "No, I got this. I'll tank it, guys. I will tank the rocket."
There.
With confidence for that kill, Shopify Rebellion again. Thankfully, they have this res to work with for this round. Try to activate just a heavy hit. Really able to slow things down out for C9. And Sonder is now in first point of contact, being sprayed through the smoke down to low HP.
Yeah, and Cloud9, they're A-okay with playing this retake, allowing Shopify to play into the sites here. There are no flanks working here for Cloud9, but Lexus has that Fade ultimate ready and 2 Prowlers.
Propping it up. C's also was thrown towards that B main. We just reposition ourselves to just run out from the canteen off that ult. And here's that call. Wall up from Jazzykins 2, and it's across straight into the site. Players now pushing back from Shopify Rebellion on the top of heaven. As here comes the first contact. It's 3 players, make that 2 players rather from Shopify Rebellion, holding it down against 3 of Cloud9. Things are looking good for Shopify Rebellion to save that round, to fight another day.
And this time in the post, Benita has help in the heaven area. It's not just the Brimmy with the stimmy up there. Has power in numbers, and they're able to actually convert. Cloud9, though, they weren't even in the site. They played and decided that they would be okay with playing that retake.
Yeah.
But I don't think they do that again, right? I mean, they've had so much arcade information. This KO allows you in the beginning of the rounds, when that barrier goes down, you throw the knife, it's clear. Let's maintain that map control. So those proactive moves for Cloud9, we'll see what Shopify's answer is this time.
And that's Mel with the tour de force. Smaller changes, big changes rather happened to the dish most recently on this map. Allows for her to focus only into one hallway. Forces out the ult already. The res onto Sonder. But the jig is up. We know that Shopify are trying to take control of Dish, trying to hit the A site quickly. As now we've cut the noise while Benita has picked up the orbital strike.
Reaggressing. Flowerful seems so ready for it, and she is. 2 beautiful shots to respond. Bob all alone, but a third is unexpected here. Bob might just have a hat trick.
Flowerful's clearing it.
Oh, the wide swing.
Brimmy with the stimmy. Gotta love that one. And we're just farming orbs. We're trying to make sure that KP could have the Rolling Thunder into the post line, if not the next round. Alexis now the next one that's going to try to come into contact, but she's blocked off by the Sage Wall placed up by Lori. Satchel on the top, trying to fight that against Alexis. As now we're playing it more safely. We're playing those numbers in favor of Shopify Rebellion. And for C9, it doesn't look like we want to try to save here.
Yeah, I think they just want to do a lot of damage, right? 2 versus 5, it's going to be really tough. But hey, we know Shopify has been on scraps so far. So for Cloud9, they want to get as many kills and make this as expensive as possible.
Here comes the first Prowler. But the Crossfire is still so good, and that wall is so annoying to deal with. Just one piece of utility is what's going to help, really, for Shopify Rebellion to win that round. At least Mel is able to tap one with that tour de force.
Unfortunate for Shopify as well. They can't risk just running it down and chasing to punish.
Correct.
They've got to worry about their own money as well. And another solid start after such a quick opening for Mel as well. And you know, you love to see it when your chambers are that confident and they're able to find that small split-second window where that boombot is hitting the corner and you just quickly TP away.
Yeah.
Absolutely capitalizing on the strengths of chamber. But Shopify, they've responded well these last 2 rounds.
Indeed they did. They have so many ultimates to work with now. The best thing you want is to start cycling these into future rounds to make sure you can narrow that gap, narrow that lead that Cloud9 currently has.
Yeah, and this is that A main control you were talking about, Vans. Shopify decide they just want to go in and party though.
Want to fight back as much as we can. Big flash, Alexis now by herself trying to hold the A site at least into the A halls, but that push is now putting Shopify Rebellion back into rotating to B.
Yeah, they're reacting so fast here. It's just down to Bob. But she's got full HP and she's got full clip in her ammo. And Bob, I mean, these are the moments she lives for.
And just making sure she's wary of no pushes coming out from Arcade, from Underpass, waiting for her teammates to rotate across as well. Cosmic Divide is available, but we won't know here if C9 White want to invest into that, depending on if Alexis can pop off again. Spotted by Lori with the jump peek into heaven. The ADS, double shots, so that's the audio cue that there's 2 players towards Canteen. Shopify Rebellion setting up for that. Playing Pulse Plant, Orbital Strike on top of that too, but they won't need it. Katsumi alone, shot by Firefall, and that's 9 on the board with none of those ultimates that we mentioned still saved into the next.
And that is so huge for Shopify. The fact that they're able to just win out that aiming control without investing those ultimates, and it was just power in numbers, right? You saw Sonder just full on swinging, opening that door, and they finally take care of Alexis and that aiming corridor. And that sort of conditioning, I mean, slowly but surely, it starts to creep up in your mind. Do we need to make adjustments? What do we do here? The crowd is just loving it as well.
Full house here for this matchup. And this might be finally a timeout forced out here from C9.
Job well done if you're Shopify. Job well done. Now you're able to have a little bit of breathing room, right? I mean, there's a possibility now for sure. And Shopify, they've absolutely been in these positions constantly. Pretty much since they started this whole LAN thing last week. They've been clawing their way back. And hey, that experience, it's absolutely set them up for this exact moment here.
It's going to be interesting because now Bob also has the null command ready, and Bob has been really good at disabling all that utility that Shopify Rebellion has been bringing on to the plate when they were playing that defender half. That said, will it be a Q right now, since we know that Benita and just Shopify Rebellion in general are so good at lurking, so good at getting backstab kills? Will the goal right now is to try to eliminate Bob with this utility, with this ultimate, so that they could keep their own on the pulse plant?
Mind games. Mind games.
Gotta love
so
those.
many, especially after a timeout too. You think, oh, they're going to expect something aggressive, or they're going to expect us to expect the aggression, so we'll play passive. So definitely back and forth thinking here. Cloud9 and Shopify so familiar with each other. That was the last time out pretty much in this one.
Yeah, one left here for C9 before this round off the timeout. Audio cue to have this boombot, but it misses, unfortunately, to get deep info into Dish.
I wouldn't be surprised if KP uses her ult for spawn and we see some funky business just rushing straight into Sands or into spawn instead of the site. All 5 members very much grouped. As soon as they break the trip, expect a hit.
Yeah, especially with that smoke onto Sands, and there's that call, but without the Rolling Thunder, we already have Sonder in spawn. Mel trying to hold her ground into the site,
There
but unfortunately, KP turns around.
Jeez.
2 to fall. Only 1 left inside the A site, but you could already see nobody's really rotating across from C9. So Alexis left on an island. He's going to have to try to swim back to shore.
Such a good response coming out. KP still has that Rolling Thunder in her back pocket if things get dicey. Bonita as well playing this post. And right now, Cloud9, they just have to contain. Even if they make it into the site and tap it, it's impossible. They're going to try to do as much damage as they can. But what a round coming out here for Shopify.
What
Jeez.
mechanical skill from Sonder. Satchel on the wall for that kill. That's pretty sick.
That is pretty sick. I love this call. You know, we've been talking about this A main contestation the whole half. We've been talking about the conditioning and Alexis being so dominant. This time, Shopify say, you know what? Let's all 5 of us just go dish, screw A main altogether, control that spawn so that when the rotators come in, we'll have an easier time in that post. Beautiful read for Shopify, and what a call coming out here for KP.
Surprising enough that C9 decided to go for that damage, that econ damage against Shopify now into this round, forcing up with 2 Vandals and a Spectre to try to salvage the round, maybe win the first map here rather. And that's Bomb, who's been really good at this position before.
She has. She's got one of the hero Vandals in her back pocket. And we know she'll absolutely peek out and take these fights. That paint shell and the fault line is so huge.
So much utility was done there. Fault line on top of that. Bob couldn't get a reposition, couldn't play a hidden spot. And if it wasn't the pain shells that was going to get her, it was most likely going to be that showstopper. And I keep harping it, but we have that Rolling Thunder in the orbital strike, and these are going to be perfect for the future rounds, unless C9 could actually do something on this retake.
Yeah, exactly. They've got to speed it up. They've got to try to attempt to burn those out in this round, in this quasi-buy, before the last round of the first half of regulation here.
And that's Jazikins moving forward with that Vandal to tap onto the spike, but unfortunately it's not paying off. Alexis falls in the end from KP, and we're 1 round away for Shopify Rebellion to bring this into overtime.
Round by round by round, it's actually happening, and it's on LAN. Of course it's on LAN for Shopify to just make a statement and say, no, we're not just number 2. We're tired of you talking smack about us, Cloud9. We're gonna bring it to you on LAN. These 2 ultimates that we keep talking about, this is the last round.
Oh, yeah.
And it's gotta be, it's burning a hole in Bonita and KP's pocket right now.
It's prepped up for at least some early pressure into the A halls from both C9 and Shopify. That's a huge 0 point being thrown by Bomb from B into the A main, spotting quite a few.
Jazikins, you saw, going in a bit of a more forward position. They realize that the breach is in this part of the map, and it seems like KP wants to readjust, maybe just getting that fault line ready for Sonder. But Cloud9, they don't want to deal with it. They don't want to give up this A main corridor anymore.
Saw it earlier on, if the knife actually didn't spawn anybody, Jazikin was getting ready to move forward. But another smoke comes out. A Nebula from Katsumi to run that clock down even more, but now we're committed. We're gonna go for this, a Rolling Thunder, a Nightfall to answer back. That's gonna ping a few once again. As we're committing in now. Jazikin swings back out and they both fall, unfortunately, both her and Katsumi. Alexis, she's been on fire before. She's waiting on the staircase. There's that first peek. But these are looking good for Shopify Rebellion on this pulse plan.
Yeah, just Mel and Bob left wondering and calculating how they're going to get this started. I mean, they've got to get some incredible shots here. There's even a wall blocking off Bob, a slow orb on top of that. And look at Shopify. They're not going to give them any picks.
Doesn't look like it's going to be anything good at all. Okay, nice little flash at least. First headshot, but it's traded off. Mel stuck with an operator. Picked off by Sonder. And they fight back for Shopify Rebellion. And we do go to overtime.
And the power of the IGLs, man. KP, Rob, whoever called that round to rush spawn. From there, I mean, it started off every round, something coming out from Shopify that just completely threw off Cloud9 White. These last 6 rounds have been spectacular.
Yeah, they've been different almost every single time. Meanwhile, for Cloud9 White's been just conditioning towards B, try to pull that rotate, but they're good for trades, they're good for firepower. So I'm loving the different approaches that we currently have on Fracture here, Christine.
Yeah, definitely so. The mind games, man. The mind games coming through for both squads. just so familiar with each other. And we're seeing even a quick change coming out. You saw 5 members again grouped up in the south side with 1 second left on the clock. They just shift focus. And they're all going towards this arcade this time. We've seen this 4-1 coming out for Cloud9 in regulation, but this time it's been swapped. Mel is the only lurker, and I like this little adjustment coming out here for Cloud9.
We're playing deep inside the site for Sonder. It's going to be a dangerous position. She's
Oh,
got to
this
get her
timing.
one. Great wall, at least. That's not going to allow the lurk to happen. Lori also just got sprayed by a couple of shots that whiffed and ricochets off the walls, but Sonder, as I mentioned before, has to be an anchor on the top of heaven here, but gets stopped right away. After shot to come out to delay a bit, as Benina and Laura are fighting back towards this B site. We actually weren't able to commit into the site for C9 White, stuck towards arcade.
Trades going back and forth. It's down to a 3v3 though. Benita tries to re-clear Katsumi, so steady for it. And look at this control.
Yeah.
3 members though, all towards this canteen. Cloud9 are being so patient. Spike on Alexis's back.
Teleport's ready.
Katsumi is holding a tight angle to get the kill. No stars to work with for them to cross back into this B site. So the Haunt is going to try to get the information. And that's contact at least on 1 on Canteen. But they don't know where KP's at. Deep flash. Nice utility from Bob. But KP still gets the kill. Headshot onto Katsumi. It's a 2 versus 2, but at least we've made it in the site. Tap onto the Spike. Trying to bait them out. Doesn't work out, so we're committing now to a plant. But the rotate comes back from Shopify. Both of them goes for a trade. KP low HP, only at 5. Bob gets the kill, and C9 are back in the lead.
Bob definitely thought that she finished her up,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
You've got a Vandal in your hands, you see that gush, and you're thinking, okay, that was a nice shot. But unfortunately, it clips the wall. Either way, though, Bob, C9, they slow it down. It was a 2 versus 3, and leaning onto those strengths, and that's what we love about Cloud9. In those dicey, high-pressured moments, they're able to recollect themselves and secure it. And here's a shot for Bob to just clean it out for themselves at the end. That was a good hit coming out here for Shopify.
And so good from Bob that realizing that she got the dink, no kills, uses a knife to make sure that KP doesn't have any utility on that 1v1, and you just go to the fundamentals, and she takes the upper hand. Now it's switched sides where we've seen a lot of success from Shopify Rebellion as they're looking for a similar hit.
Oh! Uncharacteristic miss from Mel. She does get away with her life, though. And look at this response. Cloud9, as soon as Mel gets contact, they're pushing.
No smokes available anymore. Jazzikins with the kill, and now C9 playing the numbers, not looking for a flank, looking to hold their positions on both sites.
The crowd is loving it, hyping up Cloud9 White here, and they've got the one-man advantage. Lori is 3 away from the res. Maybe there's a possibility. There's so many orbs around this map, but with the time ticking away and the 3 members of Shopify staying together, that's just not a possibility at this point.
And because of those kills, you see how they're hesitating for Shopify. Are they flanking from behind? What are they doing? And this is just playing the clock to perfection for Cloud9.
Yes, exactly. Just allow that paranoia to start creeping in. Demand and force an unforced error. KP, the fault line's going to go off. Saunders got to capitalize.
Commit it now. We now have to hold this with confidence for C9, and we do so. Katsumi and Alexis all inside. Mel, close range shot. Oh, a flawless hold for the 3 players inside the B site. C9 win the first map in overtime, 14-12.
And it's Katsumi to just close it out there in the end. And I'm glad to see that even though it was so close, neck and neck, I gotta say, from the second half all the way to the OT, it is Cloud9 to secure the last round as cleanly as they did.
Yeah, and definitely overall, when you're looking at the play style from both of these teams, we definitely came in with a lot of preparation to get ready for this powerhouse matchup between 2 North American teams. Surprising enough, this isn't a grand finals. This isn't a lower finals. It's not in anymore. We're playing an elimination game in the lower semis.
Hey, it's a grand final in my heart, man. You know, both NA teams, we've been here before. Jazzy can shout out to this one on that Neon. So many opening kills. She was everywhere, just completely capitalizing on that Neon kit. And that amount of pressure, it's good to see that she's maintaining that on land.
One thing that we do like, though, silver lining for Shopify Rebellion is the Sonder, the Flowerful, who's had an impressive tournament so far here in the Game Changers VALORANT Championships. And it was a slow start, at least for Sonder, but I think this could definitely carry over on this heat streak that she's been having on that second half into the second map.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I mean, look, Haven has been kind of the crux for Shopify, especially when against C9. But the calling, the teamwork coming out for Shopify, we've been seeing it getting better and better, and it seems to be elevated. And with that sort of structure, that's where you start to see your duelists really shine a lot with the help of your initiators. KP, so many assists in this one, triple doubles across the board. So, Sonder, it's your chance.
Yeah,
Haven.
a chance there, but we have a lot of firepower from both of these teams. An exciting series in our hands right now. And speaking of our hands, let's give ourselves a little bit of energy here. We're going to go to our break. When we come back, map 2 coming up on Haven.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, everyone. It's Cloud9 White tie it up, or rather, knot it up. I don't know. Anyway, words are hard. They close it out. That's what I was trying to say in overtime. Trust me, I'm very good at my job. They win 16-14. But a little update to our over-under game. Sonder was at 19 kills in map 1, under 20.
I've been griefed.
You've been griefed.
Yeah.
Yeah. I knew that it was going to be a hard one. Watch out, because we even went into overtime. So I'm actually surprised that she didn't make it into 20.
I'd be double griefed then. If we had overtime, still didn't get it to
Ultra griefed. I'm talking about Zangief. Anywho, look, here's the dealio, okay? It starts off, and we look at the compositions, obviously 2 different philosophies, Hypoc, to how these teams approached it, and you definitely saw that story play out through the entire game.
You did, and some of the things we were talking about on the defense for Shopify, right, is it feels a little uneasy with the Brimstone, trying to make or find value from both Sage and Breach, right? The commitment of the smokes feels very uneasy, where we know C9 excel actually is in the mid round, right? Creating this kind of setup in the early round, capitalizing on that. Shopify didn't have those options, and the reason they didn't was down to the way that they played. Second half, actually, the same thing continued, right? For the first 4 or 5 rounds, maybe. Then when we started seeing them build a little bit of momentum, actually get back to a comfort zone, you could maybe attribute that to, you know, the familiarity between these 2 rosters. Then Shopify started leaning on that commitment, right? We started having this more traditional set pieces towards sides.
What I loved about the second half is that we had so many occasions where we expect Cloud9 to be extra aggressive, to just go on the hunt for those first kills. But I'm actually surprised of how Shopify adapted onto that, being like, okay, we know that you're going to put aggression on the map. We're just gonna stack. We're gonna wait for you. In so many occasions, we actually saw Flower for getting those hits. Alexis, I think, was brilliant throughout that entire first half. To me, she was the #1 on Cloud9.
Absolutely, yeah. Just to touch back on the points as well, the differences in the play style. You can see immediately in the second half, C9 were taking space. They were sending out, again, with this composition, they have fact finders, right? They have the ability to garner information in the early round and make decisions based on that. For Shopify, it all kind of felt a little, let's roll the dice, let's see if we can get an engagement. The other thing being, a couple of times where they were trying to achieve that, we saw Benita get picked off ahead of some of these set pieces, and that's just such a concern. Whether it be the ultimates available or just being the solo controller here, that makes things so difficult to recover from.
Yeah, we're talking about Benita. I think she had 5 first deaths, which means that you're going to condemn your team to play without those very valuable smokes in 5 occasions, just to see, just right off the bat. And also we talk about the set pieces trying to take her down, and maybe in some occasions making some mistakes. So moving on, moving forward, still, it was very, very close. They managed to take it to overtime. I think that it was a great adjustment coming in from Shopify and literally just hitting them right in the teeth, being like, you want to be aggressive? Okay, there's going to be 5 people waiting for you to be aggressive. The moment that you throw a little bit of utility, we steamy and we run onto you.
Well, there was a moment where it got a little quiet out there, honestly. We obviously we're watching that first half where C9 are all fired up. Alexis is picking up aces. Mel's just tapping heads, hitting no scopes when she's full stun from a breach ult. Don't know how, but after that, I mean, things really did quiet down now. Whether or not that's maybe some elements of pressure getting to Cloud9, the inability to really close that out, I guess, convincingly in regulation, could attribute to that.
Yeah, I mean, they were making a lot of noise, right? One player that was making a lot of noise was actually a Verizon high-speed moment, excuse me. It's actually going to go to Alexis because she was making a lot of noise out there. But she was fragging out Kukuka. Jeez. I mean, look at that play. I thought that it was all knotted up, and as soon as that play happened, she just turned around and let them know what's really good.
Yeah, it's just unlucky because it's the movement. They tried to both swing at the same time. They actually line
with the
up.
stimmy as well.
With the stimmy, because you're just running and you lose when to stop. And the moment that she corrects and just go onto the right one, just look at the reaction from the team. You're like, girl.
That I think goes to show, though, how that attitude that they have about them, right? That presence on the stage, you could tell it was getting to Shopify Rebellion. And then as the rounds continued on and C9 started to lose that lead, we were at 12-6, and then little by little they were chipping away. Cloud9 got quieter.
12-6. That's the crazy thing, right? And to look at the way in which Shopify were losing rounds in the first half, and even coming into the second, that's why it made it feel so unlikely, right? As soon as C9 established that kind of solid footing in the early round, built up a little bit of momentum behind players like Bob, Alexis, Mel, all kind of individually winning out rounds, you've really got to give credit to Shopify to even not just make this interesting, but drag it all the way through regulation.
Yeah, well, as we continue the conversation, let's actually take a look at Sander in our AIM Lab shoot-around here and continue this combo, because Sander is definitely going to be one of those players that you're going to be turning to in this pivotal map too.
Yeah, exactly. We're talking about Haven. We'll dive into it right in a moment. Love to see this. Very clean kills, but still, I'm sorry, Hypok, not 20. Actually, and also going back into those 6-12 and how Shopify managed to turn it around. Many mistakes coming from the comfort that we also touched on during the halftime coming from C9. I feel like in so many occasions during this tournament, we've seen teams facing off 2v5s, 3v5s, where you literally do not have a chance, when you know that your economy is going to be compromised and the damage that you're going to deal to the other team is not significant. You're not even close to, getting an ultimate. You're safe. You need the guns for the next one, and you compromise the entire plan for your possible next win.
Yeah, it's that risk-reward kind of trade-off there. A couple of times, call it overheating, call it, just being in the groove in some elements, but
true.
That's definitely something you want to see kept in check throughout the day.
All right, well, let's look ahead here as we go to map 2. It is going to be Cloud9's pick of Haven. And, for Shopify Rebellion, this is it. Your tournament life is on the line. You proved that you can take it to C9 White round after round, even when it looked like it was doom and gloom, Kukuka.
Yeah.
They have what it takes here, and perhaps, maybe, Cloud9 White could be getting a bit overzealous if they're not careful.
It's always on Cloud9's hands when you talk about the future of Shopify staying into the composition. Especially yesterday, we saw a change, you know, into how Shopify, they wanted to face this Haven. They said goodbye to the Sage, bring in another couple of flashes, in my opinion, benefiting the composition so much. I do think that there's many things that you can do with Sage, but I do not feel like EP was comfortable into that role, and I feel like the combo potential, I love Breach, I love Sky, I think that they make the perfect duo on Haven.
And again, this is just, I guess, further commitment around Sonder, right? Enabling Sonder to really deliver on that role. It definitely looked better, but concern being, we mentioned this earlier in the pre-show, X10 kind of really stretched that out. So whether or not Shopify have brought anything new to the table today, we'll have to wait and see.
All right, Prime Gaming Agent Select. Let's see what we end up getting here. Are we going to get that Sky Breach combo that worked really well, Kukuka, as you mentioned, in tandem?
Yeah.
And I don't really foresee any massive changes for C9 White.
No, completely not. Of course, you know, having the Sky and the Fade, having that spotting potential, I think it's going to be a lot down to, okay.
That actually is a change.
Okay.
Never mind.
Did she like it too much on the previous map? Is this something that they, I mean, if you look at the veto, if you look at the history between these two teams, if you look at a Shopify that has struggled in this map over and over and over with against C9 White, not even taking it to double digits, you want to bring something new, so maybe it's the Neon.
Is this going to be enough, Hypoc?
I mean, it
Let's
could
hope
be,
so.
right? Yeah, so I'm hoping so. If this is the kind of the final adjustment to this composition, I'm ready to see it in action.
All right, well, let's send it over to Vancillion Vancillion
I'm
Potter.
here.
You're right here. Sorry about that, buddy. It's Potter for map 2, guys. Take it away.
Hypoc's just on your mind. I get it, GB. He's doing a great job. I mean,
I can cosplay Hypod.
yeah, let's go. Do it.
I can.
All right, but Haven is up right now. It is elimination match right now for Shopify Rebellion. A very tough one, but as they've mentioned on the desk, or Kuka mentioned as well here, Christine, that they have what it takes to bring it into C9. But this is also Cloud9's playground. They've been so good on Haven for so long through their Game Changers career.
Yeah, absolutely. It does seem like Shopify are going into Cloud9's house here. I do like the adjustment. Sonder, Neon, it goes hand in hand with the Breach, right? So many stuns across the board, and you can absolutely expect Sonder to be capitalizing off that and getting ground. There's so much good pathing that Sonder takes on these entries, and with the extra added speed and that wall, we should see a different Haven potentially for Shopify. But it's as you said, Vance, this has been Cloud9's just comfort home ground.
Yeah, and this is what's going to be fun too for Shopify Rebellion. Switching out to this Neon is also an agent that they're starting on the attack. I know you've mentioned in our past broadcasts as well that Neon's very good on defense, but to kick things off, our Saunders starting to find the groove, find the rhythm, and carry this over to the attack where she can try to create that space instead of trying to find where the opponents are by pushing on defense and guessing. That's where it can help a bit.
Well, let's get this straight. Neon absolutely shines on the attack. She's just as good on the defense, but attack is exactly where she thrives. So we're looking at Sonder. She's got the Frenzy in hand, which I'm a fan of course. Love the Frenzy coming out to boot. And the C-split, Vans. This is looking like a garage control. You can see the spike on KP's back here, and that fault line in this garage, this small corridor, it's so strong, along with Neon's stuns.
There goes the Suns in the flash, the slide through to spot one on the top. Beautiful utility to support her as well. Fully blind was Jazikins, and now Katsumi's in the back. Another flash comes out, Aftershock, full util from Kipi, fully used as they open up the C site for Shopify Rebellion. 2 more to go now for Cloud9, but we're so far ahead.
And that was such a huge kill to find Flowerful to make this retake somewhat possible. 0 utility left on Alexis. Asmel is just creeping in. This is a lot of ground. At this point, should realize that this is a long C setup. The reflank coming through from spawn is so huge for Sonder.
And there's the first tap of the Headhunter, the slide across, and Sonder picking up the last 2 kills, 3 into the round. I was going to get scared at some point because, yes, you've mentioned a Frenzy, but not seeing her with a raid boss, nobody buying her that Frenzy so she could go with armor is a tough one, but going with the relay bolt instead seemed that it was the key utility as well to open up the C site.
Yeah, exactly. It's the speed of just capitalizing immediately off of that fault line. It's just so huge for Shopify, and being that decisive and being able to swarm, again, it just catches off guard, right? Because you saw Bob have an opening, have an opportunity. She had that response in that back C site, but as soon as she falls, none of the other members of Cloud9 can kind of flood into that site, right? So huge openings. And 3 members, they want to go sniffing down here.
Pushing down towards mid to start things off. Our C9 on his full save. Paint shells bouncing across the corner.
Oh, no.
Oh, my. What nice utility from C9. The fault line as well as everything else dropping 3. Spike, though, still up in hand of Shopify as we overtake the C site and pushing towards spawn after the tap.
Quick adjustment for KP. Oh, my God. 3 members on the other side of things.
You have to walk it.
They made it, though. They made it past that corner.
But as they start running, you still had 1 player. Bob was right there. By Gong, we'll hear the footsteps. We'll call the rotate. Swings out, dinked. 10 HP left.
But her surviving and not actually going down is so huge for this retake. She's got the full kit. She's even got the haunt.
Look at all the weapons that were picked up by C9. 2 Bulldogs, a Spectre. This was a full save for Cloud9. And the pulse plant in a really decent position for the last 2 players of Shopify.
Cloud9, they've got to speed it up. They're so paranoid about the fact that somebody is in the spawn area. But as you can see, Shopify, they've completely given up the site, and as they should. Benita's got such a good kit for this post.
Now, fault line, Benita still has the gravity well, and KP runs through the smoke for the 2nd kill, so we have to go for the duels. Another tap coming in as Benita now swings out. Beautiful plays by the last 2 players of Shopify Rebellion as they salvage and save the round.
Huge recovery. Oh, man, that would have just been so crushing coming into the 2nd right after winning the pistol. So being able to convert that one is, I mean, it's literally quite everything for Shopify. That momentum, I don't know how they would have been able to stop that one. But once again, in a 2v4, just that slight adjustment, taking over that back site, realizing those communications coming through that there's so many numbers on that flank. So good heads-up play coming out here for Shopify to regain that ground. And this is not a bonus. This is quite a heavy purchase here for Shopify.
That's right, because they're going back with Bulldogs against the gun round from C9. Nice flash to push Mel away from her position. Now the Trailblazer out on the attack for Lori. Mel still gets first contact. Is not afraid of falling back after that kill to play the numbers on this retake for C9. Plant comes down, but this flank is late.
It's very late. KP is going to be able to buy a lot of time down in this hell area. Even got the ultimate online along with the drill. So blind. They want to take over the spawn. No one to follow, though.
That's right. Rolling Thunder just to delay. Mel losing the fight from the heavens down towards long A. Finally, nice little shot by Benita with the Bulldog. Popping one away. And only 2 players remain for C9. Make that only 1. Katsumi low on HP. Jump spotted by Lori. We're just going to pop up for the swing. And that is a round converted by Shopify Rebellion, but still losing 3 players in the process. At least KP is able to upgrade that Bulldog into a Vandal.
And that late flank that you mentioned towards the end of that post, right before that spike went down, usually Cloud9 White, they're good for it, right? Because they're able to control the pace and do everything on their own terms. But man, Shopify are being so decisive right now. The disruptions on that retake, KP just burning her ult, buying time, creating havoc in that site was so key to just secure this post plant in the 4th.
For this round, you see an upgraded Spectre for Katsumi. Pushing down towards long C is going to be Mel, so they're trying to press forward.
Doing it again.
Benita waiting.
Oh, what a shot for Mel. She's got to expect more, surely.
So far from the TP, but it's a crossfire setup. Beautiful flash to try to answer back. This should drop the last 2 unless Mel can go to work with the right-click classic, but not going to come into fruition for any other kills, and that's that Spectre drop. Last 3 players are with shares for C9, and we force out the Seekers at least for Shopify.
Yeah, feeling the pressure is Shopify. These Seekers should allow them to get into the site here and get the spike down. Bob applying a lot of pressure.
Teleport's ready.
It's hard for the attackers to get back into long C. Now they finally do so. Jaskin's trying to push forward. Almost lands that shot, but the fault line to counter back. Aftershock then trying to line up KP. It will work as she falls. Here comes the first tap attempt. Both of them, all three of them off the spike to try to get the kills, but that's long range distance from heavy firing shooting from Lori and Flowerful. Not easy to do for C9.
Definitely not easy. Cloud9 have been finding these opening picks round after round, but Shopify, they're just responding in turn. The quick reactions to group up and hit the other site whenever it's clear. It's definitely paying dividends. Again, decisive. They're close. The openings have just been completely in Cloud9's favor, but decisive decisions coming through here for Shopify. Healthy purchase. Only the Astra ultimate online, and you know what? I like an Astra ult on the attack side of things. It really cuts off half the map, especially when you've got that B site in the front. Mel's looking for an opening.
Dropping now,
So
flash.
blind.
That cosmic divide that you just have mentioned here, Christine. It's used to try to hit towards this A side, but Mel once again at dice goes in for the swing. A kill onto Sonder. Mel getting some support, going to work at C9, but Bonita tries to answer back, doesn't work out. C9 wins the round with a great hold by Mel.
What the, oh my god, there's so much just happened in this round. The backup, it's like the Avengers just arrived to just follow through with Mel, allow her to keep popping off those shots. It's not how many you miss, it's how many you land, and Mel was good for the 2.
Mel definitely went with the whisper in the comms.
There was just so much utility back here, and Bonita, her bullets just deceiving her there. I thought she was gonna get that third. Things would have been so spicy if it came down to a 1v1 there.
Assemble.
Man. All right, Mel, no armor on her back. A nice combo to just keep this grass control for C9.
No damage done. Shopify could slowly run back here towards grass control as we hear the crunching of the grass moving in for C9.
And Mel's got a lot of information, maintaining that long A line of sight, realizes that there's just no A main contention. It's fortifying this 4-1 defense setup that Cloud9 have right now. A lot of focus in this garage area.
Go get him.
Cloud9 are doing a good job keeping Shopify at bay right now, though. Both teams just A-okay with kind of trading this util. Oh, Cloud9. They really want to keep them at bay.
Oh yeah, even a Prowler to come out too, so getting info, but unfortunately Bob, she thought that she was going to get a lot here towards this right side as she committed. Sonder made it through towards A-Link, back towards the B side, and gets the headshot onto Jazikin. Then the off shot misses, beautiful relay bolt as she's trying to charge down and go against her opponent. Back into the site, trying to find Mel. As there's 27 seconds left, we're rotating back towards the C site for the plant.
Yeah, it's just all a ruse. I mean, Saunders doing so much work in this A site. Take a look at the minimap, though. The spike is on the other side. And Saunders brought entirety of Cloud9 to her.
Okay, we'll have time. Inside the site goes KP. And we'll get the plant, and that also activates the Rolling Thunder.
Look at Bonita's spot. Oh, no. The flicker round coming through for Mel here.
You asked me to look, I saw it. It was a kill from Mel onto Bonita. So the off position into spawn didn't pay off. Katsumi going for the information play from the shadows. Mel so low on HP. Rolling Thunder coming out from KP as she's pushing on her own. Aftershock only has the frenzy. All of that utility coming out. Oh my god, it's huge for KP. Answered back by Mel. Still with this 2 HP. It's a 2 versus 2. We're going for it. We're committing. Headshot from Flowerful. Nice shot from Mel. And that might be that final kill that's gonna seal the deal at least for Shopify Rebellion. Mel's gonna come back and save the weapon. But
she wants to go for a checkmate. Flowerful just wants to finish this off, not allow Mel to save. Oh, but Mel, the sound cue just comes up right in the nick of time. Oh man, Shopify, what a round. The amount of pressure that they applied into this one. Sonder just doing so much work across the map. And that front B, it was so hectic, right? Bob, I don't know if her ultimate just slipped past Sonder or not, but somehow or another, Sonder was able to slip past, make it into that A-Link area, and then just thrive. Thrive in that chaos.
I was thinking about it. I feel like the Nightfall went towards grass, but it actually didn't really cut into the corner of the right side cubby down that window, where 3 players of Shopify Rebellion actually hit in that corner. So that wide swing that came out, maybe C9 thought there was only 1 player playing towards grass at 1 minute remaining, and then she got caught off guard, and that was when Shopify Rebellion, it's one of those moments again, Christine, where they get one, let's just start holding W, let's overtake, flood the sites, and it pays out in their favor.
So explosive, and it's exactly what you need if you're Shopify. This is going to be a very interesting round coming out here for Cloud9. They've called a timeout, and it's because they've got 2 operators on their side. Mel, you can be sure that she's going to be investing that Tour de Force. A bit of a quasi-buy, but Bob, this should be interesting. Not very normal to see a fade with that operator, but certainly Cloud9, they need some breathing room.
Yeah.
This has been all Shopify's game, and that, you know, it feels kind of weird saying that out loud, not just because it's Cloud9 versus Shopify, but Shopify have had this kind of brand so far where they have a slower start, especially in the first half.
We also mentioned before this map started that this is Cloud9's playground, thinking that they could take full control of the defender half, but it's getting punished by Shopify Rebellion. And here comes that setup with the double up. So we do have Mel on the top of B with the Tour de Force, while the other operator is looking down towards C, looking for a passive play, a retake on the A site. But we've also positioned Jazzikins right in the corner of Bunny from the initial push.
Yeah, very interesting. They're deciding to just forego and leave this A site completely altogether. I'm expecting some aggression, but Bob, it's going to be tough to retake with this operator. I imagine she's going to just try to save it into the next if this A site happens, and it looks like it will.
And Benita does manage to punish Jazzikins, who's trying to go on that flank. Spike does go down. That's definitely what we're going to try to activate the Tour de Force here that Mel actually picked up. So she'll be first contact, and contact she will. Sonder falls as 2 players are playing towards Hell, and KP's always been good in this spot. Has the aftershock ready.
This blind paranoia in tandem with the haunt should be coming through. Some pings across the map. Shopify have a response though.
Flash then comes out from Lori. That's the first answer, and Lori also lands 2 kills, make that even a 3rd. But Mel's been on point here so far with this up, almost the lineup, but still lands the 3rd shot, but not the 4th. Benita stops her in her tracks finally, but Shopify Rebellion are really taking a comfortable lead in this first half.
Comfortable for sure indeed. If you're Shopify right now, you are happy. Absolutely happy. I mean, the score line is 6-1, but these rounds have been dominant from Shopify. They've absolutely controlled the pace entirely, and the retakes even coming out for C9 have fallen completely flat. Shopify are doing such a good job right now at just disrupting and creating that pressure.
You want to play?
Looks like it's going to be an A main control. Sonder. Oh, she decides not to go in though.
Oh, Firefall just saw her. She's going to ping it.
So much information.
This is so tough. Just because of that, now Jazzikins stuck in there. The Tour de Force is slow field on the ground. A slight mishap from C9, but once again, an early kill. Flood the site. Into B we go for Shopify Rebellion, but we fight back for C9 just for a bit. Ties have turned. We're tied 2-2. Spike is down.
So many trades across the board. Flowerful tried to get that spike down, but this deep smoke blocking off her vision. Bob, what a shot.
Benita has the clutch now. From the shadows, saw. It went from left to right, but Katsumi still with the off angle, playing a little bit further out in the open. Manages to help C9 get the 2nd on the board.
Oh, geez. Shopify, what a beautiful opening to start things off with. But you know, Vans, on my team, we have a rule on Haven. If you get an opening at B, you never end B, right? It's right in the smack in the middle of the site. Those fast rotations coming from the defenders. And you saw exactly it unfolding here, just like this. 2 beautiful openings for Shopify. But that flood-in factor, if you hit this site, the rotations come out in like, what, 0.5 seconds or faster. So Cloud9, beautiful response, and they absolutely needed it.
Especially on the default positions, one towards the garage, maybe playing towards the window more passively. The A-Link usually having a body there. Definitely you see the fast rotates coming through. And that, even if it's the 2nd round here coming in for C9, you see that it's such a broken buy for Shopify.
Some pings coming out across the board for KP, giving the information over to her squad, and her ultimate has just hit 3 members.
Well, Saunders swings back up from the garage ramp. kill with the frenzy.
The flash.
The beautiful flash coming out, allowing at least Bonita to survive for a bit, but she's stuck inside that cubby. The other two players of Shopify trying to answer back. A flash coming out from Garage, but C9 did not pushing it down. They're holding their angles, and there you go. A clean hold in the end, and a third on the board.
And you love to see it just completely swinging out on the contact, and that's the strength. These are the clean rounds that you come to expect to see coming out from Cloud9, is when they have those advantages, they're able to just completely, cleanly checkmate in the round. Jazzykins. So good for the shot. It's a good spray down. These flashes coming out from Alexis are just so S tier right now as well.
Yeah, definitely. And C9 with that are slowly finding their groove. We talked about a slow start for Shopify Rebellion in the first half. This time it's a slow start on the second map for C9 White. And speaking of picking up the pace for Shopify, already early sewers control from Sonder with combination from Lori off this Sky. But still, we're defaulting for Shopify.
Yeah, and usually when you're able to get this much space for free, it sort of changes your initial plan. Sonder, you saw her dropping down that neon wall to kind of block off the vision, keep Cloud9 guessing. Did she fall back? Is she still here? She's going to want Cloud9 to come sniffing so she can punish. The rest of her squad is towards this mid area, and they're just slowed things down. But look at the positioning for C9. They have full garage control, the sound cues front B, the grass. Cloud9 should have a good idea that most players are congregated here towards this A site. Oh, but I love the move for Lori. Because of this, she's sending out a dog, and this Astral Wall is going to block off all vision at C site.
But this rotation, they'll hear the rotation on grass. Mel is waiting for that crossover, and there's that first kill. Bob also, meanwhile, got a kill on the top of heaven. That dwindles the numbers for Shopify to move inside this A site, so this fake didn't work out. C's on the ground, underhand throwing a nade. Does not connect onto the kill. And still no plant coming through. Beautiful satchel to run that clock down. We're attempting for the plant one more time for Shopify Rebellion. As C9 are getting ready to move in. Not gonna work, Flowerful. Last player standing, stopped by Bob.
Oh, and the key players, definitely. You mentioned it, that garage walkout, the sound cue. I feel so sorry for Lori because with the Astral Wall and with the Skydog getting that information, you saw the rotations starting to happen on the minimap. They almost bit, but the running coming out from Lori, they only heard the one member, and the jig was up at that point. Valiant effort coming out here for Shopify. I really like the look of the beginning of this round for them.
Yeah, and C9 maintain their cool. But with a big brain call that you're trying to get a good idea for Shopify Rebellion gets shut down, they force out a timeout. And they're going to try to have to retalk and rethink things through.
Yeah, these are tough decisions if you're on Shopify. You take a look at that scoreboard, 4-6, 2 more rounds left in this round. Do we just try to buy into this and secure the last 2, or do we only try to guarantee the last one? And it seems like they're going for a more conservative route. I say that, but I don't know if any of these rounds are conservative. They are all seeming so dangerous. But I think if you're Shopify, you kind of prepare for the last round, the round 12, right? We've got Sonder 1 away. KP is quite far. Ooh, these ultimates aren't going to be coming up in the juicy time. But if you look on the other side of things, Cloud9, everything is heating up to be able to make this a reality, a 6-6 reality.
And what I've really liked on the hit so far when Sonder, I was going to say when she had the frenzy, was getting the fault line and her getting activated towards the C side. It happened towards Pistol. It happened on the round where they caught Katsumi in the corner at the top C. But instead, the Spectre is going to come out in the hands of Lori. And Sonder only with the Sheriff, an early smoke coming out and utility from Cloud9 to take control, at least for some information towards the H-Choke.
A nice bait and switch setup here for Mel and Katsumi. Expect Mel to TP away and tee up Katsumi for some sort of a multi-kill. Jazzykins is also so close by to be able to react and respond.
And that seems to be the play. Mel bait the TP, Katsumi play the angle. But for Shopify Rebellion, they're still just holding very slowly in the front of the B side, very quietly. Everything seems set right now for Cloud9. Just to have so many players on fast rotates on B sites.
Yeah, and Bonita is just biding her time, hoping that a fast flanker appears on her screen and she's able to punish, maybe bring the squad back to her at A site. But Shopify right now are just waiting and biding their time for a mistake, and Jazzykin's position is up.
And Flash is going to make some noise. Here comes the pain shells out too. Low HP is going to be Saunders, so no injuries coming in, but she salvages the Spectre. This lurk though from Benita.
Yeah, she takes the timing to make her move, and oh, this Bob peeks around. They just catch each other.
A little bit of wall bang damage coming through. Second shot coming in that allows this lurk to come up towards B, but it's held down by Alexis. Easy ADS as 2 more fall. And Shopify, with the last remaining members, will at least try to get the plant down towards this A site.
Oh,
nice shot.
That kill will allow, actually, the spike to go down. That's extra money on the board, and another frag for Flowerful.
Okay, so the first one was off screen on the cross from Benita into Hell, but that from Flowerful is really nice.
This is huge. I mean, Cloud9, they're having to use the Breach ultimate, and Flowerful's finding another!
1 versus 1, 9 HP. But Alexis gets 4 kills into the round, but oh my. Another, I gotta stop running out Shopify Rebellion when it's like, oh, this anti-ecos should be okay.
You and me both, indeed. And you love to see it. You love to see a round like this. Shopify, we mentioned the fact that Benita was inserted towards that A main. All members of Cloud9 had each other's back. They only had sheriffs. They only had pistols.
Yeah.
But that patience to allow and figure out exactly what the setup is going to be, and this swarm factor. I mean, the B pinch and the A pinch at the same time with just pistols, being that fearless, that's a lot of pressure if you're Cloud9.
Oh yeah, but thankfully here for C9 White, they've won 4 rounds in a row, so despite losing so many weapons on that previous round, full gun round, 2 operators once again, and a lot of ultimates for anything that they want to do. Meanwhile for Shopify, looks like it's going to be a change of pace towards A.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a rifle nearby for Bob to be able to pick up. But she misses the first, has to expend the ultimate. And they just fall out. Cloud9's been bullied off the site.
So we pinged out 3 players with the Nightfall. Here comes the Seasonade towards default. Doesn't work out, so KP repositions under Heaven to go for a plant at long.
And Bob does collect that rifle, drops the operator, and this is going to be a full-on 5v5 retake. We mentioned Bob had already used the Fade ultimate, did not get much value out of that one.
We got a showstopper outside from Heaven, but on top of the boxes, connects somehow onto Flowerful, then onto the boxes, does not connect onto KP. We answer back at least for now. It's up to the rest of C9 to flood through towards spawn. Everything's being held. Saunder picks up the last 2 kills, and Shopify Rebellion, they regain and remain in the lead in this first half.
What a way to secure it and dominate at least 7-5 for Shopify. And that feels good, especially with how much control you had all half long. And for Bob, I feel for her, right? I like the idea of getting that early pick, dropping the rifle, popping your ult, but Shopify have been so good at that swarm factor all half long, right? As soon as one person appears, it's not just one, it's 5 members of Shopify in your face. So they overwhelm Bob, and she's got to fall back.
Yeah, so GB, what do you think? Do you think it's going to be Shopify Rebellion? Do they have enough, or will they get RKO'd here by Cloud9 White?
You see, look at that. I don't even need to do anything in the wrestling references come my way. I'm telling you, it's like he's on payroll. Thank you so much, Fantilli. But yes, what a half there. It started off so strong for Shopify Rebellion, but then Cloud9 White just out of nowhere, man, like an RKO. Look at that.
Nice. Yeah, and the crazy thing is, I think round 6 is what we were talking about, right? C9 White gets so quickly towards their first full ultimate cycle, right? Even the back and forth, yeah, Shopify were winning out rounds, but still kills going up on key players. The crazy thing is, then they flip the Thrifty round with, I think, just 4 pistols, right?
Yeah.
It comes to that hit on C side was
cheesy stinger.
Yeah, I mean, it all comes down to Sonder. The amount of pressure she's able to create with this, like, semi-fake onto B, doing a little bit of damage onto Mel, I think, here when the counter P comes from Heaven. Yeah, this is key as well. Puts Mel down to 2 HP for the remainder. Plant comes through. KP actually has her second Rolling Thunder available in this round, which is wild. Again, very, very deep hole here. Very little for C9 White to actually do on the retake.
It's so weird because, first of all, they managed to get 7 rounds, which is, by the way, the most rounds that they've ever gotten against C9 in this map ever. So at least this year, so we know that it's probably ever. And also the fact that there have been such odd rounds, because we've had, you know, the pistol and then the next one. But what can we expect to see from Cloud9 on the next half? Because we're talking about that role swap, and now we have Sonder on that Neon. And if we take a look at this graphic, this is where we expect Cloud9 to be taking those plants, especially on C and on A. We see that on A are scattered, but we do not have that utility anymore coming in from Sonder to stop the plants. Potter is going to love that there is not a lot of B hits, even if they get that first kill. Girl, I totally agree with you. I don't know if this with B on this map, but definitely you need to pivot towards somewhere else. So knowing that the composition changing is working for what we can see for Shopify, maybe they found the solution. I think that KP, you said on the second ult on round 6. On round 9, she had the third one, so it's like 3 rounds to get an ultimate.
Yeah.
So, you know, looking pretty clean. Let's see what they do on the defense.
I think the shift from, you know, not having that anti-plant utility you're talking about, Neon's fantastic on the retake on Haven, though. That's the thing. So what I want to see is Shopify kind of fix something that we saw on Fracture, which is kind of taking space, garnering information in the early round, and being able to make decisions based off that.
It's going to be an interesting second half. Let's send it over to our elite pairing of Vansili and Potter.
So they've talked about it at the desk. What can we do now with Shopify Rebellion now that Sonder is playing his defense on Neon? Hypog was mentioning and trying to get a little bit more aggressive in these angles, trying to figure out what we could do. And C9 for these plants, a lot of them here towards situations and angles where they could play a little bit further back.
Yeah, exactly. I love the combination of Neon and Chamber, right? That 1-2 punch. Neon gets this aim in control, you insert Chamber, and Chamber can always TP away, get out of jail after that first pick. So a lot of options for SR, but they're just running it down.
Sonder doing a cosplay here of Hussein Bolt, just bolting it down towards Long C for the flank. And we talk about aggression and you get it. Meanwhile, though, for C9, they're going for this plant.
The drill! It forces Jazzy out. Sonder, that's a freebie with the frenzy, but Katsumi with the fast response. No more dream.
The shots are still very good for C9!
My.
KP, last one to go. Classic in hand. Picks up the ghost. Plant now for Spawn, at least for Cloud9. The utility was great for Shopify Rebellion to delay, but not the duels. KP looking back and trying to look for anything, but Alexis greets her, and C9 get the pistol.
Unfortunate for Shopify. So many sound cues coming out across the board. You saw Jazzy, as soon as she heard that, she just tucks away. And sure, because of that drill, she doesn't get much, but that information was enough for C9 to have that optimal post plant, position themselves in the right spots. Mel getting all that ground in back sight. And that headhunter. It's great to see that Mel is whipping out the headhunter and getting the shots that we know and love she can get.
Oh, yeah. Anything that's coming out from the chamber for Mel definitely is showing, you know, all these features that we've seen with the hype videos around this Game Changers, why Mel is pretty much the embodiment here of chamber. And with this round...
What was that?
Not too sure.
Can you repeat that for us in the crowd, please?
All right.
Having a lot of fun in this one.
Yep.
As they should. You know, I think everyone right now has a little bit of breathing room for the first time this game. And anti-eco to come out just classics. None of that funny business with shotguns across the board. But again, Shopify, they have so much ground. Aggressive start. The fault line's going to push Jazzy off the angle. The paint shells and the satchels, though, it's going to create havoc.
Yeah, C9.
Oh, no!
Taking a little bit of a book from X10, playing towards Spawn very, very slowly, but with that, still loses the first engagement at bottom C. We clear out for another plant towards Spawn. All that information is good enough here for C9 to just reposition themselves. Maybe reflank from Garage, and that's Bob right there with the Ghost. Going head-to-head against Sonder, who just wants to bring the fight to her.
You love to see it, though. You love to see it. Saunders, she wanted to tee up her own teammate. And that's terrifying. Let's be real. When you've got a little blue-haired creature coming at you fast with a bursting classic, I mean, things can get pretty hectic. So.
Agreed.
good on Cloud9 to react and respond accordingly. And we mentioned it, just classics on the board for Shopify. But you know, this swarm factor, this aggression coming out, I can be sure that this is Benita saying, hey guys, let's not sit back. Let's not just play to not lose. Let's completely try to secure this and dominate.
Yeah.
We don't have the better weaponry anyways. Cloud9 deciding to fully go for a bonus. Mel still wielding this Marshall and doing chamber things in front B. No trip, no sound cues for her either. And you look, the spike is right on her heels.
Benito waiting, now wall banged. Answered back by KP on a crossfire from the A-Link, so the smokes were a little bit late. Mel trying to push forward. Benito looking for some support. That's Flowerful now rotating back towards the C site to support towards spawn, but it's too little too late.
Oh! Bob had an inkling, the spidey senses tingling, but Lori gets the better. And Flowerful's gotta be good. Katsumi with the Spectre.
This allows now for C9 to rotate back towards the C site. 2 weapons picked up too, so upgrades for the C9 squad. And a plant now towards long. No smokes available for the retake.
Yeah, but Katsumi has a smoke and still paranoia. She's
Yes.
gonna try to gain some ground, maybe a one-way on top of the spike.
Would be
And
great.
Mel's gonna meet back up. Yeah, this post plant is starting to look doable.
Especially when KP this time doesn't have an aftershock to work with, so this position in the cubby is a great spot to have. There's that paranoia. There's the first shot from Mel. Spike is now down. Paranoia, excuse me, already got used. Lori now looking to push down. The flash, the first contact, and it's going to be KP, though, to come back to get the last 2 kills. But a good bonus round coming in for C9, as Shopify Rebellion will get 8 on the board.
Absolutely, and I love the quick call coming out for Shopify. As soon as that one-way is on the type, usually you get into those funky posts where you tap, you bait, you shoot, you miss a few shots, but Shopify say, no, let's not mess with that. Run her down. KP, power number swinging, gets the trade. Beautiful stuff for Shopify, and I love the start of the round as well, right? You saw Benita and KP in both the links. Benny towards that C link, KP in the A link. But both players have mad off angles. They're not looking for info. They're looking to secure the kill as the players are kind of contacting in.
Correct.
So a good look for Shopify to start out this round.
Yeah, positioning is key on these A-Link and C-Link positions. Especially when the attackers, they have to clear tight angles. You might catch them off guard where they're not looking towards those links anymore. That said, though, here comes an aggressive push from C9 into this B-side phone line, but counter relay bolt. Jaskin slows down as the spike now falls into B. Jaskin looking to fight back, and Lori does manage to avenge her teammate. There's just so much good utility coming out from Shopify Rebellion that only leaves Bob by herself.
No utility left besides that C's. The Haunt will be coming back up. It is a 1 versus 3, but all members of Shopify very much grouped up. Full minute left on the clock. A lot to work with if you're Bob.
2 flashes available for KP, 1 for Lori. As Bob is just looking for these individual duels, but this crossfire setup is huge for Shopify. The jiggle peek doesn't connect onto the first shot there, onto Flowerful. Fault line then could have a flash for a swing soon. But instead, Shopify decides to play it very cautiously. Just using the confidence of the crossfire setup.
I'll find you.
And the third time was not a charm. Bob gets picked off and Shopify Rebellion put 2 onto the board in the second half.
Send a message, Shopify. Send them the message. Valiant effort. You saw what Bob was trying to do. If she got that clean kill on that initial first quick peek, that 1v2 was completely
Different
doable
story.
for her. Absolutely. But good on Shopify. Again, this B defense seems to just be key for Shopify. They haven't lost it. And Cloud9, that's the second time in a row that they just put their head into the wall there. And it doesn't work out.
And all these attempts, we'll see if we have a chance to talk about it later here into this B site, but that's one thing to touch upon. This time for C9 White, hero rifle for Alexis, and it's just a bulldog as we had first contact towards A long. But with that smoke coming out, with the utility to counter back from Shopify Rebellion, C9 easing back towards C here.
Yeah, it's just an anti-eco, but Flowerful is under a lot of pressure right now.
Benito in the back of the site, 2 kills with the Vandal.
Oh,
and Mel,
boy.
that's the second one, so we
Tour de
even up the
force.
tally. Pulls out the tool of false, but the spike is down. Nightfall against the Seekers. Low HP is going to be Sonder. We hear the footsteps coming out. We're trying to get the pre-fired shot, but Lori still drops one from the back of the site. KP looking for the fault line that allows his swing to come out, but no hits comes in. Bob in the back. Low HP is going to be Sonder out with the overdrive and fries her opponent. And that was so close for C9, but SR were able to breathe.
They are able to breathe. KP MVP. So much utility. Look at her assists. 14 assists right now, and everyone was fault lined. If they weren't fault lined, they were blind. And if they weren't blind, there was Benita swinging them, right? So definitely, Shopify, they're ready to party.
Yeah, and it comes down as well from Lori with the flashes too. They could actually cycle so many flashes to allow Sonder to move and come in with these kills. And it overpowers Cloud9 so far, and please don't fall off your chair. Sonder, you got this. With this round, a rifle round coming out for C9 White. Again, it's always a stalemate that we currently have towards this A choke, but also really throughout the second half, not too much early commitment into sewers for C9.
Yeah, that is peculiar because we mentioned earlier before Flowerful having that long-range line of sight. It seems like this time Shopify, they're not even really worried about this A stat. You can even see Lori deciding she's okay with giving it up completely. There just hasn't been a lot of action in that part of the map. Mel, what a beautiful shot. Sonder biting off a little bit more than she can chew.
Yeah, the moon buns, unfortunately, peeking out and peering under that windowsill. But speaking of window, Flowerful was there to support, currently waiting for our timing on the flank. As we talk about C9, took a bit of time to take control of A site, but we're moving towards that area. Nice little dodge off the Trailblazer, and Benita's creeping in. Popped off by Jazzikins. It's going to allow now C9 to get the plant.
Benita trying to regain that ground by following that Sky util, but oh man, Jazzy so quick being able to contact. Now Flowerful, they know.
Okay,
That's
Bob.
a good response.
Yeah, Bob still decided to peek forward instead of trying to play the crisscross, double swing, support from Mel. It's now the flashes, utilities coming out from both initiators. Fully blind is going to be Jazzikins! And the flank works out. Only one to go. It's got to be Mel. The flash fully blind. So that will guarantee at least a half the fuse.
Oh boy.
Who gets it? Jump spot. Now off it. It's got to be the mind games here from Mel. Can she get this clutch? And she is playing the time to perfection. Back to the gun and lands with a shot. The Red Bull clutch as Mel is ice cold.
Ice cold, and she was celebrating there. I don't know if she had time to run away. It would have been really great icing on the cake if she was actually able to save that Vandal, but because look at the money.
Yeah.
They win the round, but we have to remember Cloud9 are clawing their way back in this half. They've got still a couple rounds to go to be able to tie things up, but a good response at least. And it was that A hit, Van. We were talking about that A site being a little bit too quiet for it being Haven, but this time in the mid-round, finally Cloud9, they regain that part of the map. They go sniffing. And Mel, she wants to do it again. A main control.
This is actually really good, though. We've committed aggressively on the top of the A choke so we could just cover towards long. And this might be one of those moments where we're never really going to move on the top of the boxes at least until the contact comes in. So Mel now could finally move down as her teammate avenges Jazzikins. And that allows now C9 to try to pry the A site open. Soon they'll realize that it's actually up for grabs. Easy plant to come in.
A little bit unfortunate, Flowerful wasn't able to TP back away. This flank is gonna take quite some time for Shopify. They wanna allow Benita to get into a better position. This quick kill will allow that.
Some mistiming on that smoke, but we have the Rolling Thunder primed up and ready to shoot even before the tap. We're just gonna fight forward. Sonder somehow does get the click into the Astro Cosmic Divine. And how did that happen for Shopify Rebellion to just flood back in and get the defuse?
Oh man, this A site must be cursed. Cloud9 White knew something we didn't. They had every advantage to be able to convert that one, but that late flank from Benita to be able to get a long-range kill with a frenzy like that, and it was all about timing. She was patient enough, trusted her teammates enough to get the retake going, get the ball rolling down the hill, and she just finishes it off with things. Oh boy, KP, yes. You're gonna be happy after that one, for sure.
Right there.
And C9 back into
That works.
a save into this round number 20. 11-8 in favor of Shopify Rebellion as C9 looks like they want to change the pace a little bit, try to get some off timings. A shrouded step from Katsumi to get into the corner of the A cubby. But trying to play the mind games, as we mentioned before, Christine, sometimes on these ecos, you just want to try to get a plant into the B site, so she throws the smoke into B.
That should be a lot of information here for Shopify. And there is the, Seeker's being sent out.
Found one.
That's a lot of pressure, actually. Silence speaks louder, I guess. Right now, Shopify, not a lot of information on the map, and that's allowing the paranoia to creep in. Look, there's a showstopper on the back of Jazzy, so it makes sense. They don't want to get pounced on and allow Cloud9 to have that sort of exec.
And off that as well, we tried to avoid the utility of the cabbages coming out from that sky and still have two players posted up towards the A long. Meanwhile, this is all to maybe try to make a ruse towards long C. Forced to rotate out, and the battle will come back here towards A long. There's that rotate as well from Cloud9 back into the A site.
Left.
There's only one player in there, but it's still Sonder with a Vandal in hand.
Rotations are coming through and comes right in the nick of time. Lori is good for it. The 1-2 punch out of these two, and it's just all down to Bob with the Sheriff. The spike down in front, 14 seconds left, and she just gets wiped out. What a clean anti-eco, really, for Shopify here. And I love the start of things, right? I mean, it seems like Cloud9 White, at least coming into this, again, it's all down to that showstopper. I think anytime Jazzykins has a showstopper online, she's good for it. Even in the last map when she doesn't get a kill with the showstopper, her boombot finishes the job for her. So definitely coming into this, all eyes are on Saunders' back here.
And now you see this map point for Shopify Rebellion. Jazzkins this time.
A lot to say for Lori there.
Oh, yeah. That was like 2 kills she's gotten from Heaven, too, when C9Y were rotating back towards the A site. Nonetheless, we want to figure out what we could do currently as Jazzykins. We talked about a raise before from Sonder, but Jazzykins as a raise now for C9 has this showstopper, and a timeout is also called by Cloud9.
Yeah, I love the fierceness coming out here for Shopify, right? We just saw Lori on the screen there, and the walkout, the player walkouts, there was a little bit of tension between these two teams, and as there should be. You know, we've been talking about this domestic rivalry, NA versus NA, number 1 and number 2, and I love seeing, again, no one backing down. Bonita letting that experience go out and say, no, do not be scared on that. They are not number 1. We're here to take it from them.
It's always a great way to start those storylines. I remember back in your days when you were actually playing at the pro level too, when it comes down to the international tournaments, it was always your team versus like a Team SK or something like that. As when you were playing with UB United, it was pretty insane, pretty fun to watch.
Love those rivalries. I mean, it's definitely what champions are made of. 8-12, Shopify, that's got to feel good when you're forcing Cloud9 into a corner, making them have those early timeouts. Flowerful's got that operator in her hand, looking for that opening pick. And the sewers control, Cloud9 haven't gone early.
Yeah, it's a timing boombot lineup to look back towards the sewers to see if anybody's playing aggressively down towards the area for Shopify Rebellion. That will then allow C9 to press forward a little bit and see if it's going to force a rotate from Shopify. Nothing yet.
Now, Lori's been sending birds down mid-round to get that information to figure out exactly where the hit is going to be coming from. She's near this garage. So this bait and switch, maybe a bird to follow to blind after Sonder gets contact, will be huge for Shopify.
There's that showstopper, but the relay bolts a little bit too late. Sonder now falls as C9 are trying to scale back into the C site. Lori looking for the backstab inside the smoke of the garage. Jumps back out, sprays early, now gives her position away. Meanwhile, though, we're still waiting for this plant. It will finally work out. So Lori's still looking for contact.
Solid post plant coming out here. All 5 members. And these are the hardest, the toughest crossfires to break. No fault line available for KP either.
Oh! Still lands 2 shots, but Alexis answers back. 2 of her own.
Oh, the collateral chance.
She got laid off that. She had 5 HP, and it doesn't
That
matter.
was so close.
Yeah, 3 into the round, C9. You talked about a great pulse point that they had, but a great start to overtake the site too on C.
Yeah, and it was just pretty straightforward, right?
Oh, yeah.
Just send the rays in there,
Here
get
comes
that
the
garage.
party.
Yes, here comes the party. And very straightforward. Worrying signs that in this next one, they won't have that rocket to really lean onto, but Katsumi's got the Omen ultimate coming online, and we've seen some very creative plays off the back of this Omen ult. Being able to, in the mid-round, use it as a distraction, use it for info, and just gain that space. Again, same Boombot lineup coming out here for Cloud9. This time, Shopify are a little bit more aggressive. They want to contest this.
And the Prowler actually doesn't go deep enough into the smoke. So there's 2 players still hiding in there for Shopify Rebellion.
KP, the breach, right on the heels of her teammates. Expect a lot of utility. That information is going to keep these 3 defenders here, ready to contest. Oh, they're expending the ult.
Rolling Thunder as Lori punishes Katsumi trying to fall back. And we're now running forward. Let's do the smoke!
Oh
a second
my
one
God.
onto Bob! And now with the Trailblazer trying to find more. It's just up to 2 players remaining for Cloud9 White to survive another round here, but it doesn't seem like it's gonna happen. 45 seconds left on the clock. Spike at least still on the back of Jazzikins, and look at that. Despite the aggression, we're falling back and playing our sights.
Yeah, there's a world. Look, Alexis is 1 off the ultimate. If the spike gets on her back, if Flowerful misses this shot, they're able to get a clean opening. Oh, here's the chance. Here's the chance we were talking about.
Okay, this will be a classic caster curse if this happens here for C9. But the flash, no info, overdrive coming out. Benita on the backstep on the C-Link. Alexis does get the spray on the 2.
Ultimate.
Now hit by the fault line, but she does have the Rolling Thunder. 2 versus 1. Here's the footsteps on both. 3 bullets left in the chamber. Back with the Rolling Thunder on one end, and KP gets the wall bang on the other. And Shopify Rebellion will bring this into a 3rd map.
What a way to secure and seal the deal as well. KP on this breach was just something else. I mean, the support that she was applying, the utility, anytime Cloud9, especially towards that C site we're in, everyone was just consistently stunned. Her setting up Sonder to control the pace of this half as well. I love the A main aggression. All 3 members of Shopify said, we're taking the fight to you, we're controlling this A main, and KP just even burns the breach ultimate to retake all of that A main control. Beautiful proactive plays coming out here for Shopify.
19 assists off KP. It almost feels like when I'm playing Breach on Haven with the Flat Chat boys. The only difference is I don't have as many kills. KP dropping 20 kills into that round as well. But man, it still looks like, even you guys don't see it here on the stream, but Mel and Alexis were still fragging on top here of the scoreboard for C9. But despite all that, it's not enough. Shopify Rebellion are looking really good in terms of the macro gameplay that they brought into this very map.
Yeah, absolutely. And you saw Mel, I mean, she was finding the opening kills and that bread and butter agent of Chamber.
Exactly.
It's exactly what we know and love of Mel, but it just wasn't enough. Shopify, the teamwork is the dream work.
And what do you make of Sonder? That was the biggest agent change that they had going head-to-head against Cloud9 today.
And what a flex that is, right? To be able to change and be flexible in that regard. Because, look, Raze and Neon is not the biggest change in the world, but you do have to change the timings, right? The utility is a little bit different.
Yeah.
So for Sonder to be able to just be that flexible and shift over to a Neon and bust out a completely different game plan, that is huge for Shopify.
Yeah, and this is now going to be an interesting 3rd map because we will be going into Icebox, a map that actually is a permaban usually in North America for C9. So when we come back from the break, let's see what the analyst desk has to say about that 3rd map, and then we'll close off the series.
find someone like you. Can't believe I finally found you. Could you be the one I need? You're my obsession.
And Shopify stand rebellious as they force a map 3 against Cloud9 White, and what was truly an incredible performance from Shopify Rebellion. Welcome back, everyone. Golden Boy alongside Hypoc as well as Kukuka. And really, to just kind of start this off, Kukuka, what an incredible display that we were seeing from every single member. And also a special shout out to Sonder, because I think she actually can see through walls.
No, I think it is amazing the fact that this far in the tournament, we see a new composition, we see the full adaptation.
Yeah.
I believe that this was specifically prepared for them. The bringing in the neon, we've tried already too many things. It hasn't worked. Never made it through double digits. Now you get your first win this year on this map against them. So I think it was a 23-0 for Cloud9 on this map on Game Changers this year. Now it's 23-1.
Amazing stuff. It truly, and I think there's a lot to be proud of here. You know, every player in Shopify stepped it up. Got to give a shout out to Mel, though, who really was just not missing a single shot.
Yeah.
And even with that, Rebellion still managed to get the win.
There were rounds where Mel was just pulling off the unthinkable, right? And even then, I think it comes down to a couple of other issues. One of those being, we kind of highlight Sonder, but Laurie and KP obviously a different discussion altogether, but collectively, we talked about the return to this Neon. I think twice we've seen it this year from Shopify to be pulled out, but we hinted maybe before the map started that might be just to fully commit around this support system to get Sonder online. Both KP and Laurie returned back to just looking clutch as hell on top of that.
We were talking about how important this utility was going to be when it came to retakes, and the retakes coming in from Shopify Rebellion were on a different level. I think we need to talk about KP. She had 5 ultimates during this map. 4 of them resulted in a guaranteed win for her team. So it is insane, like the impact that we see. It was especially like mostly in the attack, just because we didn't get to see the full extent on the defense. So she was always there. If it's not the ult, it's the rest of the utility. This fits her so much better than any Sage in any other given day.
And actually, what was fantastic, that clip shown right there, right? So the number of times Shopify were leaning back on the Rolling Thunder as part of a retake tool, right? They're just being so decisive towards the end of regulation to send that through A lobby, knowing full well that Cloud9 were kind of heavily defaulting away from mid, just to set Sonder up. And like you said, just popping heads through smoke like it didn't even matter. I love that little pace change up at the end of regulation. It was fantastic.
Yeah, you know, I think it goes to show, right? You put KP on an agent that will activate her, that will allow her to be able to have that impact, and she will. She figures out the game. The calls are incredible. And then on top of that, you know, you just allow Sonder to, you know, it's Sondering time. Just send her out there and see what happens, and it will give you good results.
I think it's also a very good message, the fact that even though they managed to win the last Haven that they played, they still thought this composition is not enough, or you know, the way that we played, if we would have had this much freedom or change a little bit more of this, they didn't stop at. We see so many teams getting on that safe zone, on that comfort zone of, okay, we're winning with this composition, this is how far we're going to take it, and then another team comes on to them with a different composition, with a different play style, and they just crumble, and then they fix the things.
Well, it hints towards, like, you know, that sort of premise of counter picks in terms of just agents alone, and Potter referenced this in the cast as well. Just being able to throw off some of the early round timings that C9 White rely so heavily on in terms of fact finders, in terms of, you know, finding contact if you are going to push anywhere, and that's so key, right? Because C9 White are one of those teams that are very prep heavy, but they always stick to their guns. It's very rare you see C9 White looking to innovate or really overhaul any compositions or anything like that. So that's why I think it was so key. And again, just to come back to the Rolling Thunder point, just to show the ability to use that in two very different facets and find value in both is something that I think Cloud9 are probably going to be scratching their heads over.
Yeah, no, it goes to show the range of Shopify Rebellion, and now they set themselves up for a map 3 here on Icebox. If you're just joining us, what a series you have missed thus far, because it started things off. We thought that maybe, and this is the wild world we live in, Shopify Rebellion could have won this 2-0.
Kind of calling this I mean, we said before the series, I certainly said, I think we all agreed actually, we were leaning towards 2-0 C9. Shopify looked like the better team so far in this series. Regardless of what happened on map 1, taking map 2 into account as well, Shopify have looked better on the day.
Oh yeah, completely. After that first loss on Fracture, I was like, okay, this is going to be C9. If we see a map number 3, it's because Shopify manages to get that first map. And again, I think we've had this narrative before. Shopify is so close to closing things with a 2-0, but actually making it onto the third map almost every time here in Game Changers.
I mean, to come back to the point as well, like Shopify have defeated Cloud9, yes, but it's never been in one of those kind of, you know, final, say, elimination games, grand final, anything like that. So, again, the pressure is mounting here.
So here's the thing, Van Silly was saying, you know, back in NA, this is not a map that C9...
Exactly.
Yeah, they don't like it. If they have a chance to ban it, they're gonna go for it, same as Pearl. So when we see this Icebox here, we're kind of... That's what I said, that blind ban coming in from the side of Shopify was so smart, because the position where they put Cloud9 is, do you want to go back to Breeze? Because we saw what G2 did against you there.
Exactly.
Yeah, this very much feels like the G2 Gozen series, where, you know, I think Cloud9 thought maybe we wrap this up in 2, but does not happen for them. And now we're going into the Prime Gaming Agent Select, and I think that we're all on pins and needles waiting to see. Surely Shopify felt like this was going to be the draft here. Maybe they have figured something out as the picks are coming through here, Hypoc.
Yeah, again, it's a little bit of a role switch up now to put Thunder obviously away from that duelist role, but I think this is a tried and tested comp for Shopify, especially with how kind of the map pool lies for C9. They're probably going to feel confident with what's better rehearsed.
Yeah, I think that this is something that we expected from both the teams. I think it's like the safe ground to just not change anything for the last. A lot is on the line. Again, this is going to be elimination for one of these two. So if you had something prepared, there is no other time, especially C9 White. I am looking at you. You wanted to dodge this, but you decided that this was going to be your final test.
All right, well, you got to put all your chips on the table here for both teams. It's do or die for map number 3. Let's send it back over to the tag team duo of Potter and Van Silly.
Thank you so much. A third map that is important for both of these teams, whereas they actually did have a face against each other before, where C9 won 13-7, but usually, again, a map that they usually veto during the Game Changers.
Yeah, and it makes sense, right? Because if you take a look at these roles, Bob is on the Viper. We've got now Katsumi on the Sova, right? So that slow role change, I think, is why Cloud9 usually don't favor this map, but certainly it's been looking better and better. Bob having that sort of freedom to be a true rat. I love this style coming out from Bob. The timings that she's able to find, especially in this mid area, as her teammates are kind of getting those distractions, attempting to plant the spike. So definitely I'm looking for huge impact frags coming out here for C9, and Shopify, man, they are on cloud. Well, I can't say that.
Well, at least they have Cloud9's number if you're looking at the series so far. And here we go. The pistol round underway between these two teams. Do or die, as Golden Boy has just mentioned. A mirror composition from both of these teams.
A late wall coming down here for Bob to just cut off the A site entirely. All 10 players in the server are very much realizing that this is an A hit Sage. That wall should allow Jazzy to get the spike down.
So you talk about Bob. Key component, key player to this Cloud9 roster on this map. First point of contact, spotting at least 2 players on the rotate and on the flank.
The communications coming through. You see Bob just readjusting her positioning, knowing that there's so many members flanking.
A knife comes out, and it's going to be the advantage that comes back in favor of Shopify Rebellion. Bob by her lonesome. The first contact and the last one to try to clutch. The first headshot, the swing it on the second does not work out. Flowerful saves her opponent, and Shopify Rebellion Get the pistol round.
It takes three. It takes three, Vans. You know, Icebox, you usually rarely see the flankers have that much control, that much presence, right? I mean, because that's a hard angle to clear, but Bob felt it, man. There was 3 players in front of her, and she had to readjust, but that is what made Cloud9 fail, right? Just losing all of that map control in the back lines, and Bob was the last player to die as well, so that is unfortunate for C9 and Shopify. Continuing on that momentum into map 3 here. Fast retakes for them.
Yeah, and a triple flank on Icebox on mid. Something that Boaster, who should be happy watching, and we'll just talk about that a little bit later. It's a quick push from C9, pushing now into this B site. It works out on a force buy, a drive-by to come in from Jazzikins, but a spike is now down. Mel trying to put utility down, and it's just going back and forth. The advantage back in favor of the defenders, but now the trap is out. Katsumi now slowed, and a spike out in the open. Here comes the first contact, but it's still going to be Sunder not needing any help. 2-0, and a force buy denied.
Denied completely. Reactions coming out for Shopify, and again, they had each other's back. Everyone reacting perfectly. There was a moment though, those stingers in that close range, that fast pace, it's so strong, but those slows coming out for Lori was so huge to be able to slow and deny. Even though there was a couple of whiffs, because again, when you've got agents flying across your screen that fast, things can get hectic, but thankfully for Shopify, they're able to recover.
If you look at that storyline, in terms of Shopify Rebellion, Cloud9 White, when they had to face a third map, especially now being on Icebox, you're starting to maybe think this might be doable here for Shopify Rebellion to get the upset victory on LAN against Cloud9, especially now that Bob has fallen into this third round.
Oh boy, LAN. Sonder was telling GB that she felt like her soul was in the bullets whenever they leave her gun. We'll see if her soul is able to secure this one, but Bob already getting taken out by that Bulldog. It's going to make Cloud9 slow things down once again. They really want to find some sort of opening frag here. Give themselves some sort of chance into this one. Alexis is just going to creep forward.
And that's big. That's 2 pieces of utility used by Shopify Rebellion that's been dodged by C9, so you're playing in darkness for Shopify on defense. This might allow here C9 to at least leverage Jazzikins' wall to go for a plant when they've lost Bob to try to split up a site on a hit. And that's C9 slowly creeping up here. 3 players moving closer and closer towards this A site. Now finally spotted. The knife to counter back just to not allow any utilities to come out. But Snake Bites and Shock Darts are already landing on the ground. Low HP is going to be Jazzikins. And 17 seconds left on the clock. Finally, we're starting to plant, and we're going to get it.
This flank for Mel just gets denied before it even starts. Running Spectre to come through. Cloud9, though, they got the money. Lori wants to just secure it.
Oh, yeah, she's smiling as she's running it down. Jazzikins trying to land onto 2, but it's not going to work. That's Shopify Rebellion coming into this third map with a lot of confidence and a lot of attitude.
As they should. That A site defense looked good. Sure, C9, they got the spike down, but that's the power of the Sage, right? You saw the layers coming through, the Viper's Pit, the Mollies, the Shock Darts. Shopify having decent responses here. That ADS Bulldog to start things off.
That's powerful in all those contacts for those kills. We got to figure out how we could shut her down here for C9, but also there's not too much map control that they're able to get. Very slow pacing, at least on that eco, of course, because you're just trying to get that plant down. But on this gun round, you want to try to figure out how Shopify will approach this round. It's aggressive towards B.
Very aggressive. Lori, 2 members. Oh, Jazzy, that little crouch, that little tuck. And she even gets res online as well. 2 huge openings. The drone should push Flowerful off, but she feels like she's got to do more.
Flash doesn't even blind her, and she will do more. Finally, TP's away with 13 HP remaining. Meanwhile, KP pressing forward in a different part of the map, denied on mid by Mel. 2-player advantage for C9, as now it's time to move in. The res was already coming up from Cloud9. So we will have the Sage Wall plant. No flanks as of yet for Shopify. We're just going to try to work together towards orange.
And Flowerful is so low. just biding her time, waiting for Benita to kind of catch up with her. And this is all about the headshots.
Oh! All good. She has support from Yellow's Katsumi gets the kill onto Flowerful. Alexis are trying to get a fragment onto at least the left side of the wall. But there you go. You needed something a little bit more confident, a little bit more clean. And to punish Shopify Rebellion that tried another different type of approach and a defensive round here.
Yeah, we've been seeing it, right? I mean, even on the Haven, pushing through in those numbers. There was even a third member right on the heels in Flowerful. But Cloud9, we said they're prepped, they're ready for it, right? All those proactive pushes. And Jazzykin's got to feel good to be able to transfer and get a multi-kill with that Vandal. Alexis has the ultimate online. Now these double initiators, both teams have these mirror comps. That's a lot of information and it's a lot of B main control. Even though the Viper's pick goes down, that's a lot of HP. You know Saunders gonna be going back to try to get that heal from Lori right now.
And indeed she will. Owl Drone to look back towards the Viper's pit. And as we hear that Owl Drone from the ears of Benita, 2 players are now rotating back towards this B site. But we talked about this KO ultimate here. This would be perfect to try to counter out and figure out where Flowerful is playing this duel defense so they could actually overpower wherever she is.
C9 White was not able to get what they wanted. They had to utilize the drone and they didn't get any space for it. Hardly any information. Benita feeling very comfortable, and that knife coming out from her teammate should give her a lot more information as well. B main is very clear. You can see the rotations coming through as well from KP.
There's a KO ult. The charge from Cloud9 to move inside the A site. Underhand flashes, Sunder full blinded, but she's hiding behind the wall. But Jazzykin still able to drop a few, trying to avenge her teammates, but Lori just stands her ground in the back of the A site. Meanwhile, the rotate from Benita, stopped by Bob's lurk that you mentioned, Christine. But after the null command,
1 enemy remaining.
we're able to get the kill off the duel de force. A res up, Bob on a clutch situation, but only 10 seconds left.
10 seconds left.
She has to commit now. The Owl Drone to ping her too. You have to land those shots. There's that first one, but there's no more time. Flowerful to even add insult to injury, gets the kill with the duel de force. And we have a 4-1 scoreline for Shopify.
Ooh, domination coming out here for Shopify. And I mentioned the fact that Cloud9 didn't get much ground off the back of that drone. Double initiators, usually you want to do a little bit more with that Viper's pit. Force some sort of rotation to come to help the defenders in that Viper's pit. But Benita was all alone. 4 defenders strong, nobody fighting, nobody over-rotating. And that just strengthens this A defense. And Cloud9, it doesn't even look close there at the end.
It's another look here on defense for Shopify. A wall up towards B long. Knife is going to break, but there's still 2 players holding here for the Rebels. As at least on the A side, it's a little bit more passive on the hold on defense.
And Mel is really trying to create some sort of distraction. You can see that C9 White on top of this belt area, they really want to punish some sort of a push. Shopify's playing very disciplined though. They know the money is funky. This is such a huge round in this first half. That knife towards yellow should give C9 some information, but with all this B main control, being able to see down so deep, the knife doesn't put enough pressure.
But it actually forced to rotate. So when we had Sonder and KP playing towards the back of the A side, Sonder already rotated towards Boiler. But the op shot misses here as Mel was trying to work back for a pick into B long.
Yeah, and this solidifies the A defenders. Nobody rotating. 3 members with a bunch of utility to stop this plant.
30 seconds
So Alexis
left.
running behind the Owl Drone. Nice flash allows Jazzykin to get first blood. Alexis already pushing forwards towards screens and is just going to try to slow things down, at least from an aggressive push on the top of Heaven. 18 seconds left. A plant that goes back on the top of the A tower as she repels back towards the top of 410 on this 5 versus 3 in favor of Cloud9.
This time, no flankers in sight. That should allow Cloud9 to be able to solidify a better post in these crossfires. Flowerful, what a shot.
Benita slowly inching out towards top of Heaven through the toxic screen. Alexis at 5 HP, but it's all the work of Bob for the 2 kills previous.
And that was a nice little rotate out from C9 to get the round.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about the utility if you find the entries, right? So for Cloud9, that was huge. That was, in fact, everything. Each time that they've gone towards that A site, they have not had any success in finding those openings. Even when we think back, Sonder was full blind in a round, and she's just still able to dance and bob and weave and get another. So a good start for C9. I am a little worried about this B main contestation, though. I mean, last round, Shopify, they had so much information. Even though it kind of might have felt like C9 were in that area, Shopify Rebellion were able to sniff out that there was nobody there.
And with this round, trying to find that information towards B-Long, as you just mentioned, a 0 point that came out from Sonder that is going to spot Mel, but just Mel alone. And with this roster and this lineup that you currently have from C9, you could have the lurks from Mel, you could have the lurks from Bob. So we're still holding and standing your ground here for Shopify on an eco.
Double shorties on the side for Shopify. You saw Benita just lurking in her own smoke. Bob definitely has an inkling that something is going on in mid here. She smells something funny.
Standing ahead.
Oh boy.
Run!
With a shorty! And stopped. I was...
that is a nightmare.
My boots were quicking for a bit. My boots were definitely quicking for a bit, but we avert the crisis. We dropped 3 for Cloud9 against Shopify Rebellion. So a disadvantage for the defenders as they're split across the map. Luring KP, 1 at middle, 1 in the back at the B site, while C9 is looking for this plant inside B. Managed to pop 1, maybe even 2. KP gets the 145 onto Bob, but that's gonna be it. No 2 kills, but at least the econ damage forcing a couple of armors to get rebought into this round number 7. Round number 8, sorry.
Very controlled, and you love to see it, especially on the attack side of Icebox. This attack side, it's just all about conditioning. It's all about map control and deceiving the defenders and thinking you're actually taking ground and taking space. So really important for Bob to feel confident in this mid area. You know, last round she was able to catch someone in the back, and those kinds of timings, those are the best frags when you're a Vipers. Finding those frags in the back and really leaning into the rat style. So we'll see if Bob kind of livens up and heats up as this game goes on. Flowerful back into this angle.
Exactly. For Shopify Rebellion, they're still leaning towards the aggression at the A nest. Doubling up here for a pick into A main if C9 will try to walk over in that area. Knife continues towards this B on the top of yellow. Just repositioning Benita at the start.
Yeah, and you know, I'm not a fan of this doubling up with Chamber and KO together. It's so dangerous to get instantly traded out. Chamber can get away with that TP. We've seen time and time again on this map, if you're traded this forward on defense, it can get quite dicey. Flowerful's able to TP out, and this should make Sonder rethink things.
Especially from the 0 point that was thrown by Sonder, that allows the operator Flowerful to reposition on the top of a rafters. Counter knife out on the attack, though.
Mel heard that sound cue. She's hiding right behind another trip, and she's just gonna bide her time. Look at the rotations coming. She's sending her team back towards that B site so that she can find a rotator on the tap.
Will the rotate happen? Will it go through towards the back of kitchen? But so far, it's just gonna have to be the battle and the hold from Benita in the back of the B site. The wall is up.
10 seconds.
We're pushing through the smoke. Nice flash from Alexis to get the kill. This should allow the plant now for a spawn, and you talked about that rotate. Mel catches one and continues to push forward. Punished by Flowerful, but we're still pushing towards the spawn. And it's just the operator left, and she's gonna pull back.
Yeah, she's gotta try to save. Oh man, what a round coming out here for Cloud9. And I love the snowman push, right? Those communications came through. You could clearly see it on the minimap. Mel was in such a power position, and the rest of the squad showed up. As the tap happens, the snowman swing happens, Mel goes into the kitchen, and it's a 2-prong attack there. Beautiful stuff for Cloud9. And again, it came down to the map control. Once you have these corridors, once you have the information, you're able to make an intelligent call such as that.
The only thing that scared me was that hit happened to push towards Benita with 10 seconds left on the clock.
Yes.
If Benita was able to land any type of shot,
It might have delayed some things, and it could have been dangerous here for Cloud9. That's one thing to look out for C9, where Shopify could take advantage of the time in their favor. But speaking of that as well, no advantage coming in for weaponry for Shopify Rebellion in round number 9, especially when we couldn't save the operator from Flowerful.
Yeah, money has been broken. Perfect opportunity for C9 to regain back this pace and this tempo in this half. It has been Shopify's game for quite some time now. Things slow down. Alexis feeling like, you know what, I've seen Flowerful in this quarter a little bit too much. Gonna knife, and it's only Sage. That's some decent information as well coming through for the Cloud9 side.
Yeah, that's information on positioning switches, right? There's no more walls towards this B long. But for C9, they're still looking to group together towards this site. It could go aggro. They have a res. They have a Viper's Pit to get into a very aggressive push. And this might be off the timing once this wall's about to thaw up.
Yeah, it should be thawing up any moment. And there's the drone. Should be a lot of information. That tag is just so huge. Pushing Sage off the angle, and I think the drone actually spotted 2 more players back site there as well.
And they got the knife towards the back of the site, so there's no utility off the 3 players playing towards the back. Wall then comes up, 23 seconds left on the clock, and because we're on an eco, it's hard to break the Sage wall, but Sonner still gets first blood into this round. 17 seconds, we're closing in now for Shopify Rebellion. Still no attempt for a plant, as now it's turning over in favor of Shopify Rebellion. Only 1 left to go for C9, and it's a thrifty for Shopify.
They just kind of fell into the trap. I mean, that was like a moth to a flame. Cloud9 went through, and you know, sometimes you gotta really focus and tunnel vision and get that spike down no matter what. But Shopify did enough to apply that pressure, not allow Cloud9 to think that they could actually plant. And man, it's just so back and forth, and it all comes down to the low weaponry, right? You're fearless in that moment. You don't give your life as much care. So being able to just swing out on your player's contact, that's a lot of pressure. And Cloud9, they crack under it.
Oh yeah. Even when you're looking at the purchases, there's only like 2 players actually that invested into something. Fireful went into an operator, going with the armor. Then Sonner went into a Vandal because the other 3 players were just able to pick up 3 guns left behind inside that A site. Never once again discount the lower buys and the shares that are coming out from Shopify Rebellion. And despite that victory on that previous round, once again, still another timeout coming in from the winning team for Shopify.
Yeah, gotta collect yourselves. I mean, again, they've got some youngsters on that squad, and they're getting pretty hypey, especially after such a hard-fought round, such as that with the lower weaponry. So recollect yourselves, remain composed, and the Shopify side, they talked about it, right? They feel like that's what slipped out of their hands, was the fact that they didn't remain composed in those high-pressure scenarios.
And look at the gestures of KP calling in into that timeout. Rob Wiz basically quiet, leaning back JDM style. I'll just listen to the IGL, and KP seems confident into the reads coming out of this timeout. So let's see what Shopify come out of this.
Bob has a Viper's Pit online, and on the attack side, in order to make this Viper's Pit work, you've got to be able to take over the site in numbers and put it down as the spike goes down, or slow things down entirely and allow time so that Viper can get some sort of control and drop it by herself. It seems like, though, Cloud9, they want to group up and they want this B main control.
Yeah. And Flowerful, she got spotted by the 0 point before, but still repositions herself. It got pinged by C9 in that spot, though, and there's that jump peak. No contact, the TP to fall back.
That's huge, though. They heard that sound cue, and they know they forced the chamber off the issue. They're going to be able to re-clear yellow with this KO knife in just a few seconds as the team regroups and make this B pinch a possibility. I love this play from C9. They're going to send the Sova towards the A, maybe send a drone, start some sort of distractions, make it seem like an A hit, it seems. There's the dart.
Oh, but the wall breaks. The battle ensues inside Kitchen. It's going to be Mel that takes the upper hand against Lori. That also pumps an ult command to move inside this B site. Flarful missing another shot off the operator, trying to get some contact through this toxic screen. But an easy plant in coming in for C9. We have a pit. The gulag is up.
And it's hard for SR right now to go for this retake.
This 1v1 Chamber versus Viper. Mel definitely has an inkling. Benita's making so much noise. She does get taken out. And this should really seal the deal. With the Viper's Pit in the site, Shopify have to do so much.
Such an interesting Viper's Pit too. Taking full control of danger, left side of sight, behind the toxic screen. The only place where you can really funnel into safety is that gap towards that right side of the pit, right where the spike is out in the open too. So that will definitely make Shopify Rebellion save their weapons into the next.
I like the problem solving that I saw coming out from Cloud9 in this round. You could see it in their movements. You can see it in the way that they were reacting. The 200 IQ plays are coming out, fans. I love how they used Sova here in this round. They sent her towards that A. Again, they're keeping the defenders at A. As long as you're able to have that process of elimination, figure out where the defenders are, you can make a quick exec like this. The problem, Vans, is it took so many ults to be able to convert that one.
Yeah.
3 ultimates coming out here for C9.
Still an important one though, with the res available in this round number 11. Benita could do an early Viper's Pit into the defense, and it looks like it's going to be on the top of 410. A little bit of a Pac-Man on that mini-map. So now C9 White looking to get an opening into green with an Aldrone pinging onto Flowerful, and she's standing her ground.
Oh, the healer, Jazzykins, getting picked off there.
No res.
No res on the table. And Cloud9, they wanted a lot more than what they got. They had to extend both initiators' utility to try to get that control. They get bullied off the issue, and now they're turning tail. This timing between Mel and these mid players, this pinch, it's got to work for C9.
The 3 now walk across this poison orb.
so aware.
She has the drone.
Oh no.
The timing off it. They're gonna get her. KP falls, but Sonder fights back towards screens. Looking to fall back into the safety of the Viper's Pit as Benita couldn't get the, well, actually got the kill onto the lurk from Mel, into that pit. And it's a 4. Make that even a 5
And they're
as Laura
completely
gets
surrounded.
the res.
They're
Indeed.
completely surrounded. 2 versus 4. That dart, Alexis is able to respond though.
Sign to pop off, and that's Bob couldn't go for the spray onto the 2 kills. Shopify Rebellion on a 5-player retake. You talked about a pinch onto the A site, but it just turned out to be a re-pinch here from Shopify.
Yeah, anything you can do, I can do better. Shopify coming out so strong, and Cloud9, they've got to rethink for this last round how they want to approach this B main. You know, I keep talking about both initiators using that much utility to get the ground, but they haven't been able to get the ground. They've got to force this chamber to TP away so that they can actually have something to work with, or pivot entirely and just buy Bob some time in the mid round, in that mid area, right?
Yeah.
I think Bob on this controller, as I said, I'm looking for her to really use those spidey senses and have those kind of attacks in the back line as her teammates are taking the ground.
Yeah, you definitely get it from 2 right now too. If it's Mel on mid, Bob's on one side, Bob's on mid, Mel's on another end, and you talk about this lurk, but it's going to get spotted by the Aldrone. Meanwhile, though, an early res coming out towards the A site as Flowerful got first contact towards Belt. Maybe they're trying to go for a fast swing out to at least trade off against the operator. But still a 5 versus 5.
And C9, they know it's only the chamber back site right now. That's all the drone saw. So it's going to encourage them to go forward a little bit more. Spike actually going to get planted this time.
Yeah, this time we're relentless for C9. Quick plant into A. It's going to be a full 5 versus 5. Dual defense and operator both in the hands of Mel.
The mind game's going on right now. Viper versus Viper in the back line as this retake is going through. Sonder, full set of utility, but she gets taken out.
That's 1 down. 4 to go for C9 to get the round, but here comes a big knife, and we're trying to jump for some info. Great positioning for C9, and we're just dropping like flies. It doesn't work out. It turns out to be a flawless pulse plant as we tie it up 6-6.
And again, Benita, it seemed like she was late to the trigger there because all of her teammates fell down.
Just
but
died,
again,
yeah.
It's those mind games coming through. If one of her teammates are able to convert one of those kills, that retake looks entirely different. Shopify, what a first half coming through here.
Exactly, and that 0 point that we see just right here to actually stop so much utility from Shopify Rebellion for the retake
came down to the positioning crossfire from C9 to be able to capitalize into that last round, tied up 6-6. And we talked about it. You had to put everything on the line. There's only one half left to see who moves forward. So Desk, what do you make of this?
Well, so far it has been an excellent clash between two fantastic squads tied up here. And you know, APAC, you gotta give credit where credit is due, because Mel is making some spectacular calls in that first half.
Yeah, absolutely, and almost taking advantage of this composition change back down, not having Sonder kind of on that tip of the spear, right? There's very little set pieces going on here from Shopify. It's a very receptive gameplay. We're almost trying to anticipate what C9 are doing, but not really taking space anywhere. I mean, other than a little bit of aggression over towards A, there's been very few opportunities for Shopify to really create an advantage and then capitalize on it. And I mean, one of the key rounds was this, when Mel posts up on that trap in kitchen. Again, the placement allowing her to actually pick up the deep angle. But then it's the other side of this, that actually the rest of C9 White dig deep and find that deep anchor, which is Benita all the way on Snowman. Added bonus being kind of an off-kilter plant here, away from default, away from a predicted spot, makes that Hunter's Fury completely useless.
Yeah, that was clearly an issue there for them, right, Kukuka? And now you're going into this second half, and you're thinking to yourself, if you're Shopify, like, okay, you know, the calls have been clean. What do you do from here? Who do you lean on?
Yeah, exactly. We need to take a look at it. You mentioned one of them. Let's look at the other side. Let's look at Flowerful versus Mel. You know, I think that Flowerful was doing a lot of the job, especially I think something that Potter was saying is that B main control, that fight that was had over and over again. From Mel, we saw her, you know, going onto kitchen, keeping a lot of the flanks going. Maybe those first duels weren't so easy to take. When you're from the defense, of course, you have that extra pressure and you have the initiative in this case. So now we need to see what Flowerful is going to do on the other side, because I think that she was extremely useful on the defense. Same goes for Mel. I think that she opened up a lot of space for her teammates, but she was more that factor of surprise.
One of the things I would have liked to have seen, it does come back to what we're talking about with obviously Shopify playing, I don't want to say a little more passive, but it is a kind of stylistic overhaul with Sonder coming away from the duelist, but try and put Flowerful in some deeper positions, right? Try and build something around that. Mel was challenging as well with limited support. It was kind of posting up, whether it be with the operator or what, but only really showing presence, right?
Yes.
So I think Shopify were kind of left second guessing about that. So we see a little bit of a lag, so to say, in terms of the rotation coming through as well.
Yeah, this is, you know, something that I did say earlier, and I don't know, Kukuka, if you would agree with me, but it did feel like when it came down to those gun rounds, I felt better about C9's performance rather than Shopify. I felt like Shopify, they kind of got those first 3 rounds, and then from there it was kind of a little shambles from time to time.
Let's not include that one eco that we were seeing Shopify defending, and you know, I think that the timings on the defense have been very, very interesting. I think that this is as evened out as we need it to be.
All right, well, let's send it back to the casters.
Thank you so much. And indeed, a lot to digest from that first half into this second one, but we'll talk about that in a bit. We already have a repel from Mel. Now on the defense for C9 on the top of the A nest.
The sound cue. I wonder if the sound cue came through. It does seem like Shopify have an inkling. They have an idea that somebody's close, and Sonder punishes.
That was the question that we had. One of the things from APAC where we try to play a little bit more aggressively for C9.
So much damage.
SR did, and indeed, right click though from Jazzikins. We're pushing out from the green boxes, and C9 hold their ground on pistol. Only Flowerful left, trying to look back towards the belt on a 3 versus 1, but man, started very, very aggressive, just like the first pistol round here, Christine. But Flowerful, we've seen her do this before.
Aggression all the way. We certainly have seen Flowerful pull these rabbits out of the hat. She's got the ghost on her back, full HP. And the jig is up for both sides. That's a lot of a shoulder. Ooh, there was a chance sure for Flowerful there. A little bit of damage onto Bob as well. And what a response coming out here for C9 White. You know, in a stark difference, I would say, from what we saw from Shopify. There was a couple rounds where Shopify were willing to flood in.
Exactly.
But that was only off the back of an early opening. They usually played those utilities. This time around for C9, they just completely flood in, even before the tap begins. And that chaos completely pays off for them, catching Shopify off. We saw a force in the first half this time. Shopify decided not to do so.
Yeah, no plan.
So the knife comes in.
Ooh, she
Bob's
got it.
gonna break it. Trying to be the first point of contact now at green with this Spectre. If she needs to fall back, there's support from Jazzikins with a slow orb. But Bob opts to just fall back slowly. A tap onto an orb. And off that jiggle peak, that's information on at least 2.
They choose to get the orb onto the back of Sonder. Definitely helps out on these execs. Flowerpool's got the Headhunter. It seems like Shopify want to regroup back. And if they get the timing right and the swarm factor is on Shopify's side, with this Sage Wall, the plant, it's always a possibility.
You already see the recon dart being prepped up by KP, getting ready to throw it in the back of the site. Marshall from Mel, 2 kills out. As Alexis playing on the top of 410, blinds a lot. Katsumi swings on the other end of Maze. And that is going to be a prime giving flawless for C9 White. And we talked about maybe a little bit of that pressure from C9 on green on that previous half. What's the take now for Shopify?
Yeah, we'll see. Nice round for Alexis. Beautiful utility. I always feel bad when you're doing so much work and then you don't get rewarded with the eeks. That was Alexis there, getting them stolen right under her. But it feels good to tee up your teammates.
Oh yeah. At least you'll get a little bit of points under the assist column. That will also definitely bring the momentum for C9 back into this game, where it seems as though it was really going back and forth. We had to have some impressive calls by Mel to make it a 6-6. But now for Shopify Rebellion, can KP answer back? The strat now is to run it down towards this B site and push Bob away back into the current bonus round that C9 currently has.
Yeah, the way Bob was playing this made it really look like she was all alone, and Shopify, they've completely read that. They forced the spike down. It's just Bob. Now her teammates are regrouping with her. And look at Benita's positioning. This is a strong post-plant positioning here for Shopify.
Good play from C9 White, at least to start things off, to fully break the wall, so there's no shenanigans to play around an extra piece of obstacle to play on this retake attempt from Cloud9 White. Fragment onto the ground. Counter knives going back and forth, but Katsumi still gets first blood. Now we're trying to answer back. We're just running and gunning. C9 trying to fight back on a 2 versus 1. And finally, it looked like it was going to be one of those moments where Shopify, C9 can answer back to what Shopify did to them.
Yeah, exactly. Alexis, what a beast coming through there. I thought she was going to have a freaking movie for herself there. But Shopify able to convert. And again, I think the way that Bob approached the beginning of this round, it was just too telling. There's just too many tells in her movements, the way that she looked shook after she got tagged, fell back into the site. Sometimes when you get tagged, you just hold your ground. You stand your ground and you make it look like there's a lot more people there than just you. So Shopify, nice read and decisive execution here.
Yeah, and I saw that from Bob too, trying to break that Sage Wall and get the snake bite down, but because she was blocked by the toxic screen and Flash, couldn't actually break the wall, so couldn't delay to allow C9 to rotate back. That said, though, pretty impressive for Shopify Rebellion and even C9 on that bonus. So go into a round where we're seeing a little bit of pressure towards that mid A site, and Mel almost connects onto that shot on Sonder.
Almost a haircut for Sonder. Bob trying to maintain this control of this B main. Cloud9 White weren't as successful in this B main control. KP's already used her drone and her dart. Oh, nice utility coming out here for Shopify. Love the layering. Wow.
You talked about Bob, that she had to stand her ground where she got pinked out, but couldn't win that fight against Benita here as the plant goes down for Shopify Rebellion. Passive plays, full post-plant angles being played by Shopify Rebellion, all focused towards green. Well, we have a late lurk here from KP on mid.
Exactly. KP's always going to be ready for that insurance plan. Flowerpool's able to break the knife. That is everything for her. She's going to be able to take a little bit more forward angles and TP away.
And here comes KP moving in slowly. There's that backstab. Katsumi falls. Mel finally answers back with an operator, but it's not going to be too many good shots all the way from C9.
As KP gets the last kill and we tie up the game 8-8. Another clean slate in this elimination game.
Wow, impressive preparation coming out here for Shopify. The layers, you can just see it. The amount of control that Shopify are able to get on this attack side. You saw that dart landing on top of that yellow crane, and as that's landing, a knife lands at the yellow for that further B main control. So Shopify, they are looking confident, and their game plan, it's paying off.
Oh yeah, definitely been in the lab, and the formula works so far to make this very difficult for Cloud9 to try to seal the deal. The favorites now in this head-to-head matchup. But now the underdog story between these two teams. Lots of fans here cheering for Shopify Rebellion for the upset as KP starts things off with the Owl Drone. Does not clear Mel, but this could be one of those moments where you want to try to sell that fake exactly with that. Try to get the Owl Drone. No, it didn't get spotted. But then you swing out from belt, get the kill.
Rewarded that. Oh, that's a nice shot for Jazzy. Flowerful didn't even see her there. But it's all good. KP should be able to clean up. Well, no, it's Benita this turn.
I mean, you always mention it right now. When it comes to the number of powers that we currently have for Shopify Rebellion, after that first pick onto Mel, then the position on the pulse plan. Silver lining at least. Nice little clean shot from the Lexus onto Sauner back towards the screen. Oh, okay. Here's the second null command ready. 45 HP left. And finally, we stop her in her tracks.
You want to remain composed here. You want to be able to checkmate and finish this one off strong. Shopify have been in complete control for the last 4 rounds. Even in that post, you can see Lori having fun, jumping up on top of her wall. Things can get dangerous, though, when it gets that much fun. But either way, Shopify, they're able to secure this one. And, man, this next round, Vans, this next round might be the most important round of this entire map.
Yeah. Lots. A big gamble, I like to say, in terms of what we're currently purchasing for C9. A glass cannon for Mel, small shields for 2 players, with the rest having Vandals for Cloud9. Mel pushing up here all the way up, doing the same move as Flowerful has been doing on this A site.
Yeah, this is a lot of information for Cloud9, and both squads coming into this one can do so many creative, fun things. Both Hunter's Furies online. So much ground and space that you can create. Benita, though, she's just in this kitchen for free.
Yeah. There's no trap there.
She's getting so much ground.
And Mel still has that trap on her. So was this a mistake? We'll soon find out. The lurks coming in from Benita, but it's not even needed. Lori gets the kill. Hunter's Fury coming out, a ping onto the second one, and it lands off the Sonder. But there's that lurk. The jig is up at least for that, and a battle ensues towards the B site. Advantage back in favor of Shopify Rebellion, and full ultimates alive for KP, Benita, and Flowerful.
Viper's Pit is going to go down. The spike is ticking away. Yeah, this duel, this timing for Flowerful, this is going to be huge. It does seem like Cloud9 are aware. So much noise.
It's going to be an easy backstab. Trigger discipline on the last 2. Shopify take the lead by 2 now, and again, this is still surprising for me when there was nothing being set up towards kitchen for information.
Yeah, how the hell did Benita just slip past everyone and find herself in the backlines that deep? Yeah. And I mean, that instant reaction coming from her squad, because as soon as we saw Benita in kitchen, 3 of her teammates just start walking forward. That Sage wall goes down. They hear the Sova drone going off, so they realize, oh shoot, Orange is super weak. Completely just spacing there, and even with Katsumi getting 2 kills with the Hunter's Fury, the round doesn't even look close.
Yeah. And maybe it's one of those moments in these intense situations that a slight mishap in terms of using the utility, really punishes you. And with that, it's time to calm down the nerves too. The timeout, for me, looking perfect, being called up as C9.
Yeah, and they've got to be talking about right now picking up the gaps. You know, something that we always commend this Cloud9 White crew for is those fundamentals and those communications and the trust that they have in each other. Very rarely are we talking about Cloud9 White being late to the trigger and having so many holes in their defense, right? So certainly it's worrying signs for Cloud9 that nobody was aware that Benita was that deep into the back lines. So I think they got to be talking about where the heck was that trip.
And it was from 1 to 2. After Benita gets the lurk, then it was Flowerful lurking into Kitchen 2. So a double lurk that happened into the post plant. That now we have to readjust, collect things, and this timeout, you mentioned it before, Christine, that last round was probably the most important round into this game. C9 coming out of this timeout, can they actually get a thrifty? Can they actually bring this back? If not, Shopify Rebellion is looking into a great position to get the elimination victory.
And we're looking right at Mel to be able to bring and cross it over the finish line. Tour de Force is out on the table. She's been so fantastic this entire series so far. KP is going to start things off with the early Hunter's Fury.
Does get one ping in the back of Snowman, but still for the rest of Shopify, we've made it into the site. Plant then goes down, and Jazz gets picks out for the headshot. Player advantage for C9. They have an ult command as well, and a Dota False from Mel, as you mentioned, who's watching that flank, flicks and misses.
Oh, Mel going down there is going to be so detrimental for Cloud9. Benita just staying alive. Everyone is blind.
Counter wall, sprays coming out. Big flashes once again from Alexis. As Katsuma's on the other end, catches one in a reload, goes for the backstab, and third kill then onto KP. Only one left, Benita goes for the spray, out of bullets. Katsuma gets the kill, and C9 White, they do manage to get the thrifty.
What a round! What an insane round! Man, the fact that Mel just missed that shot, I was like, oh, GG's. GG's, but the rest of the squad shows up, and strength in that teamwork. You lean on your teammates, and they're able to convert. That's another thrifty in this series. I've lost count of how many thrifties that is.
And that was a great little lurk coming out from Katsuma. It's a mini lurk on the left side, but what I love about C9, exactly, the wall that comes up, it's not... The wall that comes up wasn't a, hey, let's wall and try to defuse right away. They use utility on top of that, flash over that, and fight back. But nonetheless, Shopify Rebellion could still buy in this round.
Okay, the mind games going on in this game so far. KP's been throwing that same shock dart multiple times.
Yes.
Mel doesn't want to just waste her trip, so now she's positioned herself in this kitchen. There's no way Cloud9 want to allow Benita to get that sort of ground that she did last time. Beautiful timing from Mel, uses the dart to try to re-aggress, get a deeper line.
With that owl drone also.
Ooh.
Was looking to push Flowerful away, but it doesn't work out. Flowerful swings back out and punishes her. Indeed. A leg shot onto Flowerful, who should be able to get the heal. Actually, she's going to stay towards spawn. Everybody else from Shopify Rebellion is moving towards the A site.
Yeah, but they know Jazzy wants to get this res off, and that's an instant reaction coming out for Benita. As the rotations come through, she gets an entry onto the A site.
And I rotate towards spawn.
Ooh,
Bob's looking for the flank.
Bob knows.
Trying to clear the corner. Looking back up. Headshot onto Flowerful. A 3 versus 3. Res also available for Jazzikins. So we're going to try to group back and work together here for the last 3 players of Cloud9. We also have a res on the opposite end. Shopify Rebellion also playing together. And there's that call. We're going to break that wall. KP still first blood, first contact.
Wow.
Traded back by Alexis onto Sonder. And we're going back and forth. Bob on low HP. Last 2 players falling back now as we're playing now the spike in favor of Shopify Rebellion. Beautifully done in the end. And Shopify Rebellion are 2 rounds away from eliminating Cloud9.
And that was incredible to be able to, because Mel had and the looks were great, right? The discipline to come through with the layers, peeking off the back of utility. They had everything they needed, but those flicks are not on Mel's side these last couple of rounds. Even though she gets the leg shot, she gets taken out. Flowerful finds the opening, and that just motivates Shopify to be able to close it out on this A execute. Rob Wiz
He's feeling it.
He's satisfied. I would be satisfied.
As we mentioned before, 2 rounds away from what would be one of the greatest victories for Shopify Rebellion so far. Defeating their rival C9 on the big stage here at the VCT Game Changers Championships. And C9 only have 2 Vandals and pistols to work with.
Look at this re-aggress coming out for C9 White. They want to regain this ground. Flowerful far away from her TP, but she's good for it.
Playing the off angle as that wasn't cleared out. A mistake from Jazzikins, but still the rifles in the hands of those that are alive.
That's Alexis and Bob rotating all the way back towards the A side as Mel's trying to push forward. Spotted by a trademark.
Let's play.
Jig is up. Oh, a little early with the flash, but I like that for Bonita. She wants those eco kills. Give me them.
Repels across, gets the 2 kills, and Bob trying to do anything that she can. It won't work out. Mel forced on a 5 versus 1. Glory going for the plant.
Spike planted.
And you're gonna try to salvage something, maybe save that Vandal, play for the OT. But she gives her position away. We repel up and catch her on the reload. Shopify Rebellion at map and series point against Cloud9 White on Icebox.
On LAN as well. Shopify Rebellion, they've got to be... They're feeling real good right now. I mean, Bonita had no fear entering into the site, and as soon as that trip got triggered, right? As soon as Mel got that ground at that B main, again, instant reaction for Shopify on the other side of the map. Just takes that timing, takes that information, and completely overtakes that A site.
Time for C9 to try to make this comeback, but it's not looking good from how the pacing, how the story has continued on for Shopify Rebellion, the dominant attacker half that we've seen so far. Full gun round coming out for C9 White. So do have 2 ults to work with.
And Shopify Rebellion are playing a lot of mind games right now. You could see on the minimap that Bonita has already used her wall towards this A. The last round was an A hit. So with this wall at A, they decide to go B with the KO ult.
Katsumi with the Hunter's Fury though. And look at the backtrack. It all has to come down to Mel towards this A site. Waiting right now at the corner. She does get the headshot onto Bonita. And the rest now holding their ground. We've lost both extremities, both fakes, both rotates. So it's up to KP, Lori, and Flowerful to fight back. Mel on the top of the rafters. The res comes out. Mel jumps on the top. She's gonna get caught by KP on the left side. But no, this might be it. There's only 2 left. Make that only Bob. A 2 versus 1 against KP and Flowerful. Flowerful on top of the A tower. Everything lays down on this. That's gotta be it. Shopify Rebellion eliminate Cloud9 White for the VCT Game Changers Championship.
And that's gotta feel so good. Look how much it means to them to beat them after getting beat online all the time for the last 2 years. Finally, on LAN, they're able to have a statement series and just dominate in the 3rd.
I don't know if you saw that, but look at KP. Go home, go home. You had the interview with KP. You remember the Twitter fingers that she wanted to tweet out onto Cloud9, onto the stage? Of course, it was to hold a trophy.
Yes.
But at least at this time, this is a great stepping stone for the confidence moving into the rest of the tournament.
Absolutely. I mean, you heard Bonita talking about it, right? She's looking over across the table and saying, oh, they seem a little bit online to me. And that definitely helped bolster the ladies' confidence on Shopify. They didn't look like the number 2 team in this series. They didn't look like they've been getting beat online all year long. They looked like the team that was in control the entirety of the series.
And the walk of relief here from Walkriz, but the walk of confidence for the rest of Shopify Rebellion. What do you take now for C9? I'm sure this is a disappointing tournament, but still, they've been dominant the whole first 2022. Yes, they've fallen short here at what could be their most important tournament of their career so far, but I'd still be somewhat relieved about how much they've made an impact into the Game Changers this year.
Absolutely. A lot to be proud of. A very successful 2022 for sure if you're Cloud9 White. It's not going to feel like it today.
Yeah.
No doubt today it's going to sting, it's going to burn. And as it should, right? That just reminds you exactly how important everything that you're working for is anyways. Cloud9 White, they dropped the ball, but I'm so proud of Shopify. Like I said, it is tough with that little amount of preparation. I mean, their teamwork, every set piece, all these layers of utility coming through for Shopify was so impressive.
It's crazy. And not only that, when it comes to these situations where they shouldn't win, when they're at a disadvantage with pistols, when they're at a disadvantage with stingers, somehow just swinging out, landing every single crisp shot. The young fraggers for the team, Flowerful, Sonder, really stepping up to the plate this whole tournament to show such a Cinderella story for Shopify Rebellion in this tournament.
30 seconds. Yeah, and if you're Cloud9 as well, you're, oh man, I'm left wondering, scratching my head, what would this series have looked like if the third wasn't Icebox? You know, I'm going back to your initial point of Icebox being a permaban for so long of 2022. Yeah. And then they just, so many questions in my mind, but so proud of Shopify in this series.
If not only that, it could have been Breeze and what happens there, right?
Yes.
But I think it's now time to talk about Shopify Rebellion. A nice little upset victory as we have the in-zone MVP. I mean, who do you have here at this point? KP had such amazing calls for the team. Flowerful's been popping off, Assander as well in terms of these eco rounds, getting all these entries. I mean, this should be 50-50 across for everybody.
I don't think it's 50-50. It has to be KP.
Okay.
Give it to the initiator, give it to the support, triple doubles across, I think, all 3 maps, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, her stats were just out of this world. Her calling, her mid-rounding, the prep, the executes, everything was just that much better than Cloud9 Whites.
Yeah, well, Jaws are definitely on the floor between that upset victory from Shopify Rebellion, but that doesn't stop there. They have another match coming up here, and that's going to be after the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
It's time to clear the way for the lineups competing for their tournament lives. It's an NA Civil War as we welcome to the stage Shopify Rebellion and Cloud9 White.
Bob's at the bottom. Oh my, this is clean! A triple kill!
Nice.
Huge stun.
And a wall bang from Alexis, but Sonder fights back. Finally on the board here in Vanita. There to support. Swinging out. The headshot to Sonder. Just walking out for KB. Alexis gets the ace.
What the f are you doing?
Consuming Alexis all inside. Mel close range shot. C9 win the first map in overtime. 14-12. Map 2 coming up on Haven. Trying to answer back. This should drop the last two unless Mel can go to work. Heavy firing shooting from Lori and Flowerful. Not easy to do for C9. Easy ADS as two more fall. 1 versus 1, 9 HP. But Alexis gets 4 kills into the round, but oh my, everything's being held. Sonder picks up the last 2 kills. And Shopify Rebellion will bring this into a third map. But she's hiding behind the wall. Trying to avenge her teammates, but Lori just stands her ground in the back of the A site.
30 seconds.
Katsumi swings on the other end of Maze. That is going to be a prime giving flawless for C9 White.
That's a game plan at work.
Now we're trying to answer back. We're just running and gunning. C9 trying to fight back on a 2 versus 1.
Let's go!
Shopify Rebellion eliminate Cloud9 White from the VCT Game Changers Championship.
And that's gotta feel so good. Look how much it means to them.
Welcome back, everyone. Those are your Prime Gaming post-match highlights and what was truly the match of the tournament. Shopify Rebellion versus Cloud9 White. And the Rebellion will manage to do what they have struggled to do all season long, take down a giant in this competition in Cloud9 White, and will be advancing in this competition. Golden Boy here alongside with Hypoc and Kukuka, and what a series that was.
Alex, you're married, right?
Yeah, 14 years.
Do you know, don't make it weird. Do you know how sometimes some things are just meant to be?
Yeah.
I think that this was the case for Shopify Rebellion. They've been hunting for this opportunity, for this outcome more like, for a very, very long time. When it mattered the most, they were able to secure the win, and especially in the map that we just witnessed, which for the first time in this tournament, we've seen Cloud9 actually being sloppy and being scared with everything on the line and them not being able to step up.
I mean, we did ask the question, right? We were looking back at how many times these teams had faced off, right?
It's been a journey.
When the stakes are raised, it was usually C9 to close out, and this time around, Shopify come out swinging on map 3, honestly.
Yeah, they really do. And, you know, look, at the end of the day, right, all 10 girls played unbelievable Valorant, you know, taking it all the way to the distance like this, plays that were out of this world. But really, I mean, the way that Shopify Rebellion just kind of put it together at the tail end there. And this moment right here, wild, these lurks that we were seeing as well from Benita.
It's insane because the moment that we're seeing Benita in kitchen actually means more that we know, and it's the fact that KP had been breaking that chamber trap at the beginning of the round, conditioned Mel to put it at mid-round or put it somewhere else. They knew that kitchen was a place in the map that they did not have control over, and they had to keep fighting for over and over again. So there was this round that we just see Benita walking around kitchen being like, oh, there's no one here. There's no utility. I mean, maybe we broke it, but literally no contest on the map.
Yeah, I mean, Potter was talking about mind games on the cast, and I think that was so important. You mentioned the conditioning early on, kind of forcing out errors from C9, which we rarely see, right? And actually, even to think back, the response to that was posting Mel up in Tube with the operator, and then who's waiting on the other side of that? Flowerful's playing deep on top of that crate in bottom mid, and it's things like that that you watch, and it's almost like the perfect storm comes together for Shopify.
Yeah,
I think it's also important to mention that those mistakes were not only coming into, you know, that kind of conditioning, they were also sloppy in the way that they phased the anti-ecos that they were playing. Before this, they had a perfect score. In this one, they would end 8-5, and we're talking about Shopify wins an eco around that you're not supposed to win, let's call it like that, and right after that, always 2 rounds in a row, and again, all the chances that you had to step up, to snowball, to get all those rounds in a row, you give them to your opponent, and this is where you get.
Yeah, well, that means that we say farewell to one of the more prolific teams in all of, honestly, in all of competitive Valorant, period.
Yeah.
You know, Cloud9 White, a team that has had quite the journey up until this moment. This is, you know, it's been Hypoc incredible to see their journey. And even some of the moments that they've had. Obviously, the team has had a lot of fun out here. But yeah, I mean, what a tale it has been for this team this season, Hypoc.
Yeah, even just looking back at some of these, the confidence was there, right? And it's in that regard. I mean, we mentioned this being the best possible version of Shopify so far. I think that's. I don't want to say it was almost kind of out of the blue. This was always going to be a possibility. We talked about the map veto, how it lies, and even coming out of map 2, talking about just bigger picture, how much better Shopify looked on the day.
I think overall, the strategy that we saw coming in from Shopify today, I am... It's just awesome to see that they can pull it out in this moment of the tournament when it matters the most. They still have a long day ahead. Do not forget that now they have to go in and face against Liquid. We talked about all the resilience that it takes to take your eternal opponent to a third map, actually get the victory. I think that they have an insane score on those third maps, but now they have to do it all again against an opponent that they've already faced up against.
Yeah, very true, very true. Well, before the break, we asked you guys to vote for your player of the match, and let's see who you decided to vote for. Your in-zone MVP is Sonder, but you know what? Wouldn't have been, honestly, either way, there was no wrong answers.
Yeah. I mean, we even said coming into this, like, each map you could probably pick a different MVP here, and it's these three girls on screen.
Yeah, exactly. Map 1 goes for Sonder, 100% KP on the second one, the breach ults that we talked about. I think that even on this third one, the being an agent that is not flashy at all, like Sova or Flowerful with the last picks that she had, especially in the last rounds where everybody's so tired, she was popping off.
Yeah, that's right. Well, because of the fact that Shopify Rebellion have a match coming up very soon against Team Liquid, that's going to be coming up very, very quickly here, we actually have an opportunity to speak with Mel from Cloud9 White. Yinsu is standing by with our Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy and the desk. Yes, I can't believe we have to say goodbye to C9 White today. I'm joined by Mel here. First of all, Mel, thank you so much for your time. I know you guys just had a really, really tough result, so I really appreciate you being here with me to do this interview. Now, like I said, it wasn't the result that you would have expected or wanted today. And where do you think it went wrong? Because Shopify were always an opponent that never caused too many issues for you guys.
I think we had really good form yesterday against Guilds, and I think the form we showed today was not nearly close to our peak. We played very off today.
Was there anything that you feel like contributed to that? Was it the prep or anything that happened maybe during the game that you felt like the momentum swung the other way?
I'm not really sure how to describe it. We were very well prepared going into this match in terms of knowing what they were going to do. We knew to play our own game. When it came to the late round scenarios and man-up advantages, we did not play nearly as tight today as we've shown in scrims and in the tournament so far and in our previous matches. And quite frankly, we just didn't play like a team that looks to upset, co-ed teams in the co-ed tournaments, and it's just really unfortunate that we just didn't show up today. You can only really get 2 bad games or 2 bad days in a tournament if it's double elim, and unfortunately, we just completely flopped today.
Now, the desk mentioned a little bit about the anti-ecos. Before today, I think you guys were a team that were flawless when it came to those kind of scenarios. Why do you think that you let the ball drop in that area today?
When I was speaking to the late round scenarios, I was kind of speaking to the anti-ecos as well. When it came down to it, I think we had man up in a lot of those situations, but it's hard really to say without going back in the VOD. I'm kind of overtaken by just this feeling. We just never expected to go into this and lose. It's actually surreal to me right now that I'm standing here, the loser. It's very tough, but I don't know. It's just something we have to keep our heads down and grind. I think that's all we can really do. We didn't play like a team that we were in scrims this whole week. We didn't play the team that we were yesterday. We didn't play like a team that we were against Gozen. We should have closed it out on Haven. There's so many things that could have gone differently, but at the end of the day, all you can do is learn from your losses. And at the same time, you aren't defined by your losses. And going into next year, we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are going to bounce back for sure. And lastly, very quickly, this tournament has been an extremely wholesome tournament. Everyone has been so friendly. We've seen a lot of different cultures and international teams. And what's been kind of your favorite memory and your takeaway from here?
I think living in the moment, arriving here with my team, playing the first day of matches. Although it was a win and a loss, it was very memorable that we don't get this opportunity very often to play with each other in person and compete at world-renowned tournament like this. So I'm very grateful and very privileged, and I'm really sorry that we let you guys down and we won't be seeing you guys today or tomorrow.
Mel, you can never do anything to let anyone down. Don't feel that way. Thank you so much for joining me. It's been an absolute honor, honestly, to watch you and your team, and we'll see you next year.
Thank you.
And that is it for our first match, but we have one more to determine who is going to be ending up in the grand finals to face G2 Gozen. It is Shopify versus Team Liquid right after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Bikini, small, heels, tall. She said she likes the ocean. Bikini, small, heels, tall. She said she likes the ocean. Bikini, small, heels, tall. She said she likes the ocean. Bikini, small, heels, tall. She said she likes the ocean. Bikini, small, heels, tall. She said she likes the ocean. Bikini, small, heels, tall. She said she likes the ocean.
Go on, girls, keep moving that. They love it when you doing that. They on it when you moving that. Can't get sexy on them, tell them throw the whole stack. Go on, girls, keep moving that. They love it when you doing that. They on it when you moving that.
Welcome back to Game Changers Champions. I hope you guys had a nice break, managed to process everything you just saw, because we're about to bring you guys another banger. It is a lower bracket final, Team Liquid versus Shopify Rebellion. I am your host, Youngsu, and I've got two analysts with me to break everything down. Are you guys doing okay, Sapphire, Athena, after what we just saw?
No, I have not recovered. I think I'm still shaking. Either team we were happy for. We're happy, we're sad. I
Too
don't know.
many emotions
so many
right now.
emotions
Yeah,
right now.
Yeah, seeing Shopify on the stage so happy, I felt it. I was like, yeah, that's what it feels like to win. Yeah. And then I see Mel doing the interview, and I'm like, I know how it feels to lose too, man. So
at the hands of Mel.
Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah. But yeah, it's definitely heartbreaking for both of these teams, for either one of these teams to lose, and also really, really happy for either one of these teams to win, and we're the NA representatives here on the desk. So.
Yeah, the narratives have been turned on its head, but it's not just about NA today, because we have Brazil waiting in the wings, watching that game, I'm sure, to see who they're going to be taking on. Team Liquid also, they suffered a bit of a heartbreaking loss after yesterday, because there was a lot of record-ending streaks for them. Team Liquid, up until yesterday, were one of the best teams in the world. Safa, as you know, as well as we do, they weren't even really used to losing, let alone in that fashion.
Yeah, this was a first for them. A first on LAN, a first. It doesn't matter. They are not used to going to that lower bracket, and that's uncomfortable for them. It could throw them off a bit. So this is a new situation. I think they went into that guild match thinking they were the favorites. They got shaken up a little bit yesterday.
Yeah, for Liquid, they're definitely looking really, really good, but losing that one game in the bracket might be kind of hindering, and I think especially because Shopify has just played and they're super warmed up, that might also affect Team Liquid coming in here. But I do think that both these teams are super high energy, super high firepower. Going into this, it's going to be super, super explosive, and I honestly can't wait to see Bastarda play. Like, I'm so excited to see her playing again.
Yeah, to see Bastarda and Sonder go head to head.
Yeah.
Woo! I'm excited for this.
And this is what we were talking about. Team Liquid, before yesterday, the last time they were 2-0'd was back in October 2021, and that was the only time they've ever been 2-0. They have never been in a lower bracket before, and it was the first time, Athena, they've ever lost on LAN.
Yeah, I mean, that's just insane to me. Like, this is where their streak was finally broken. It's kind of now for them a redemption sort of thing, which seems to be the theme of this game changer so far. Like, every second seed is winning. Every like person that's losing is now like coming back and having the insane comeback. So yeah, this is definitely like another kind of redemption arc for Team Liquid to kind of put themselves on top again and show that, hey, just because we lost one doesn't mean we're going to falter. We're not going to be scared to like keep going in this bracket.
Yeah, on paper, like this was the #1 team in a very, very competitive region. You know, they could look at this and say that, you know, that Shopify win was an upset. They could be feeling very confident here. They've had the fortunate opportunity to also, like, you know, you could look at it two ways. Like, you're really warmed up, but for Team Liquid, like, they've had a chance to sit there, relax, take everything in, you know, look at the maps and decide, you know, refine what their veto is going to be. So they've had a lot of opportunities here too.
Yeah, and confidence is key, as you heard from Mel as well. You know, when you have just one off day, it could be over for you here. And no one, I feel like, is more confident when it comes to the trash talks than these two teams. Daiki on Twitter just spitting pure fire, Sapphire over here as well. Like, I'm afraid to go up against either of these guys.
This tweet made me scared. It's always great to see the smile fading little by little.
That is actually terrifying.
Chills.
Yeah.
Like, I would be shaking. Like, if I read this, I'd be like, oh my God, is my hotel room door locked?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, they were probably sitting in their green room just waiting. They're like, oh, those smiles are disappearing shortly.
And those walkouts as well, they're coming in with confidence. And as we said, Athena, they have every right to be confident.
I mean, for sure. I really want to just build up on the point that they have been resting. They have been watching the games. They might be picking up on tendencies that they can use against Shopify. And yes, this confidence is such a big thing, especially at LAN. Because again, when it comes to LAN, like, the sound isn't the same. The setups aren't the same. So what kind of holds it down or is the rock for the team is that mental and that attitude going into the game. And so when you're confident and just holding W the entire time and trying to take like the fights that you normally would take in scrims, but even more aggressively, like, that's kind of the teams that seems like are coming on top, and that's kind of what we're seeing here now.
Yeah, and let's not forget that tweet was after they beat Shopify the first time round, and this from Benita, Heather, just happened. We just took this.
Athena and I saw this and we're like, oh no, she did not just say that.
My God. I mean, it wasn't just Benita as well. It was also Flowerful. I think we have another tweet from her. Oh, Landif.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that yawning emoji. I think we saw that from Alexis the other day. So Shopify was paying attention to the socials.
I mean, they got to back it up now, right? You can talk the talk, but so far, Shopify and Liquid, they've done the walk there. 2 out of the 3 teams that are left, and only one of them can progress, of course. But again, like I said, this is a rematch. Like, we've seen this happen before, and Liquid were the ones that came out on top. Do you think that's going to happen again today?
I mean, for me, I have to see the maps, because I think this pick and ban phase is really going to be insane, because it really depends on what these teams are going to be going for, what they've learned, the mistakes they've kind of picked up on, and how they want to play against Team Liquid now that they've already faced them.
Well, your wish is my command. We got map select in a moment here. But real quickly, again, it's a rematch. Last time they played Fracture, Bind, Icebox. Heather, do you want to see the same maps come up this time?
I want to see a Fracture as a rematch from that one. And Shopify, they let that Fracture slip away from them just a couple hours ago from Cloud9. And, you know, it's always better to go and be able to fix your mistakes quickly.
Yeah, and this is the same ban from last time too, Athena.
Yeah, I mean, banning Ascent against Team Liquid just seems to be the smartest thing to do. Obviously, Liquid coming in with the Pearl ban. I think that's a pretty safe option for them. And we finally, yes, we do see the Fracture. I agree with Sapphire here. Like, I was so excited to see this Fracture, just to see these teams battle it out, like, full on aggressively on this map.
Yeah, and then it's gonna. Oh, interesting. Icebox. And this is a map. Obviously, we just saw Shopify have a lot of success on, but Team Liquid's been dominating it too throughout the tournament.
Yeah, this will be that redemption you spoke about, Athena, if Shopify can somehow grab a win here. And they banned the bind. They don't want the cabbages again. They've been haunted by the cabbage.
They've actually been traumatized by that cabbage. I mean, I would too. Like, I would just not even want to be in that same area ever again. I think these two maps are going to be really, really close for sure. The Haven ban coming in, which obviously Shopify just played on it, good ban, and Breeze. Breeze is gonna be an absolute banger. Like, these three maps are so like important on getting those picks and getting those like early frags and even like the multi-kills. So here we're really gonna see Sonder and Bastardo shine. Like, these two players are really, really good.
I was just thinking the same. I'm like, let's start. I can already envision her Jet on that map. I'm excited for
No,
this.
seriously, I think both these players are really, really gonna shine, and I think even the support players on each of these teams, Daiki on that Sova, like, I think everything is just gonna be like pure firepower. And like, I don't think you guys are like understand how excited I am for this game. Like, I can't even think of words right now. Like, I just want them to play already.
Okay, I'm gonna give you a moment to collect yourself as we take a break. Again, guys, make sure you grab enough water and food. You're not gonna want to go anywhere for the next couple of hours. And when we return, we're gonna be bringing you the lower bracket finals.
Chapman.
Welcome back to the final series of the day, where the winning team will be going to the first ever Game Changers Championship Grand Finals. Please give a warm welcome for Team Liquid and Shopify Rebellion. If either of these teams want a shot at G2. They have to win here. Shopify, they have already turned this tournament upside down. But let's not forget, it was Team Liquid that sent them to the lower bracket in the first place. I don't know about you guys, but this could be the match of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, especially with these map picks, like the Fracture coming back in. We already saw Shopify kind of beat Team Liquid on that, so I wonder if Team Liquid have fixed their mistakes. They just saw them play it against C9 also. Like, did they have time to figure things out? Then the Icebox also coming in, which I think is really, really interesting because Shopify did also just play it and just win on it, but they also lost to it against Team Liquid.
Yeah, as a former competitor, I'm sure you'd agree, like, you never want to be the losing team, but when you get that rematch, like, you learn more from a loss than you do from a win. So there's a lot of opportunities here for both teams to adjust what happened on their Fractures and their Iceboxes in the past.
I mean, we saw there was a bit of a gnarly statistic that the team that loses the first time in a rematch, they tend to have a better chance. And Shopify, they just beat C9Y. So if we're going to talk about being confident on land, I feel like you're not going to get more confident than just beating C9.
Yeah, I mean, in a game like Valorant, momentum is so important, and this is like the biggest like bout of momentum that you could get for Shopify. Like, they're just like rocketing themselves up there.
To play like slightly devil's advocate, we've seen there's been so much build-up for Shopify to beat Cloud9. Like, KP in interviews in the past talked about, like, I can't wait to go to, beat Cloud9 on LAN. But the talk was about that. Like, you have to remember there's so many other competitive regions too here. So, like, you can't be satisfied with that win. You need to want more.
I mean, for Team Liquid as well, last time they did play Fracture, they were really, really close, Heather. They were 3 rounds difference. What do you think they need to do differently in order to maybe take the first map this time around?
I mean, it's a lot about like reducing mistakes, right? And in fixing those little mistakes, forcing the other team to make those mistakes. We've heard about that from them in interviews before. They think about the game as how you force mistakes out of your opponent.
Yeah, I mean, like, seeing the way that like each member of the opposing team plays, you can always kind of try to find that loophole that you want to abuse. And I think that today it's going to be really hard for either one of these teams to kind of get a hold of that until much, much later in the round.
Well, we're into the Prime Gaming Asian Select. We saw a mirror matchup the last time they played on Fracture, and Sonda with the raise there. She is Athena, went 6-0 in first kills first day.
Yeah, I mean, that is just insane. I think Sonder has really, really played a big part in Shopify's success this tournament. I think obviously all the girls are going to be hand in hand with that success, but Sonder really has just pulled off really, really good rounds time and time again. And both of these comps are comps that we have seen before. So it is the mirror matchup once again.
The same comp that Shopify just ran on that Fracture, where they were just inches away from beating Cloud9, and a lot of the reasons they lost that were, again, down to individual mistakes, losing ecos, not necessarily the comp. So they're going with their comforts here.
Well, we've seen Shopify take the stage already today, but will Team Liquid be able to replicate their performance from the upper bracket? It's time to find out as we head into map 1 with your casters, Ender and Mimi.
Yeah, thank you very much, Yinsu. The stakes here are huge. Only one slot left in the grand finals, and it's a rematch. Shopify and TL. Shopify already breaking through their barriers, finally beating C9, and now we'll have to see if they can make do on that loss versus TL in the upper final.
Yeah,
in the upper brackets.
Exactly. Look, the 2 days since the Secrets incident went down, Shopify Rebellion wanted to kick things off back on Fracture, a map they won against TL in that series. So much riding on this first map, especially with things like Icebox and whatnot on the line, of course, going to Team Liquid earlier. But for these two teams, North America's last hope, Brazil's last hope, it all comes down to one best of 3.
And it's on common ground. We saw this map in the last bout between these two squads. Same compositions, they run it back and they run it fast. Sonder already ready to take control towards Sands, but stunned off the line for the moment.
Shopify played a relatively slow attack in a lot of the rounds, but very clearly a different idea here with Sonder getting out in Sands. You know, the wall off rope, but still a fight to be had as soon as these players pop into the smokes.
Oh, Lori ready for it. 2 from Shopify. Daiki wanted to help, but I don't think aware of that wall. Now she wants on a flank, but she's in trouble here, getting ran down by the entirety of Shopify and only able to grab a single kill. Shopify back out, head towards B.
Now Daiki is going to be here on site before anyone else arrives. I love the reposition back up towards tower. This might be a difficult angle for Shopify to clear, expecting the players to be in CT. Daiki can swing on the plancher. Classic in hand. Sonder goes down, but Lori finds the trade.
And now a 3 versus 1. DRN already down. KP ready on that one. Shopify take the pistol.
Big pace switch up from just 2 days ago, where again, Shopify, so much of their attack sort of holding hands as 5 players, waiting to see if there was going to be any defender-sided aggression. And one of the big questions, I think, for me coming into the series was, with repeat maps, 2 repeat maps from that series, how well can KP control these rounds? Because she is definitely the type of IGL where after 7, 8 rounds, she unlocks. And it seemed like in that series previously, round 12s, she always had the right calls.
Yeah, I know. She can only hope that those reads are coming through far earlier. I think a lot of this match will be that battle of the brains between her and Daiki. And in the last bout, it was Team Liquid. It was Daiki getting the better after Shopify gave away those opportunities, after they lost that Seekers round, after they timed out against that eco.
Ooh, I like this walk up here. Already having some ideas. The shots don't come in, though. Shopify are going to be able to feel. Not even taking basically any damage here. The Prime Gaming Flawless comes in for Shopify Rebellion, but already Team Liquid are showing us different reads because they didn't do a lot of this defender-sided aggression, and if it continues through into the rifle rounds, that could definitely throw Shopify off guard.
Opponent killed.
Yeah, for Shopify here. I'm sure they're instilled with confidence. After that game versus C9, they've finally broken down a barrier, and now it's just down to beating TL again. But this round, TL will be back onto their rifles. It's another one of these changes from Shopify. That previous match was very much defined by these kind of deathball 5-player defaults towards the south side, holding for aggression from TL.
Now holding much more towards that north side of the map. Flowerful, I mean, because they invested 3 Bulldogs, this is a round where Shopify do pack a pretty serious punch. With Nachi1 sort of stuck down on the ground here. Might want to teleport out. Lori, though, just with the Spectre, removes her from play.
Wall towards the spawn side. That'll block off an angle towards Generator. But TL is grouped. They've broken a section of that wall, have 3 players ready to fight. But look at Flowerful, looking just on the other side of that wall in main, waiting for her opportunity to get out. Daiki in trouble. Finds one, though, and ready for the kill on the flank. If she can take this player in main, she can open up the round. Daiki does it. Now a safe haven in main. Naxi there from the other side. Only Sonder. 1 versus 3, and Naxi is on the angle. TL find their first.
Oh, yeah. Naxi and Daiki right there. I love the position. Daiki held just sort of playing back to her own wall, sort of trapped herself on the site, but that's not an angle. As an attacking team, you have to deal with very often fighting B main when you have a player there, but the wall just makes it happen. And yeah, I love that. First ever rematch between teams here in different regions at this Game Changers event.
And it feels wild to say that because a lot of this year has been defined by Brazil versus NA. In the VCT circuit, we've seen Optic versus Loud so many times. Brazil taking home the championship there. And for TL here, we've talked to the players. It would mean so much for them to have an opportunity to bring another trophy home to Brazil.
If anyone's going to bring it home, you sort of look to a player like Bastarda, right, who was so impactful, even in the loss to G2 in this series against Shopify Rebellion, but one of those players that really does snowball through rounds. You give her 1 kill, there's going to be 2 or 3 more that tend to follow it through. A very explosive player.
And that's what happened last time, right? We get to that 3rd map, Bastarda starts strong, and she just rolls all the way through. Shopify gets utterly shut down on that map of Icebox.
Yeah, just absolute cruise control. No surprise that Team Liquid want to go there again. We'll see, though, because Shopify, again, 5 players working over towards A main. 1 point off from big ultimate in Benita's hands. They're going to move straight over towards Sand. The fight back is good, though. Bastarda, the player, to kick things off.
Sonder is down, no trade for her, and more still to come for Team Liquid. Shopify still trapped in main. They'll attempt to scale towards Sands now. Just 1 flash invested. Not pushing off of it just yet, as well as a bit more passive, not giving away any of these fights initially.
Lori's just 1 off res now, so a possibility late round to get that res on through. Naxi trying to fight on out, but as the wall comes on in, Bastarda now swinging out deep sight. KP go to the shots, but Naxi finds two.
Now it's Benita trying to trade out, but unable to stop her. Naxi on fire early in this map.
Fantastic from Naxi. A couple rounds in a row from her. Has the ultimate as well. Star players abound on this Team Liquid roster. But Naxi already making a huge, huge impact against Shopify. And it doesn't even really look like it's going to matter. Shopify have big ultimates coming into play, but no money in the tank. And when Naxi is just locking down a site on her own like that, two teammates next to her, nobody required for her to get the 3K.
And Bastarda is already feeling good. We talked about that snowball, and it's just started to inch down that hill. An eco here for Shopify. They were very good at converting these in that match versus Cloud9.
Yeah, I mean, look at this early space Team Liquid have been able to find. Pushing down out of B main. Not getting over-aggressive with Bastarda. She can just sort of hold this down. Team Liquid have to know, I think, that it's going to be more of a north side play. Again, you've had Daiki sort of waiting in A main as well. Not seeing anything just yet, so all quiet, and I think that the position Naxi is holding over by Canteen, it's going to be first contact up against Shopify. How crisp she looked in the last round, too. Like, you can just fight off 2-3 players on your own fallback with the rest of the team.
You see that ping coming front gen? I wonder if they were considering smoking, just trying to... This one heavy towards the top side. Smokes do come in for this execute. Wall across towards Jen yet again. And Sonder attempting to take space, but it's actually a nade through from Bastarda to get things started. Shopify stays stalled out of this one. Taking Heaven is a big priority, and Flowerful's found a shot. Rifle recovered off of that one. These two players left on site could be in trouble. Rolling Thunder coming in. The swing will follow. Can Shopify get anything off that piece of utility? One. That's for Sonder. Showstopper in.
30 seconds.
No connection to come off of it. So a 4 versus 3. Ult committed again from Benita. That's Daiki down. And Benita, Sheriff in hand, finds hers. Flowerful for the trade. Shopify doesn't seem stoppable in these ecos.
Look, you give Shopify pistols, they will just beat you. In their previous years against Cloud9, Cloud9 had not lost a Thrifty or an anti-eco all tournament long, and Shopify just delivered them 3, 4, 5 on individual maps. Absolutely ridiculous stuff to be able to convert here, investing the ultimates as well once they realize it's a possibility. What a site take, and what a round to win to get the momentum back on your side.
Shopify have to be feeling fantastic off of that one, but I actually like to take an early time out here.
Yeah, just sort of figuring out what the deal is going to be, I think. They did just use a couple of big ultimates, and Shopify, we remember back to the previous series, again, a lot of the conditioning is slower early play, sort of grouping together to defend against any early defender-sided aggression, actually, but it was more towards the south side, so already showing a couple of looks towards the north end of things. I think Shopify are going to want to ping-pong a little bit more.
Yeah, and when I talked to Daiki after that first game versus Shopify, she said that she wasn't really ready for Shopify to play this composition, but she really just tried to figure it out on the fly because they played that exact same comp. They knew how it played generally, but they weren't able to get that read in time. Now TL has had a little bit more time to reflect on that match, but Shopify making this change could throw a wrench in it. It could rely on, again, TL making these kind of later game adaptations to be able to close the series.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, if Shopify continue to attack from the north side, we've seen a few times now Team Liquid just take control over B main or A main and sort of lock themselves down in that position. And those are areas of the map that are easier to fight back out onto site, I feel, than if you're maybe a drop player over on the A site that stays there on the defense to fight back in. The angles maybe a little bit more challenging, so it'll be interesting as the game continues to unfold, but Shopify actually used the timeout to split up 2-3.
Different from their default. You see TL has 2 players towards drop. There's a possibility of a fast flank from the north side, but it's actually Daiki to get things started instead, just holding the angle against Sonder. Stage res is there, so it stays even at 5.
Yeah, Lori says thanks for Daiki's wall. He's able to get the resurrect off as Benito finds the kill down underneath. They are going to bust down that wall so they can try to pinch back into tower. The shorty is there for the single kill.
1-for-1 DRN on the site. A monster in the last game and an opportunity for a second, but KP on the shutdown. There's a double flank coming though, and I'm not sure if Shopify's ready.
This is strange. Lori sort of locks the spike into sight with that wall. No one's actually angled up towards tower just yet. 2 players in that area, and look at the ultimates on play. Naxi and Bastarda can go sprinting into the site.
They want to take fast space towards Heaven. It's a stun, it's a nade, it's Lori down, but Bastarda dies in the time she tried to invest her rocket. And it's only Naxi. Good thus far this game, but not ready for KP on the angle. The recovered operator finds the shot, and Shopify claim their 4th.
Not ready for the KP up. That is wild stuff up in tower to finish off the round for Shopify. Not an easy round to sort of think through, as I think like this smoke just here slightly off. That's an attack-sided smoke that maybe Benita wanted to play off of. And actually she did for the first kill. It got traded out in the end on the opposite end. Very chaotic round as, again, it does feel like Team Liquid are trying to get these flanks going. I like that from the north side, just not the perfect angle, I think, with so many players from Shopify still alive.
Again, it's this breach raise setup to hold towards the north side. Aggression forward, but Shopify just holding for it, not giving anything away to Bastarda.
That Spike going for a bit of a journey. Actually, the whole team dodging away from this north side walk-up from Team Liquid. The timing working just perfectly for them. Knew there were some players, but not going to be able to find a fight for Team Liquid.
Even though this is an eco, there's still a lot of danger in this round. You see the Tour de Force posted on underpass. Shopify would be hard-pressed to re-clear that space, and they're unlikely to be able to claim north side for the rest of this round. If they execute B, it's a fight from one front. You actually see that player starting to wrap underneath. There's a possible duel there, but faster as they execute out into the site. Nachi1 caught on a rough timing, forced off the angle, and knocked down to 36.
Nachi1, the player to watch with the chamber op in hand, but not able to find really the fight she needed to spin this round around.
And now look at this post plant for Shopify. Brim playing off site. They have utility on Benita. A molly for her to close out the round, and players still here ready to fight. Sonder the first one up, not spotted in this close corner and able to dodge out on the breach utility. Sonder not able to get a second. 2 shots off the Sheriff's Lorry, in trouble close on the site, and she's down 2. Benita needs to do more. She's stuck into the site. That molly already invested. Flowerful on the swing, and it's only a 1 versus 1. Naxi aware of her opponent's position, but Benita playing around the time. Dance in and out of the box. That timer continuing to tick, and only 3 bullets for Naxi. She doesn't have an opportunity. Benita steals it away, but too damn close for Shopify.
Yeah, what is that? The anti-eco there just barely secured by Shopify Rebellion, and full credit to Team Liquid in that, showing the fundamental play. The swinging out of the smoke from Generator, I believe it was Daiki that goes for the very wide swing with the Sheriff teammate very close behind her, is able to follow through and get the trade. So even with bad buys, even with the Sheriffs, they are able to make it so close.
I think there was kind of an early tipping point that could have made that round far more winnable. Nachi1's timing on falling off the angle underpass. If she gets that early kill onto Benita, that opens up a flank through from the underpass. That opens up the man advantage, keeps that chamber up in position, but unfortunately it didn't work out like that, and TL will now take a pause ahead in their next rifle round.
And we've actually seen a lot of this throughout the first 7 rounds of play. Team Liquid players, maybe 1 or 2 of them, slowly walking forward. So it's not these like early set pieces like breach, raise, flying forward, trying to get a very impressive early kill. Instead, it's about finding those timing windows where they can try to pick off individual players from Shopify Rebellion. This is something that can continue on for them, but with the way that Shopify do like to stack, those kills should often be traded from their side.
Yeah, and TL has really been struggling to get anything really early in these rounds. A lot of times, this composition, when you have the slow orb, the breach utility, on top of that raise, you can fight for these opening gambits, be setting up traps in A main, getting forward in B main as well, but because of that, the way that Shopify plays, the amount of players they stack together, TL hasn't really found those opportunities.
Right here.
We'll see what they come into with this round. DRN does have ultimate ready to go. The crowd trying to give some ideas to Team Liquid as well, maybe just trying to keep the spirits up after a couple of tough rounds they ended up faltering to. Shopify are actually taking some early space with the calm beats of Dish.
It's being made here. There's a chamber trademark that will be broken wall through, but that can be quickly broken by Shopify. TL forced to actually look to claim space in main instead. No one from Shopify ready to fight that, and Sonder in midair nearly gets the kill onto Daiki, but swatted out like a fly, and the rest of her team so far away, that Brim ult absolutely staggering this execute.
The crazy thing is in this previous match, the first time around, Sonder was going for those crazy satchels out of drop. The follow-through from the utility, though, from KP was absolutely perfect. Some insane kills Sonder was able to find. That was a confidence play from previous experience, but good on Daiki to be able to shut that one down.
Just under 50 seconds left in this round, and Shopify looking to reconsider. They've gotten very cautious of someone reflanking them on the north side, but TL hasn't yet, just holding space on both these sites.
The thing is too, like Shopify don't really take space that much, right? Flowerful was sort of the solo player south side, but just waiting for the walk-ups that TL go for, and it's caused the clock to wind down 25 seconds, and they're getting carved by Daiki and DRN.
And the spike is still up drop. Daiki there, a third kill for her. And Flowerful alone in main, 17 seconds. This one is undoable. Prime Gaming flawless to TL.
Fantastic stuff from Team Liquid, securing their third round of the game. And I've got to say, if Shopify Rebellion play these super slow rounds over and over again, Team Liquid, yeah, do your thing. Don't give them the early fights. That's how it needs to happen. Daiki doing the tracking exercises on that one, trying to finalize the kill onto Sonder. But if Sonder drops early in a round, it does seem like Shopify a little bit less sure of what they want to do, of how they actually want to get into a site, especially when it's a drop side take, right? Without that movement ability, all 3-4 players are going to be dropping down there. It's not ideal whatsoever.
Nachi1 trying to take a fight there in main. Just barely missing out on a bullet from the tour to force. She'll receive one instead out of Benita. So another one of these early advantages to Shopify.
Entry Brimstone with the Vandal, the Soul Vandal. Very surprising that it's Benita to have the Vandal there. As Sonder does recover one too.
Getting so close in the smoke, they want to just push this one through, and it's so effective. 4 kills, only one to trade out, and DRN takes 3.
DRN is a beast. She was farming Shopify Rebellion, and the call for that late push into the smoke. I absolutely love it. Caught with the boombot in hand there as well. 2 players sort of holding hands with one another, so the trades would be there inside of the smoke. You can see they love it. They love it.
The crowd very heavily out there in support of TL today. A lot of fans behind them, and that's a round to get them going.
Yeah, it's like 90% Team Liquid fans in the audience, and then Sonder's mom and Team Sonder kicking things off here as Shopify Rebellion try to go flying into the site. Both breaches. Trade ultimate. Sonder blind, concussed, naded, exploded. She has to fall back.
Yeah, that ult's invested for nothing, but they still get that opener onto Bastarda. So Shopify, again, gifted one of these early advantages. They just want to break this stage while early, try and blitz into the A site, but look at the setup. Nachi1 is here, slow game thus far, but Operator on the line. She whips the shot, tucks into sight, needs something more. A smoke to support, a flash already in. Benita is scaling. Daiki tries to trade, but can't get it done, so it's only Nachi1, and she can't get any more. 2 players left for Team Liquid, and they're smoked off from this one. Resurrection out of Shopify on top of it all.
Yeah, the blunder from Nachi1 gonna cost Team Liquid very likely this round as the Resurrect comes in just to make sure that this one can be secured. Some damage could prove potent for Team Liquid. I think they've got the bank to really try to hunt out a couple of kills right here. You can see less than around 500, 600 credits for most players on Shopify Rebellion. So those would definitely sting if Team Liquid were able to find anything. But it looks like the only player they might even have a chance against would be KP on this exit right here, who concusses herself out. Very nicely done. No chance for Team Liquid to remove those rifles.
Another chance here towards drop if pushes fast through Sans. Naxi comes, but
no harm
it's not going to be any damage. 5 players left alive to Shopify.
Shopify Rebellion. You also have to consider the fact this team just played against Cloud9, right? 3 maps, tons of footage for TL to get. You can maybe say a little bit of a warm-up there for Shopify on stage, but this is going to be a long day for them, especially if Team Liquid continue to put up this kind of a fight, force us into a 3rd map very likely.
We've heard a lot this tournament about Shopify Rebellion and just the energy that this team has been trying to embody. Everyone, keeping everyone positive while they're playing on stage, and if they can keep that mentality up throughout today, they really could do anything. They really could have a shot at that grand finals.
Well, once again, 5 players zooming on over towards this B site. The concuss and the molly gonna do a lot, but Sonder's all the way up into tower. How does DRN swing through the smoke and find that fight, saving Naxi's life?
And Naxi is still alive. Not a lick of damage onto her despite the investment from Shopify. And now a flank. Showstopper through, but KP not cleared on the corner. Daiki has a wall. She'll try and run away. Wants to maybe get a resurrection through here, but won't be permitted. Instead, just backs away, and Shopify now completely trapped.
Yeah, I mean, Naxi was able to find yet another kill onto Flowerful, too. While all the chaos was going down, no one there to trade out Flowerful. Daiki takes the shot and decides to fall on back. Team Liquid with big numbers advantage here. I was wondering, will Daiki go all the way back and sort of group up with the team? But no, will still be posted over by A main, so they know Shopify is still not committing to that area.
Maxi ready on a stun. That's off the contact of Nachi1. Trained on this line. Another miss, but the stun will save her. Again, the support utility from Team Liquid has been so good. Many opportunities for Shopify to get an opener, but consistently, TL have been saving each other from death.
The ego swing right there. Will cost a life as another miss from Nachi1. That just can't be happening.
She knows about the flank as well. Lori has this into a 1v1 on site. She has to push now. Not only does she have to kill DRN, but she needs to plant through a fight. 8 seconds needs this now, but it might just not be possible. DRN plays the dance. She'll win this round on the time. It gets a kill to boot.
Last round before
Team
the
Liquid, I mean, they just saw a very fast B take. The previous round, there's another one again, and the utility to stall out just leaves Sunder completely isolated. Shopify are definitely going to have to rethink how they've been approaching, because these fast hits are not working with how quick on the trigger DRN and Maxi are.
Still, you can hear Shopify having fun with this one, keeping the vibes high on their squad. Last round and a half here, and the player I'm really fixated on is Nachi1, really struggling to find value thus far this half. Another opportunity, wanted to take an early swing, but pushed off the angle by Shopify as they'll put a heavy investment towards this B site early, and finally, Nachi1 has a connection. That is a huge kill to find onto Sonder.
Maybe looking for a little bit more. And again, my concern with Shopify is as they go for this B main play, not fully committed to it. They were holding, waiting for those late walkouts. Again, Team Liquid, a team that loves to step out around that 1:10-minute mark, see what they can accomplish if they can find a fight. But TL have definitely changed their strategy. They are much more committal with like multiplayer flanks when they do decide to go for them. And on rounds where they find an early pick, find that numbers advantage, they just hold their ground. So they're not overextending out of A main. They're doubling up, making sure they're in positions to be able to trade one another. And that is exactly what you want to try and tie things up at the end of the half.
Benita is left alone towards this B site. She's in a position where she could smoke all the way towards the A site. Instead, just wants to put something down.
Daiki just dropped an A main wall at 40 seconds, so you're never getting through there. Not that it matters, everyone's coming down the north side.
Oh, Daiki flashed off this line, and Benita trying to activate her lurk, but gets absolutely nothing. So now this stall has to just be Daiki, and she's got the support bestowed there, but they both fall. A double from Lori, and a sight to Shopify, but the ult is there to stall some more. Spike not to be committed just yet. That wall is up, and Lori's just trying to keep her teammate alive. Eventually, they'll be able to get this plant down.
Maxi with a couple of flashes, fault lane just used.
But an ult for KP. They want to go fast in this one. They want to maybe try and press their advantage with the player, and drop could change it all. Is Nachi1 ready? Absolutely. On the angle, finds one. KP on the trade, 10 HP. And the clutch in her hands. Can she find it? First kill, good. Stun is up. She can isolate onto KP! The wide swing is there. KP's unstoppable for the Red Bull clutch.
KP! Are you kidding me? What a play to close out the half. The in-game leader of Shopify Rebellion, when the going gets tough, picks up a gun and finishes the job herself.
What a round for TL to lose. That one hurts. 1 HP, KP just plays it to perfection, pressing the advantage for Shopify. And they have garnered themselves such a good half.
And not a word of her, out of her as well. Just tips the hat, moves right along.
Just as we'll move on here. Halftime break, we'll send it to the desk.
Thank you very much, guys. I tip my hat off to you as well, KP. What a clutch that was. And Heather, we're continuing to see the thrifty wins, and I love it.
Yeah, that was really exciting. You know, Team Liquid started to get that snowball moving at the beginning, and then Shopify hit him with the thrifty again. So we're going to take a look at round 5. That's when they really started halting that comeback from TL. So Shopify, they're on an eco here. They're taking arcade control. They're going to get making space here with this breach. So KP makes the space, they put the flash out to get control. Flowerful is gonna get a frag up in heaven here, and they're down 4v5 right now because of that kill. But then KP used her Rolling Thunder. Benita is going to use her ult as well to make space. And so TL felt forced to really move through these smokes. And the end result is another Thrifty win.
Yeah, I think with a lot of teams, you actually see them save their ults and not necessarily use them on Thrifty. So I think it's really, really cool how Shopify manages to convert those rounds with their ultis every single time.
I mean, 6 Thrifty so far today. I feel like they're winning these games with them. But looking ahead as well, Athena, I know you wanted to take a look at the Chamber head-to-head battles.
Yeah, I mean, looking at Flowerful and Nachi1, I mean, for me, Nachi1, she had such good positioning so often, and her timing was just a little bit off. And so for me, going forward, I would love to see Team Liquid just in general as a whole have a lot more patience playing against Shopify. I mean, we've seen Shopify quickly change up their play style. You know, once they lose a round, the next round you can expect them to come in with a whole different mindset every single time. The pace has changed. They need to abuse the fact that they leave the Chamber and the Brim together on defense side. That's Shopify's thing. Benita and Tower with that Judge or that Bucky, whatever it is that she loves to use. I think Liquid really have a shot at this, but they just have to be a lot more patient with it.
Yeah, they were getting very aggressive there. As they move into the second half, we need them to better read what that pace change is from Shopify.
Well, let's see if they can as we head back into the game with Ender and Mimi.
Thank you very much, Sue. Shopify very much changed their style when they started out on the attack. Do you expect something different from their defense?
Well, I think that judging by round one, we're not going to see early aggression or anything like this. They are very spread out, but they did... Just wanted to check in, see if we had some good ones yesterday. I wanted to check in, see if we had some good crowd chants. A lot of Team Liquid fans in the audience, but Shopify went for a lot of aggressive defensive moves. Team Liquid, though, the ones that kick things off a little quicker.
Faster out of them on this push towards Arcade. Only one player alone on that south side, but again, Shopify really good at leveraging these Sage slows to shut down a push. Wall will go up towards Generator, not to be broken just yet, so site is completely given away here to TL.
Yeah, Shopify Rebellion have a chance to fight out here. You want to fight as the spike is being planted while Daiki is stranded in the middle of sight. Benita and Sunder find a couple of big kills on that retake. Nachi1 has to step out. She's on top of the wall, finds one, but Shopify cruise on along and dismantle TL.
What a fantastic retake out of Shopify. And so much that round comes down to the slow from Lori. When the rotation times are so fast and a team is willing to rotate instantly, that little bit of stall can go so far. And it meant that every single player from Shopify was ready to fast retake off that spike play.
Yeah, you sort of saw Daiki sprinting through with the wall in her hands, or really just getting crushed by the slow orb and not able to put that one down. I think the timing of this retake too from Shopify was very good. Again, as that spike's being planted, you know it's in the middle of sight. You just have a player that is stranded and wants to try to escape. So with all the utilities sort of raining down on her, and the rest of Team Liquid trying to find those trades, Shopify catch them off guard and shut them down.
A little bit of an investment out of TL here. A couple sheriffs for them to try and get something done with. As again, it's his 4-1 setup, leaning heavy towards the north side.
Yeah, we actually saw a lot of times where Nachi1 was on the south side previously, and when Shopify went for the aggressive plays, that really was problematic for Nachi1. So we'll see what she can do, because with the teleport setup, it just sort of sends you back right into the middle. So when the crunches are coming in, that will not really save you. Team Liquid for now, just geared up outside of Arcade, but Lori very well aware of that one. And Team Liquid not actually necessarily committing yet. I actually love the attention there. Over towards Arcade, opens up Astarta to find a pick with a Sheriff.
Well, there's only one player left towards this A side. It's Sonder, who's pretty much lampooned in main. There's a chance she could get pinched here.
Yeah, the slow walk up from Nachi1. Sonder not feeling too comfortable with this one. All the way up on the top of site. Looked like maybe she thought someone could have made it out to the door, but I believe for a long time she was in range to hear that.
But this has been a full contact play for TL, and no one from Shopify pushing forward for information. They do have the read, though. Expect this hit to come into the A site. Starter has made contact. Nade will go in. Smokes is well committed. But Sonder still an unknown quantity on this site. And that molly out of Benita burns Daiki to the ground. But TL, what has just happened? 3 kills, quick succession. Lori alone.
Naxi's just been on a different level today. Absolutely ridiculous, Lori. What can she do? has been so crisp for this team in the past. Now in a 1 versus 3, finds the first. Knows there's a player on site.
She kept them in Game Changers 3. She got them to this event. What can she do now? A 1 versus 2, a player isolated on the site, but DRN on the swing. TL, pull a fast one with the Thrifty.
Absolutely insane. Say, hey, Shopify, you can do that. We can do that a little bit better on a round 2. It all starts off with Bastarda. She finds the first pick right here. That caused the rotations to come on through, but even then, that's not enough to win a round. Naxi finds 2 kills with the Ghost dropping out from Dish there. Absolutely massive, as the trades were just impossible. They never came in for Shopify Rebellion, regardless of the gun advantage.
And Naxi is one of those players for TL that so often gets kind of just left in the background as her teammates take the stardom, but in this map, she is very much taking control.
She is on top of the board at the moment. Nachi1 not successful on that one and will teleport away. But I think, I mean, we saw previously in the first half, right? The one Thrifty round from Team Liquid, they got within 1 kill. And sort of the setup, the trading that this team has shown throughout this event has been very crisp, those fundamentals.
And so much better than what we were seeing online from them. In Brazil, I think some of those fundamentals were sometimes slipping away from them towards the ends of the Game Changers event to qualify. But here on land, they have leveled up in Berlin.
Yeah, TL was a team that would play a little bit loose at times. You know, when you dominate a region for so long, sometimes you can get a little bit ahead of yourself, but you have to rein it in when you're playing against the absolute best from around the world. In a battle of Brazil versus NA. Now with the chances, Benita just takes the shotgun. What is that?
She gets the Orb Death as well. 1 away from that Brim ult now, but that smoke fade behind her, the trade is through, and the site is TL's. A double flank coming from the north side here. 2 other players trapped off in spawn. Some damage done onto DRN, and actually the kill as well. A nasty util combo out of KP, and more invested. That's both the slow and the nade towards Heaven. Saunders reflanking. She kills Daiki here. That's huge, but Daiki secure in her position, holding down, but Startup could be in trouble. That wall is being broken. The time is ticking. And Lori's found hers. Disadvantage to TL, but Naxi diving in. A hero again for this team. And that spike yet to be tapped. Naxi ready. First contact will be that flash. Daiki ready to swing from main. As Powerful just runs her down. KP on the tap. A 1v1 on either side. Who will win it? Daiki gets hers. And Naxi alone. There's just no time left for Shopify. TL convert another shaky anti-eco, but it's a round.
Look, both these teams are fighting tooth and nail through the Thrifties. You gotta say, well, Team Liquid, I feel like I've been seeing really good trading and coordination in the gunplay. The coordination in utility from Shopify is insane. For a team, too, that made compositional changes on this map, not always playing the Raze, had been playing a lot of the Neon previously, the Sage, too, coming into the mix. The ability for Lori and Sonder to coordinate that utility. KP and Benita have actually been lining up stuff themselves. It has been a treat to watch. Even in the lost rounds, it is close.
It always is. Talk of util combos.
There it is.
There's a trap in A main.
Credit to Team Liquid for being able to slip away from a couple of these and fight right back through as Naxi unloads the ultimate. Bastarda pinching in from the north side, but Flowerful is able to shut her down.
And KP does not want to get pinched. She'll fight out with an ult, but Naxi will claim 2. Daiki, another one from the north side. Team Liquid in control of this one, and Lori behind the smoke. Still, there's a flank. Benita's got 1. She has the altar and now can tap that onto the site. TL stuck in the open. Lori there on the swing. All 3 to Shopify. Fantastic in the retake.
Perfection from Benita. The late round flank into A main. She has to win that first duel. And then as the ultimate unlocks, everyone forced into Lori's crosshair.
And remember last round, she gets a kill on the eco, grabs the orb and dies. That's the only reason she had that ult available.
That is absolutely ridiculous. Watching that, I mean, Naxi somehow is still always good for 2.
And look at that again, the combo. She slow warped as the ult was coming in to trap the players in it. That's so good out of Shopify.
It's the thing is, the most impressive piece of utility that come out when it's the combined, it's the on-the-fly stuff, right? Not the preset stuff at the start of the round, but Shopify have been proving they can do literally all of it. And it allows them to steal away a round. That did not look winnable at all in the 2 versus 4. And it's just a roller coaster of emotions, I feel, for both of these teams. As no one's winning the rounds they should, everyone's winning the ones they shouldn't.
Sonder, she's kept this door open. She's kept that judge ready. And 2 flashes. She's got the rocket. Sonder wants more. Can she connect it? Not quite still. That's advantage. That's a gun. Great for Shopify.
There's just no way she escapes there, too. Completely covered by her teammates with util. But Taiki comes back in for that resurrect. Flowerful swinging on in. Sonder is here for the 4K. It's Sondering time, and KP closes the round.
That's 10 for Shopify. They just keep going. So strong on this defense. Team Liquid cannot get through main.
Absolutely ridiculous. I mean, everyone's flashed. Sonder includes like, oh, I got a second one. Let me come back for the third.
She gets the nade refresh, by the way, off those 2 judge kills, and has another to get the kill onto DRN. Actually, 2 nade refreshes in that round. That's crazy.
Not every day you see a little bit of that right there, as Team Liquid going to call a much-needed timeout after a round like that.
A very pivotal one for Team Liquid. They're back down to this eco, but they've been able to pull these rounds out before. Nachi won one off of the Tour de Force. Bastarda as well. If they could maybe farm up some of these orbs, pull that advantage towards them, there is a chance at this round.
Yeah, that's the thing. DRN already has the ultimate on that Brimstone as well, so Team Liquid can definitely try to get something going in this.
But how do you contend with this A main control? Shopify haven't relented that space once.
Yeah, that's the tough thing, because it seems like Team Liquid, what they've been doing a lot is Nachi1 will sort of walk in, place a tripwire, take the early fight. She has not been successful in finding those opening frags. I think maybe testing other areas of the map could be a little bit better for them, because they know Sonder and KP have just been playing that area so often, which is why I love that Shopify actually flipped the script up, right? Instead of heavy A main aggression, it'll just be Flowerful with the rifle, potentially even post up there. It's not even that, it's just a tripwire. So it is a completely different look from Shopify, and anything that TL were trying to do, which is like abandon A main and fight through arcade, somehow Shopify know the exact correct position to put all their best fighting pieces.
In the last series, it came down to the final few rounds when KP would find that read, when she would crack the code, but here, it feels like she's been ahead of the curve in the calling.
Oh, I thought they would know it was a Northside crunch! Flowerful finds 3 with the util from arcade. TL goes sprinting back into the waiting arms of Flower.
And it's just Nachi1, the only player on the south side, only a headhunter. Sure, it's an anti-eco, but still so impressive that Shopify make the perfect call, that they're ready. They've heard Nachi1 as well. There's no way she can get away with this one. 2 swings through, Flowerful of 4K.
Another look for Shopify Rebellion, but here we go. Those big ultimates, the deaths came in, ult orb was acquired, Nachi1 and Bastarda. Those ready to be thrown into the mix of things.
And I mean, what a round for Flowerful, right? You grab yourself the Prime Gaming Plus and you grab some of these confidence kills. What really hurt Shopify at the end, after Bind slipped away from them, map number 3 last time they played, these star players of Flowerful, of Lori, of Sonder were struggling to find any value, but that doesn't seem to be the case here.
They are looking strong, and on the other side, where's that pop-off round going to be for Bastarda? Starts with a showstopper.
6 and 16 right now. They need to get that snowball rolling. Bastarda was the reason that they won last time versus Shopify.
Yeah, Icebox, just insane performance out of that.
And another switch of the setup for Shopify. This time heavy underpass control.
Yeah, this could be big. Catch Team Liquid before they're in position to use the ultimates. Knowing that was a possibility, Sonder finds 2. Paint shells to cover the escape. Round exploded from Team Liquid.
And again, the utility from Shopify. Lori had a slow orb. No one could swing through to trade. Shopify away scot-free. A player advantage by 2. But TL will reattempt. They want the execution out onto this B site, but it's another slow orb. It's another smoke. It's Benita spamming through the smoke. They cannot catch a break.
Naxi watching the flank. I mean, just so many bullets unloaded into the smoke right there. Naxi is 1 off of the ult orb.
30 seconds left.
That money is so low. 2v4, you want to make a go of this. But losing here, it's map point to Shopify.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. With 20 seconds, I think you just have to go for the save. I think if Naxi was maybe able to find a dish orb, but that could be a little bit greedy. The money not being excellent, I mean, KP just finds that kill.
10 seconds left.
It all starts to fall apart now. Sonder back on the hunt, is going to see the swing, but Naxi will win the fight.
KP wants to hunt this one. Saving this weapon pivotal for Naxi, and the flash good for her. 4 seconds to live, and I don't think anyone from Shopify close enough. No, Bonita just around the corner, snakes in at the last second. And TL's money is difficult here. The ultimates have to be the saving grace.
Losing those 2 guns, a potential death sentence here. Team Liquid have been so strong, even on the tough buys. But again, if it's not the utility, Sonder with the slow walk up, what a position to be posted in against the slow play from Team Liquid. It's not going to be slowed this round though. 5 players outside of A main, but the concuss finds everyone.
G1 with a shot, Nate is there, ult committed. TL want to press this advantage. Will they get stalled off again though? Absolutely. Still KP swings through, spammed out by the Spectre of Bastarda. So Bonita, now the sole anchor of this site. Lori is on her way to support, but I don't think any resurrection really possible unless TL disengage.
With it being such an early play too, Team Liquid don't have to overcommit or anything. I think they're trying to get Daiki over into Arcade so she can, on this side, execute wall-off generator. That's typically been how they want to get out onto the site. Actually trying to bring the rest of the team over as well, knowing she needs the support. Still double satchels on Bastarda, so she could potentially get up towards rope area as well.
They want to finish B. They don't want to give a chance for Shopify to get that resurrection. They don't want that retake to be more potent. Having KP or Sonder back online would be huge. Bonita spots out the play, though.
There's the follow-up, double satchel up the concuss. It's going to wind down, though, before Bastarda is here. Bonita finds one, quickly traded on through. As Lori falls to the operator of Nachi 1, the round, all but one from Team Liquid.
30 seconds left.
Powerful a mile away. A 1 versus 4, Nachi 1 posted on this angle. She hears everything that's going on here and spots out Nachi, but can't find anything. TL back in it.
What happened in that round for TL to win? It's Nachi 1 to find an opening pick. This has been something that has been eluding her almost entirely throughout this map. And it's on to Sonder on the opposite side. Very, very big kill to secure from Team Liquid. Then the calm calculated strategy within as well to sort of reconvene up towards Arcade side. Well thought through round, but Nachi 1 has to continue to find these openings.
Life out of Liquid. This is the team that was pressing G2 yesterday. When their fundamentals are on point, when they're able to trade out, get those openers. This squad is so dangerous, but will Shopify give another opportunity? Sonder on a new angle, tucked close on the dish. KP ready to fight off of her contact. A flash up. Can Sonder clear this in time? Quick turn. Somehow her reactions are fast enough, but not for the kill. Naxi there on the angle. KP in trouble. Spotted out. Bastarda on the rocket. She's going hunting just below. The shot will connect, and Shopify site hold completely shut down. Bonita, though, she got the spike now, fast on this flank, being pinched, needs the kill onto Nachi 1, but cannot get it in time. So again, it's only Flowerful for Shopify.
Flowerful, a hero for Shopify to take down Cloud9 and eliminate them from the tournament now with a chance.
Waiting on the fade of the smoke, wants an opportunity here, and she's found one. 2 more to go. TRN has the ultimate, but she's down. Ready on the swing. So close though, Flowerful. How many times against Liquid has she gotten within a hair of clutching?
It's actually unreal. Like all throughout their previous series, it's like 2Ks, 3Ks, right there, another one. But the last one eludes here. This time, keeping TL's faith alive.
The Seekers incident, that was Flowerful that round was stolen from.
Again.
And here again, a clutch slipping out of her hand still. 3 opportunities for Shopify to close in regulation.
And Showstopper plus Rolling Thunder here as well. Team Liquid, they like to play grouped on their attacking side. And there's opportunities for Shopify, if they were to hear players in A main, to instantly pull the trigger on that one. The setup from Team Liquid is much more towards the north side, which I think gives you a lot more protection from these early breach raise combos, especially after Arcade was really widened up. That concuss not as reliable at catching you out, especially if you play slow like Team Liquid are. They're really hoping to find some information, and with the Sage Wall coming down here, Sage has played counter to where Raze is on the map many times.
Do they want
so
to boost over this? TL's holding
I
all
love the
together on
read.
this wall. This will be a sound cue given over to Lori.
Huddling over into the corner, getting the smokes ready. So smokes are going to come down at the same time that this wall sends them up. 3, 2, 1, and they're in.
Lori should have heard that. Lori should be ready, but the smokes are up. Positions too deep for Shopify to really contest. This has got to be the retake. But remember what you said earlier, Showstopper and Breach ult available.
And it all comes down when the spike is to be planted. 3 players are flanking from the south side. Team Liquid are not comfortable to plant the spike. Their smokes have gone down. DRN only has that single smoke to make it happen, so Canteen has a chance to peek on out. No players coming from it yet.
Spike planted.
3 players on the flank. Ult coming in. There's the Showstopper. Sonder through, but look at the combination. Stunned up, ult through. She's stuck, but still finds one onto Daiki in heaven. TL are trapped. They need to fight through this smoke. Flash and Sonder there, sprays away.
Sonder!
3 out of Sonder, another flash. Can they make it out? Absolutely not. Sonder shutting it all down, and she'll need the ace. 1 versus 1. It's Bastarda on the other side. The spike planted in the open.
Sonder!
Sonder is there. An ace for Sonder. A map for Shopify. Who can stop her?
Absolutely no one.
Defenders win.
What on earth? Sonder with the ace to close out the game. Family cheering her on from the audience as well. Can this team be stopped?
Sonder Rebellion. They've got the sign right there. And damn, did she show up this game.
Absolutely ridiculous. I mean, it looks like it was all over, right? You know, the Brim ult comes down, everyone up in tower, Team Liquid are there, but she just one after another, like getting resets on those kills. Absolutely ridiculous performance.
And Shopify today looks different. They're not relying on making that adaptation at the very end of the game and making that crazy call to try and make a comeback happen. They were so prepared for this one. They changed their setup and TL really struggled to adapt.
Yeah, I feel like both teams have made some serious changes from that previous matchup. Sonder was shut down early on this time, but when it mattered, she heated up. And Team Liquid, they're saving grace. They're heading over to Icebox as their second map, where Bastarda absolutely took over. She'll have to do it again to get them the win.
She absolutely will. You can see the energy there. Kept up for Shopify. What a day it has been for them thus far. Beating their demons, taking down Cloud9, now winning map number 1 in this series. They are so close to the grand finals. They've escaped Cloud9's shadows. It feels like anything is next. But for Team Liquid, like you said, Icebox up next. That could be their saving grace.
It absolutely could be. Bastarda, again, a map 1. Very cool for her. She likes to play the KO over on that map. Eyes on her for Team Liquid to force us to a third.
We'll have to see if TL is able to do so. But first, a quick break. Our desk to break things down after.
Welcome back, everyone, where Shopify Rebellion just sondered all over TL. Team Liquid. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm joined once again by Sapphire and Athena. Athena, do you know the time? What time is it?
I think, yeah, it's Sonder time. I don't know if you knew that, but
That's my favorite time of the day. That is my favorite time.
Tip my hat to you.
the KP tip.
Yeah, the KP tip.
I mean, what a way to finish that map as well. I think it kind of summed up the Shopify rebellion that we've been getting all day today.
Yeah, again, there's a few little concerns there, but at the end of the day, they've got the momentum, they've got the fire. All cylinders were firing for every player on the team.
Yeah, I mean, we saw insane rounds coming out from multiple players on Shopify. I mean, that last round by Sonder, like, that was just kind of disgusting. Like, oh my God, she really just showed up at that last moment. And yeah, I think Shopify just playing really, really well. And I know this is a round that both these teams like had loads of util and dumping everything that they could. This was actually a 2v4, and Benita came in with the flank and used her ult to push out the players on site. Lori following up almost instantly with the 2K just shows how far their util is getting them, and all these ultis are just converting so well for Shopify.
I think one of our favorite parts about that too was for Benny to get her ult there. They didn't win the Thrifty in the prior round, but she farmed up 3 ult points that got her there, and it won them that round.
Yeah, and also Laurie being able to catch those kills too, when the synergy was just perfect in that moment, which I feel like is the Shopify Rebellion we've been seeing all day. I'm just gonna get straight to the Sonder round because I want to see this Verizon high-speed moment. Of course, this is the round to close it all out, Heather. This is how they won the map, which I think is absolutely ridiculous.
Oh, it was so exciting. Sonder time right here. She flies into this site and then just baits him out, getting really aggressive with that click on the spike, getting these 2 frags, and then slows it down after this. Slows it down, plays it cool, plays the time, and then gets that final ace. It was such a moment. And the best part is, like, she got up, and she's like, yeah, I've been doing this before, Like, usually before the rest of the tournament, she's been really, like, high energy. She's like, I'm kind of used to this now, getting these aces.
Yeah, I mean, that was just straight up ridiculous. Like, every single util was thrown at her, and she literally avoided it with her race satchels, turning from the flash, spamming through the smoke, and then obviously just winning this 1v1 here. Like, it was almost like a picture-perfect textbook round for her.
Honestly, after she got the first 3, in my head I was like, she's gonna get the ace.
Yeah.
She's gonna ace it.
Literally.
Yeah, a different agent as well. I remember that ace from Neon. Like the ace, the amount of kills that Sonder is picking up is, I feel like we never expected a player like her to come in and do this. I think people were talking about every other player in the tournament, and she was horrendously underrated.
Yeah, having watched all the Game Changers series in NA, she's just never part of the discussion, unfortunately. And that's just proving everyone wrong. Like, she needs to. Like, could be an MVP of this tournament.
Oh, okay. I'm actually with you for that one. I'm with you. But Team Liquid, they have a chance to get back into this, and this is Bastarda right now in the AIM Lab shoot-around. Of course, a player that pulled them out of sticky situations in the past, and Athena definitely is one of those players that Liquid are going to look to if they want to turn things around.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid definitely, I mentioned in the halftime that they needed that patience. They just needed to wait a couple seconds before making those decisions, because it was seemingly like, Shopify was just so ready. They had the momentum. They were playing together. Like, even if they weren't playing together, we had a player just pop off and get the multi-kills. And so with Team Liquid, they really just have to slow it down and kind of force them to play at their pace. But coming into Icebox, like, I think this is a map that Team Liquid really, really thrives on when they do that. When we have Bastarda on the KO, just flashing, peeking left and right, she can fully support herself on that KO. She doesn't need her teammates' support to help her out with that. And I think that's a really, really big, like, solid step for this team coming into it, because it's not all just hard hitting, go, counter the breach util kind of like actions. It's literally just like, can everyone support themselves and get the multi-frags that they normally do?
The last time these two teams faced on Icebox and Team Liquid came out ahead, it was Bastarda, and she nearly doubled almost every player's kills on Shopify. So this is a good map for her.
And also, I feel like we haven't really seen them properly warm up a little bit. Obviously, Shopify, they played already. They had that chance to warm up. And Liquid may be starting off a little bit slow, but as you guys know, they like going to third maps, I feel like. They're they're fine with that.
Yeah.
They don't care about losing the first one. They can grind their way back in. Of course, they have to win Icebox if we are even going to talk about Breeze. And Heather, yeah, what would you like to see differently here? Or just maybe some of what they were doing already last time?
You know, at least when Shopify lost this map last time against Team Liquid, their attack side was very uninspiring, to say the least. However, when we just watched them play the same map up against Cloud9, like the amount of aggression, utilizing those Sage Walls to get the plant down really, really quickly, and had some creativity where they're punishing all those mid pushes. So they just need to improve that attack side.
Yeah, I think like especially for Team Liquid when they're on that defense side, they had like Nachi1 really shines on this map. I know we're talking about Bastarda a lot, but Nachi1 with her op really, really shines. And I think that that's something that we didn't get to see as much on Fracture. And I'm hoping that coming into this, like we'll just see her start to feel a lot more comfortable, especially with her positioning and her timing. I think Icebox is a pretty standard map. Everyone understands the meta. Everyone understands the timings of things. You know, you can tell when a team is about to 5-man hit your site, but I think that that's just going to help Nachi1 feel a lot more comfortable with this kind of like map selection.
Yeah, and then Daiki too. We saw a lot of good use from her Sova darts as well, so we're going to expect that from her this game.
Yeah, and similarly for Shopify, it didn't look good. You know, 13-7 last time they played it. I know against Cloud9 White we saw something a little bit more, but do you feel like that's a good way of judging how things are going to go? Will Shopify really be able to redeem themselves here?
I mean, I think that is one way to look at it. Like, yes, they fixed a lot of their mistakes, but Liquid was also sitting there watching them and seeing the things that they fixed. They've also seen the tendencies that they may or may not have changed. So I think that for both teams, it's a very even ground right now. Like, everyone has kind of like the ups and downs on each other, so I guess we'll have to see.
Yeah, Shopify needed to pull out the entire strat book, and they knew to beat Cloud9. That was the map. So coming up with the new strats in the couple minutes they had between, that's going to be difficult to do.
Again, I feel like what I'm hearing from you guys is that we're maybe going to go to a map 3 here?
I hope so.
I want to see it, yeah. I think it's going to be
3.
closer than last time, though.
I mean, no better place, right, to pull out something new than it is right here. They have a one map up advantage, but Team Liquid, we've spoken about their resilience. Even though they got 2-0 yesterday and knocked down in the lower bracket, they still showed something on that Fracture. It wasn't, you know, a complete domination on the side of Shopify.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of mentioned it already, like, they're warmed up now. Like, I think they're ready to go, and I think they're going to be like really, really looking forward to playing this Icebox and again redeeming. It just lights a fire under them every single time.
Yeah, I think that it's just going to be the momentum, the warming up is like a really, really big component of this. We saw really good moments from the TL players, and there should be looking even better as we go to the second map.
Well, you guys at home are seeing the Prime Gaming agent select here. Icebox, not somewhere we usually see anything too different to the norm. Both teams are going to stick to the comps they played already.
Yeah, this copycat comp is, again, pretty standard. We've seen both teams play it. I guess it's really up to how each team decides to like push forward and kind of counter the other team and see what mistakes they can grab hold onto.
Well, we speak about Team Liquid's resilience. We need to see some of that here if they want to stay in this tournament. Mimi and Ender, take it away.
Yes, thanks very much, Sue. This is Team Liquid's map to win. They were dominant against Shopify last time. It is a map that plays to their strengths. If there was a chance for them to get back into the BO3, it would be here on Icebox.
It's going to be here with Bastarda tearing things up all the way from the pistol round. Remember that 4K? She had to get things going. But yeah, I think counter to Fracture as a map, I do think TL feel a lot more at home, much more about the trading and how you get into a site as opposed to the utility coordination Fracture does require, and so much more room for Bastarda to just take over the map on her own.
Shopify Rebellion are one map away from the grand finals, and Team Liquid are fighting for survival. Map number 2 starts here, and for Team Liquid, it's going to start with one of these slower rounds.
Toxin screen down.
The TL fans out in force in the audience today. I took a look around and it's just TL signs all over the place, trying to reach the ears of their players. Team Liquid not locked in, committing towards this A site whatsoever. They do use the drone, which doesn't spot any players. They know there's a Sage here off the utility, very likely a Viper as well, and nothing more. Shopify have not gone for any sort of early push or anything like this. Yet TL have been able to make it all the way up right on the opposite side of this Viper wall.
Like he has another cycle on this start. So can use that if they do want to commit the execute onto A. KP is hunting for information. She's found it now. And they might just be forced to fall away. I'm not sure if Shopify will have a chance to contest. TL planting front sight.
Suppress there means they can't try to combine their utility, but they're just going to fight their way through regardless. Daiki finds one and looks for a little bit more. Benita able to get behind the corner, down to 16 HP.
3 for Team Liquid, and DRN on top of the wall. Chris, right click! A second for the Sage. Can she grab more? Close. No cigar. Flower full alive in the 2 versus 2, and Lori hitting shots. Naxi's trying to stick this one in. She's trying to swing her way around, but Lori is holding! And Lori, wait! No,
She got it,
did.
she got it.
She did, so damn close.
Lori commits to the full stick. Noxie had to run all the way around 410 because of that Sage wall. And it does not matter. Shopify Rebellion will secure the pistol. And a heartbreaker for Team Liquid as they're able to fight their way through it. It started off looking so poor with Benita and KP getting a lot done on backside, but DRN playing on top of her wall there really gave her team a shot to win it.
Yeah, but she swung for one more there. In a position she couldn't be traded. Shopify found their way back in, and when Naxi so far away and unable to leverage those mollies, they didn't have that path. There will be some investment here. A couple pistols for TL off that spike plant, but nothing more.
Does look like Shopify playing a little bit more on top of this wall. Sandra's able to flash through it if she wants, and Bastarda able to trade out her teammate. That's a big kill to be able to find.
Naxi will be spotted by that drone, so falls off top 410, and TL reset this round.
Now it does look like Benita, who was holding under tube, has given up that angle, so now there is a chance for Team Liquid to rotate out of this. Not looking to go through B main.
There's no trip in mid this round. Holding the space is totally up to KP. Has that float player, and she knows their presence in mid. There should be awareness that this kitchen push is a possibility.
TL really need to pull some rotations here. If they can find that, that would allow Naxi to walk up into A. I do think she was able to dodge away from the KO knife that was sent there. That's what's enabling her to step on forward. But again, she needs her teammates, I think, to be able to set up and make this work. There's 2 players back site that she would be running into.
Does she think she has more space than she does? Has not cleared the backside. And both Shopify players are there. On the other side, things are going astray, but they're pulling away. Does Naxi swing at the right time? Does she take the opportunity? No. Shopify stuck behind this wall. Sonder will make presence known, but Spike at very least will be planted.
10 seconds left.
That'll be success. Sonder just sprinting on forward. Doesn't have a care in the world. Teammates are on the way, but she and Lori will find 2 there on the site. Committing to the full stick, and Lori finds a third. A clean round for Shopify.
Good idea, though, from Team Liquid. They realize the opportunity to get something going in mid off of finding that chamber player early. They try and pull those rotations. If the timing had been slightly better for Naxi, maybe something, but still, spike plant down there. It's a solid round to TL.
2 seconds, and Naxi getting for sure 1 kill. Well, very likely a second. Had a chance for sure. Yeah, we talked a little bit about Bastarda earlier. 4.6 KD. I believe she was like plus 18 or something absolutely ridiculous. Was on top of the world. And now heading into a rifle round, she's going to have to tap into that.
And she just needs that 1 round to get going. That ignition source, that catalyst. If she finds that multi-kill, she will keep it rolling.
She is the snowball player of this team. Early drone sent down underneath mid. Does spot out Bastarda, and they know she's leaning over towards that A site of the map. It does actually convince Sonder to go over to that site herself. And it's a fairly passive hold in B main. I kind of like this from Shopify Rebellion. Playing a little bit more retake, not wanting to take those open fights, but as soon as this tripwire is broken, there's going to be no real fight left from Shopify here.
Naxi still on this lurk, trying to hold for aggression out main, but with the Viper cycle back up, Benita
she's
actually
pushing.
commits to swing through that one. Molly in. No damage really exchanged for either side, but that does show some commitment and will pull the rotations over from Shopify.
TL are conditioning very early on that they will not lock into a site. They will take some space early. Last round, they went up A, left a solo player. This time they go B, and it's just Nachi1 over by yellow, waiting for someone to try and move back in forward. That KO knife was able to spot out 2 players, I do believe. I think it was broken because the drone is still online. And now everyone rotates over. Benita, the sole player, back here on B.
I don't know if she'll be able to contest this one. Molly in. How long is left on that Viper cycle? It shouldn't matter. TL will push deep instead. Put that Viper wall down. AP up top has a dart to try and swing off of Spectre here.
Good
Could
kill.
be nasty. And yeah, Flowerful takes down that lurk of Naxi. Now it's Nachi who needs to step up. She'll find her one and get out. But look at Daiki. Reflanking in mid will apply the pressure and join her teammates.
Yeah, that reflank threat is pulling 2 players of Shopify over. They've already spent a lot of time dealing with the lurk. They have to get back on the site fast with the wall.
With this one way up, they have to fight back. Yellow, the wall is there, already broken down, so Shopify can't just stick this one through. DRN for hers, a second from Nachi1. They're still holding onto the space back.
Oh,
no more ammo, and Nachi, DRN holding things down. It's a 2 versus 1. Sonder trying to get an early fight, and she'll find it. Daiki's down, but there's just no time.
Sonder will fall. In the end, Team Liquid secure the round. And I mean, what was just pure chaos from TL. I really like what we're sort of seeing from them with these late lurks, getting players up to very forward positions. This time, it almost cost them as Flowerful was able to shut down that late Viper lurk over towards A, but Nachi1's position over there by yellow, really important to be able to swing past as your players in main are taking the fight. In typical TL stat fashion, the trading is there, albeit close, but they win the round.
They do. I love, particularly early in that round, with Daiki showing the pressure on the flank, not fully committing to it though. Those reflanks can be kind of dangerous if your teammates are getting pressured back yellow. So good discipline being shown out of TL, but in this round, it's actually Daiki to full first, aggression out of A main.
Yeah, it's a very different setup from just the tripwire, no presence there, to all of a sudden finding that angle, and now 2 players walking up A. They're going to run straight into Naxi here. This is a really nasty angle to be holding. The Bulldog, though, for the repake on Naxi. Lori over by B finds 3 kills. What is going on?
Chaos. Fights on both sides, 2 fronts to battle for TL. A resurrection coming through that can't really be contested from Daiki. Has to concede this space, but wants desperately to claim that spike. Her teammate's still so far away. Naxi unable to really help. This is a solo mission for the IGL.
That is 3 bullets in a Bulldog there. I don't know what you're going to do with that.
Get the spike, get out. That's
grab
a start.
the spike, trade on over to a Bulldog with full bullets in that one. The positioning from Shopify has left A site completely open, but with Sonder here, she's going to hear everyone sprinting through A main.
2 mollies, 2 shocks. A post plant would be potent, but there's only 1 player healthy. They need Daiki to do something early. They need her to get an advantage. So stick that spike plan initially. Naxi, the one to swing, finds hers. No HP doesn't seem to be an issue, but now Sonder will just run and gun and take the round.
The full sprint with the Spectre there, able to mow down the 2 final players on the team, but credit to Lori, we didn't see it. There was this double flank being set up, a battle 1 versus 2, but Lori finds 3 kills in B main. How does it even happen? She already got the 1, and oh my god, they just lined straight up with one another. Well played.
Yeah, last time these 2 teams played on Icebox, it was a very, very slow game for Lori and for Flowerful. And those are the 2 players that have been starting hot here for Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, already out to 8 kills there for Lori. Great position for her, and I like what we've seen from Shopify in terms of the mix-up. Again, previously, B main had not been fought very aggressively. It was just a chamber tripwire. And that time around, Flowerful and Lori, the players we're looking at, taking the early fights and just absolutely catching TL off guard.
Tactical timeout here, coming to a close for Team Liquid, trying to find a new idea. for this attacking side. Thus far, it's been a lot of these slower default rounds trying to pick and prod, wait for that Shopify aggression. But the thing is, Shopify have been so effective at when they're going for those early fights, swinging by 2, not really giving away any easy advantages to TL. So again, it feels like, similar to Fracture, that you need players like Nachi1 and Vistarta stepping up to get those openers, to find those gaps for Team Liquid.
Yeah, that's where all the fights are going to come from. I think too, like, the way they have been setting up these lurks is these lurks aren't even necessarily to find kills. I think they're also mainly about getting information. Like, I think about how far forward onto the A site Naxi has gotten. Like, if she was actually to get a flank off, it would take her a long time to actually find a kill. So if she can hear 1-2 players rotating off of A, that can give TL all the information they need, whether to full commit onto the opposite side of the map or rotate back into the forward position she has. I like this, though, on the eco, sprinting up into tube, although Vistarta not able to find the tripwire. That is unideal, and Daiki taken down to absolutely nothing.
And Flowerful wants this fight too. Knows that holding the space in main is pivotal, and they've found that success. Down goes Daiki, but here comes this pit. This is one of the cheekier ones in the game. It'll extend all the way through halls, all the way down below, but the shot dart's actually dealing damage. Spike yet to be planted. Nachi1 has to drop down. Finds her kill, but Benito was behind that whole time. Sonder in the mix too, but Vistarta on the trade. This round stays scrappy, but Shopify keep the advantage for now.
It's all going to come down to Lori, swinging back yellow. Oh, it's a bit of a one-way there. That's why you don't drop down into it. Lori is able to find the shots. And Naxi goes for the push, but it's a pincer in from Benita on the opposite end for the round.
I'm wondering if that exact pit was intentional. There's another one you can throw there that extends all the way to top B as well and gives you a little bit more space to play with. But either way, don't think it would have changed the outcome of that round. Shopify, their big win condition was getting the kill main on Daiki so they can pinch back in from mid and from B main to win that retake.
100%. You know, hey, I think we got Boaster in the studio, so maybe we can ask him. Okay, he's a bit of a connoisseur around that Viper pit up in kitchen right there. But regardless, I think Team Liquid going to come back in here. Vistarta has ultimate online, so usually what this can mean, especially for site hit over towards that A side, don't have to worry about the Viper wall, and especially with Viper playing on her own wall, that's something you need to keep in mind. But with the ultimate wall, not even the main concern. Going to be able to drop that one down and ignore anything from Vistarta.
Yeah, every round that Shopify has won thus far has been in these retakes, but this time, they want to get things going early. A triple push through mid. Vistarta receiving, but Daiki able to get her opener on the other side, and still they're fighting off this push, but Shopify keeps committing to it.
The thing is so hard to continue on forward. Lori, what was that?
A lineup from TL, and Shopify fighting back for 2. Now this can be turned into a flank or a split under the tube. Nachi in trouble. Suppressed. She's stuck on this angle. If Shopify commits quickly, it'll have to be DRN swinging for that trade. Ult committed. Nachi in the corner to Sonder. Clear it. No, not ready in the discipline.
Oh, no.
Nachi patient, waiting for her opportunity and striking for 1. DRN on the other side, but it's discipline on all corners. KP from above. Benita on the flank. She's alone. A 1 versus 2. With her teammate bleeding out on the floor. She does have this orb and wants to try and hold things. Attempting to go half on this one. Sonder will finally fall. Benita just wants to stick in the smoke. Closes DRN. She's going to hold it. But Nachi's there in time.
Nachi, the dagger in the back to secure the round. Team Liquid take their second and recover after Lori finds that 2K, fighting forward onto the site. The positioning Nachi1 was able to take absolutely fantastic there, and the trigger discipline as well. Chef's kiss.
And she was just hit by the edge of that knife. Shopify not quite aware of the possibility, don't expect her to be there. Huge play from Nachi, a player who was really struggling on map number 1. These are the step-ups we need for TL Brazil.
Again, very split on this attack, looking at every single area of the map. But this is back to Shopify Rebellion being ready to fight their way into B main. I think actually the info TL have gotten is with these utility pieces being broken, you gotta know there's going to be a fight here. Flowerful is able to open it up with the first.
Great bait setup out of Shopify Rebellion. And now TL don't really have a route back in. Don't have space in B main, haven't found much in mid. You see KP already re-droning.
So much will come down to what Naxi can do. Unfortunately for her, because she's playing up in belt, she can't keep moving on forward. That might be ideal, though, because the whole team is rotating over here. It's not actually the walk up late on the lurk. They are zooming on forward, and Benita takes the fight straight on in.
But that's the worst player for her to kill. Bastarda can instantly get rezzed by her teammate. Back online is the KO. That ult. At least one more tick in. Naxi on the entry finds one. KP around the corner. Flowerful will have the high-low to support her. That wall not to be committed. It's 1-for-1 trade with Spike still just being capped. TL want this spike early, and they'll get it. Flash around the corner for KP. A second for Sonder. 1 versus 1. Bastarda has been slow to start, but this is her opportunity to shut down. Sonder swinging wide. The spike is tapped. And that is 2. Sonder wins it against Bastarda.
Sonder has been so clutch today for Shopify Rebellion again. The Sonder-Bastarda matchup in the late round moments. Sonder again out on top. And it comes after a solid looking attack, but no, it just will not be allowed. Shopify Rebellion able to turn it around with Sonder to close.
Bastarda 4 kills thus far in this game. Yesterday, she had 4 kills in the first round of Icebox. TL is not getting the same openings. Shopify is not allowed that star power to come online.
And the thing is, like TL, you don't get extra time to warm up here. Shopify had to play 3 games before this. You got to learn as much as you could. But Shopify got that wave of confidence after taking down their longtime rivals in Cloud9 White.
And Tamiko frags in this round here. TL want to get that spike plant in at very least for this round. Naxi above, great angle there. Define Lori and Sonder actually very committed, but there goes the spike. It's top 410. Such a tough position to be able to recover from.
There's this slow flank coming in from Benita as well. Without the chamber tripwire in play, she is going to come straight in from behind, take down Naxi. Daiki, absolutely nothing you can do in a situation like that either. Shopify Rebellion are unrelenting.
Surely there's got to be a timeout here for TL. Shopify have not given them any air to breathe thus far. And this has been so difficult to get anything going on this attacking side. Another one of these rounds where Shopify willing to give you a little bit of space into the site, wait for you to find that bit of a foothold, and instantly the entire team pushes back in together. They're so good at these kind of fast pre-takes.
Just sort of battling you right as they hear the spike being planted sound, or even a little bit before Team Liquid have been able to get into strong positions on site. It has been a very big problem for them. Daiki going to be sending this drone over towards B, potentially selling the idea of a fake, but that would only work, I think, if no one was here, because Lori realizes, wait a second, there's no one actually following. It's the oldest trick in the book, and TL are leaning much more heavily over towards A.
That shock dart did break the tripwire in Kitchen off the bat, so keep your eyes on Naxi into this late round. There's a chance for her to get a late lurk, something that TL hasn't really been able to activate yet.
The thing is, Sova players are not the players to take the opening fight, so I think Shopify is still very much aware that this is not a full B hit, at least yet. But with their setup of 3 players over towards B, they almost have to play full on retake. KP has ultimate, so that can be a big stalling tool as TL try to plant the spike.
And Shopify can commit to a double flank here with their 2 players forward in B main. It would be fantastic to fight this retake. Everyone from TL on the site, and Darren already down. There's a drone for KP if she can connect to tag. Could make this ult big, but a great
Huge
suppress
knife
out of the KO.
Yes, Bastarda is able to find the Sova, and that allows them to plant the spike. It allows them to get a very further forward Viper Pit. Flank not going to be the call as KP scouts out into the ultimate. Doesn't manage to find anything. The trade is there off of Natu1 finding the kill. Bastarda from underneath gets 2. All of a sudden, all in favor of Team Liquid. The Hunter's Fury fired back at KP, who jumps down into the pit. Bastarda is there. She is alive in the server.
She needed her round. She needed the ignition. And maybe she's found it now. TL, a big one to pick up. Finally able to succeed with these slower scales onto the A site.
And it was everything there from Bastarda. Not just all of those kills, but that night, the suppress that stopped KP.
It's the only reason they even got this pit down in the first place.
Exactly, because if that ult comes in, that's another, what, 5, maybe even 10 seconds before the spike can manage to be planted. Shopify Rebellion would have all their players there for the pre-take to fight TL before the spike ends up being planted.
Still, Shopify have a big bankroll behind them. We'll have a reinvestment into this round and a Viper's Pit to deny something towards A. Something we haven't seen in quite a while from TL, though, is just these more committed B hits. It's something they were really good at in this last series. And that is the decision here. Flowerful, she's been in this corner before. Surely she gets raided. Surely she gets checked. No, absolutely not. Flowerful finds two. Lori here as well. A double of her own. Naxi is alone in a 1 versus 4. Bastarda bleeding out on the ground. And a drone to clear her. So many angles to contend with. And she just has to back away.
Team Liquid just have not figured out how to get into B main, but Naxi will end up falling. Lori with the 3K. That duo of Lori and Flowerful has really stepped up today. 16-6 is Lori on this Sage, putting herself in positions to take these early fights. The full house between Flowerful and Lori at the end of it all.
Lori is snappy today. Not letting anyone through. That is 7-3 now in the favor of Shopify. And remember, just earlier today, their attacking side is where they made waves against Cloud9.
You want to play? Let's play.
A frightful thought for Team Liquid. Flowerful wins the duel again. Nachi1 unable to find that opening pick. And they've only got one more round left after this. Their A hits have looked successful in terms of getting towards the site. B main, absolute problem for Team Liquid.
How many rounds have we seen TL just caged off for a minute of the round? Shopify is giving nothing away.
The thing is too, TL usually play very spread early on, and their sort of entry points have not found the success that they so desperately need. 3 players already ready on site from Shopify Rebellion. Very late wall as well. Bastarda gets that kill. All of a sudden, the Sheriff's coming alive.
But Lori still alive on the site. 2 players in her line of sight. Can she find the shot? Not yet, but KP is there on the high-low. So player advantage regained. Count that up another as Saunders back online. And TL again stuck towards main, trying to play in this post fight, trying to drain that clock. Like he might have done it. 1 kill, Shock Dart's in. Where is the trade? Can the Dart do it? Somehow Daiki has it. She lives too. Healthy in that regard, it's only Flowerful. Great in the previous rounds. Tap on the spike, 1 kill. Is there Daiki around the corner? Flowerful has to do this one quickly. Daiki spotted 1 HP. When will she swing? When will she test this cautious? It's just a jump peek and Flowerful needs to go half. Does she have the time? Does she have the chance? Absolutely. Holding on the spike. Does she have it though? Just a millimeter away. But Flowerful makes it work. 0.15 seconds.
Flowerful finds the clutch, the Red Bull clutch up against TL. All is righted after TL very nearly win this thrifty round. Daiki with those double shock darts, just obscene to take down KP. And then with the sort of ring around the rosy, the dance they played, I thought Daiki's timings on the swing, like right before the full stick could end up happening, were perfect. Just didn't find the shot when she needed it most.
Shopify are crushing Team Liquid. 8-3. And for the final round of the half, TL, only 1 big ult to speak of. Maybe Naxi can get that Viper's Pit online.
No, not again!
They're not even clearing their corners. Shopify is always there. Flowerful is ever present. Omniscient is this team. As TL is already down to 2.
Team Liquid are just falling apart. Where was the team with the entry fundamentals, the trades, the clears, everything?
They've just disappeared. And KP on top of it all, flanking around 2 players to boot. There should be no way TL win this round. That's unless Naxi keeps this going. 1 flanker denied. You expect the second Benita around the corner. First kill. She get more patient in her approach and holding down on the line. TL is crushed in main. They are trapped. There is absolutely no escape from Shopify.
Shopify Rebellion taking down 2 #1 seeds potentially in the same day to then face a third in G2. They are just a machine that cannot be stopped. And no one's even seen Flowerful from Team Liquid, it seems. She's always in these tight little corners. Able to find the kills, never just one, always the second, making it look too easy.
A massive recovery needed here for TL, but a short break for them as we hear from our desk.
Thank you very much, guys. Now, there's nothing that could go wrong for Shopify right now, Athena, but it wasn't always like that in the beginning of this map.
No, it was really, really close. It was, I swear. So at the beginning of this game, I'm actually going to go back to round 6 and talk about that round real quick, just to see how close these teams are. So we actually had a round where both these teams were getting control of space. We actually see that Shopify pushed mid at the beginning of this round and got the 2 kills. And so to react, Team Liquid actually ended up pushing back into the site. And we have Nachi1 just absolutely being in her element here, sitting here, the trigger discipline, getting those 2 kills. Benita almost defusing. It was such a weird shooting fest going on. The Viper ult, the Viper, you know, like everything that was happening was just so chaotic. And I think with both of these teams, that's something that I've noticed, is that everything was just so chaotic, so close. And towards the end, Liquid just started losing their momentum. They started not clearing corners, just running in dry, not really using their util to the best of their abilities. So it's hard.
The ideas were there for Team Liquid, but there were just so many unnecessary early deaths, and that's what we need them to turn around for the second half. The last time Bastarda was on Icebox, she dominated them, absolutely stomped them. Like, this is like one of the best stat sheets this individual will have in the tournament. So we need to see this Bastarda. We need to reduce those early frags. She needs to stay back, utilize her utility so they can retake those sites, and then stop the plans like they did last time.
Yeah, I mean, with Shopify, it's so obvious that even if one player isn't performing to their best of abilities, everyone else will. I think as a team, they have that unified momentum. But with Team Liquid, it seems once Bastarda is not really performing, everyone else is just kind of vibing, not really doing the best that they can, or not really sure of what to do next.
Well, Team Liquid, they're staring down the barrel of defeat and elimination. They have to bring it back here, Mimi and Ender. Let's see if they can.
Brazil's #1 seed, Team Liquid. An entire year of dominance, all the way back to when they were Game Landers Purple, has all led up to this. And now, on the verge of elimination from a Shopify that is looking unstoppable.
A day after they lost their first LAN matchup. History looking to repeat itself. Team Liquid, they're stronger on defense. This is where Bastarda was able to start off the map and get things going. Nachi1 gets the opening pick. We've been waiting and waiting, and it has to continue here. Naxi has been good, but down to 22 HP. The wall will go down, and so will the plant.
Shopify in this post, but TL have the player advantage, and they have utility abound. A wall for DRN, and 2 darts available for the retake.
What's it gonna be? Wall already broken, and potential swing here from topside and underneath. KP's in a pretty close corner. They're going to have to be able to clear, but if they spot her, the utility is there to flush her out.
Molly down. Shopify begin with the delay, but that wall is invested. But
that's
they
early.
It in time. The Molly is there, so the wall finds practically no use, and now instead it's just a barrier for Shopify to swing through.
Back yellow.
Lori there, but Bastarda so fast. She needs 4. Only 1. Lori with 3. It's Naxi alone. 1 versus 2 revealed by the dart. Swinging in ping pong is Shopify.
Oh!
But it's a shot through Naxi. No time though. No chance. Shopify take 10.
Shopify into double digits, and it looked like for a second the retake was there. Bastarda was swinging back yellow, but once again, it slips away from Team Liquid. Their tournament life on the line. They needed that pistol round, and it does not come to fruition in the end.
1 enemy remaining.
They've been in these positions before. At home regionally, they've played some very close games. They were down ahead of qualifying for this one. And there was a speech from their IGL, from Daiki. She got them back in it. She kept the vibes up. Only 18, but such a strong emotional leader for this team. And they need her now.
They absolutely do. Halftime, a chance for them to right the course, but not the start they were looking for. Here the swarm comes in, hunting down onto DRN. She's able to escape, and it was a full save, so Shopify Rebellion sure to cruise on through here. So damage has been traded back, very narrowly missing on that shot. Actually, Shopify trying to turn this one around. They knew that the tripwire was broken.
Nachi one on the angle, a shot on to Benita. That's a start, that's something.
Shopify Rebellion just waiting to see if the push will eventually come on in. And interestingly enough, Team Liquid going full spread out here, just 2 players on the A site.
But with that trip now gone, the chance for Naxi to fast flank. Once this actually comes through, that is reliant though on some stall. Daiki only has a classic.
Yeah,
Shopify should surely clear her out in this corner, but utility in hand. Sunder is down. Is there a trade? Absolutely. Lori for 3 on the round and a resurrection too. That's heartbreaking for TL.
I'm sorry, a round 2 res?
You don't see that one.
Back-to-back 3Ks, Lori just doing everything for her team. The consistent force for Shopify throughout Game Changers 3, constantly top fragging, not even in those entry roles, and again today, putting a number on your screen that is frankly hard to believe, 25 kills in 14 rounds.
And back in NA, in that lower final, they nearly lost to Misfits. Lori kept them in that game, she kept them going. They went off to face C9, they qualified for this tournament, but no one expected them to make it this far.
No.
It was always Cloud9 and Shopify 2. It was never their own story, but they're making it now.
That's the thing, you know, it was always them number 2. We weren't even sure they were going to be the number 2 heading into this event, right? With how strong some of the other teams in NA were able to step up. But now the best team in NA, and maybe the best team in all of the Americas, the chance to take down TL here. TL have the rifles though. They are ready to fight back. And with Shopify Rebellion not overcommitting into the site, Nachi1 again in a position in mid.
She got this kill last time. They're ready for her this time. Swings through.
She wants
Shopify
more.
Toying with her. She wants this fight, but eventually has to concede the angle.
The awareness sets in. Team Liquid have called Naxion
She's not
over.
ready
No!
for Benita.
Benita was able to find that walk up. She was way in front of the rest of her team, playing outside of B main. A double flank on the way for Team Liquid. That's how they're going to win this round.
But look at the position.
Flowerful is holding the angle. Flowerful finds both kills. Shopify Rebellion. A chance to go up to match and series point, and Lori on the swing once more.
TL's in shambles. Only 2 left alive, trying to work back into this site. And that timer's already gone so far. Can they even commit to this one? Is it even winnable? It doesn't seem
it's
so.
not.
They're conceding, they're saving. Match and series point will be that of Shopify.
Shopify came today to
But
prove a
powerful.
point.
She could hunt, not quite.
Hunting down the rifles. Maybe not to happen. I mean, after the series, in their eyes, was effectively stolen away from them. The cabbages, and then Icebox. That is not today's story whatsoever. Shopify Rebellion, just one more round to be able to make it happen. Flowerful held the flanks, held it absolutely perfectly. You look across this team, Shopify Rebellion have ascended within this tournament. Proven everyone wrong, exceeded expectations by miles.
You look at today, Chrissy, and out of Team Liquid, Cloud9, and Shopify, who would think that Shopify would be the team on the precipice of the grand finals?
The underdogs in the eyes of many in both matches today. And here to prove a little bit of a point, number 1 seeds who? G2 and number 2 seed heading in the finals. Shopify, a chance to upset here and join them to go that final distance.
And an impossible task here for Team Liquid. 9 rounds in a row. We need to see something magical to even consider this comeback. They've made comebacks before, but nothing this absurd.
Definitely not. 3 Spectres in their hands. Nachi1, just 2,900 credits in the bank. No abilities, no tripwire, no armor, just a Vandal to get the job done. Team Liquid, it looks like they want to heavily lean over towards this A side. It might be the right read. That's where the spike from Shopify is currently.
Shock Molly slow combo.
Oh, I like it.
But no one going for that orb. And
oh, the shock went a little bit wide there, you could say, from Shopify.
Still, TL actually pulling off of this stack. Initially really suspecting A, but with this slower play from Shopify, they'll reset the round.
Yeah, deciding to rotate back over. Now, the problem is mid-control for Team Liquid. Because they don't have that chamber trip, you can see Daiki is playing inside kitchen. And a lot of times when you don't have that trip, you try to post a player at bottom tube and just sort of fight forward inside mid. That is not the idea from Team Liquid here, as they're actually pushing into B main. Naxi is he able to take the first contact against Sonder. No kill just yet. Goes for another one, takes down Lori, and that will be the pit on top of the spike.
She needs to swing for more there. She needs to be ready on the fight. Naxi claims 3. And Shopify might just be out of that one, that is, unless Flowerful and KP can make some magic. 2 kills already. They'll wrap through mid, but it's a pit that they have to work through.
A flash for Bastarda. Daiki spots one, has some shock darts too, so the utility might be enough even before the guns get involved.
Scanning ahead.
KP a dart. Broken instantly. Shot through as well, but they're not going to get anything for free here. Eventually, they will have to permeate the pit and take this battle. 10 seconds left. It just has to be the kills if they want to make this happen. It just should not be possible. Team Liquid, hold down, stay alive for another.
Naxi, the hero for Team Liquid, once again up to 20 kills after that. And it's just a insane push into B main.
But that's the plays you gotta make. Down 12-3, you can't see that scoreline. You just gotta see an opportunity, and Naxi took hers here.
Round by round, that's what it's got to be. Does feel like we've heard a turn in the crowd as well. So loud for TL early on, but those Shopify fans, they are stepping up. So we head into the 17th right here. Not a perfect purchase for Shopify, bit of a half.
Look at Benita. She's already out so far, but Bastarda very aware of that possibility.
Shopify actually dropped a very forward tripwire in A main, expecting there to be some early aggression as they show so much presence over towards B. Nachi1 not getting over eager on the swing, just trying to play this small little off angle. But things could get problematic if Flowerful is able to find those opening picks. DRN does be able to trade it back.
Right here.
It's all down to Nachi1 here, back yellow.
When does she time this swing?
Off the dart.
Through and
oh.
not actually able to find the conversion there, out of ammunition. Has a teammate to hold her cross, so not in huge danger yet.
But they should know someone's playing here on default with the break of the night. Nachi1 going for the swing one more time, looking for a little bit more. The first shots weren't there, but the next 3 were. A 3K to secure the round.
That's number 2. Keep them counting.
Here we go. The start of that snowball for TL. Nachi1 able to be the hero in this round. And you look, if Team Liquid require one player to find a 3K for the next 7 rounds, they've got the talent to do it. They need every single player on this team to wake up, to bounce back. Nachi1 has that chamber up, rearing and ready to go, but Shopify with a full buy.
Play.
Insanity on this push.
On the verge of losing this series, on the verge of getting eliminated, and you gamble on this push, but Shopify are shutting it all down. 3 kills already. Bastarda needs some magic. She'll find 2. How much more? Nothing yet. Flowerful takes her down. It's only Naxi. A 1 versus 4 and a world away.
Here comes Shopify. Naxi needs to find an early fight.
Welcome
She's spotted. Swinging from high, it's one onto KP, but Sonder on the trade. Shopify defy expectation. They're into the grand finals. Second fiddle no more.
It is Shopify Rebellion's time. A long day, 5 matches, maybe 5 more tomorrow for Shopify Rebellion.
They've never won a Game Changers at home. They've never beaten Cloud9. But here at the International, at the event that really matters, they make it through their barrier.
A chance to become champions. That chance lost on Team Liquid. What a tournament for this team. But at the final hurdle, could not get the job done.
Such a rebound from the side of Shopify. Just the other day, Team Liquid stole a series away from them. They come back and look so much stronger. This was not close. Icebox was dominant. Shopify are looking absolutely incredible.
I mean, they looked angry, you know, after the win. Like, it just seemed like they were not going to give any opportunities over to Team Liquid. Lori just on a completely other level today. What a performance with the Sage on Icebox. Sonder as well.
Absolutely loving it. What an incredible moment for this team. So long in the making.
And Shopify Rebellion, take a bow. You are heading to the grand finals.
What a moment. You can see the happiness on each and every one of their players. Think all the way back. They were free agents, top 3 at the first Game Changers, a top 3 placement at every one after that, and with each change, each addition, they keep leveling up. Here they add Benita, bring the veteran to their first land, and make history.
An inspiring run for this team. Shopify Rebellion all the way through. And honestly, G2 on the opposite side, it's set up to just be a absolutely fantastic finals match. The way Shopify are playing, the lower bracket run, a distinct possibility here.
What a way it'll be to close out this tournament. For Team Liquid though, truly a heartbreaker. Constantly dominant at home. They get their opportunity, they show up to land, they look so good. They beat Shopify the first time, but unable to do so in the second. But, I mean, what a performance. And that makes this vote so difficult on the in-zone MVP.
Oh, yeah.
You got Sonder, Flower, Valori, all of these players had their moments, Christy.
I don't know. I don't know. That's the thing. Look, Sonder, the ace to close out the first map, that was absolutely insane.
Powerful on Icebox, that final map, the amount of multi-kill rounds she found.
Oh yeah, and Lori, the Sage, absolutely almost 30 kills at the end of that game. Shopify Rebellion put on an absolute clinic here. Follow your hearts, vote for who you believe should get this MVP.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that does wrap things up. Our grand finalists have been determined, but still more action on today. Stick around for the desk and an interview right after this.
moving that, moving that, moving that, moving that, moving that.
Feel you so close, need to close your eyes. It's you and I. At the time doesn't matter, we don't care about the others. Stay dancing all night 'cause I know you're my lover. Ooh, baby, I love it, and I can't ignore it. I like it, you can notice. My body gets carried away.
If either of these teams want a shot at G2, they have to win here. Shopify, they have already turned this tournament upside down. But let's not forget, it was Team Liquid that sent them to the lower bracket in the first place. I don't know about you guys, but this could be the match of the tournament.
I'm from Shopify ready to fight that, and Sonder in midair.
The clock to wind down, 25 seconds, and they're getting carved by Daiki and DRN.
Ready, absolutely on the angle, finds one. Hands, can she find it? First kill, good. Stun is up, she can isolate onto KP! The wide swing is there. KP's unstoppable for the Red Bull clutch. She's stuck, but still finds one onto Daiki in heaven to fight through this smoke. Flash in, Sonder there, sprays away.
Sonder!
3 out of Sonder, another flash. Can they make it out? Absolutely not. Planted in the open.
Sonder! What on earth? Sonder with the ace. Family cheering her on from the audience as well. Sonder just sprinting on forward, doesn't have a care in the world. Teammates are on the wave. Clean round from Shopify.
If they put that in the Prime Gaming post-match highlights, I'm gonna freak out.
Lori over by B finds 3 kills. What is going on?
Flowerful finds 2. Lori here as well.
Flowerful is holding the angle. Flowerful finds both.
Shopify defy expectation. They're into the grand finals. Second fiddle no more.
Mimi, you should really know better. Of course, we were going to put that in the Prime Gaming post-match highlights. Shopify Rebellion, they are your grand finalists here at Game Changers, and what a day it is for them. They honestly turned everything upside down for us.
Yeah, I mean, just an amazing performance throughout. I feel like today they really came together as a team, and it really, really showed. No amount of mistakes could have stopped them. They definitely watched their VODs. They saw the mistakes they were making. They were like, hey guys, this isn't us. And today, I think they really showed us who they are as a team.
This is like 2 years in the making preparation for this team. They were waiting for the moment to take on Cloud9 White, and they did it. And then we're like, can they do it again? Team Liquid's the best team from Brazil, and they did, and they smashed it in the second map here.
I've never seen a bigger redemption ever, because the last time they played Icebox, it was a little bit woeful, but Sapphire today, I can't believe that this is what they brought to the table on this map.
What a turnaround. Like, we were concerned on both sides of the map. Absolutely dominant performance, a great switch in aggression and passiveness, as we saw in the first map, getting so many first kills. I think they were 14 and 4 on first kills, winning all of their post plants, and then taking Team Liquid's plants and retaking those sites. It was incredible.
Yeah, I mean, mean, that first kill stat in itself is also just insane. 14 and 4, and 7 of those, half of those first kills were Flowerful. I mean, she was doing work out there, putting in the work for her team, getting 7 of those first kills and only dying first twice, which means that her entry rate, her first kill rate is really, really successful. And I think that she, just as a player, opened up so many rounds for Shopify.
I mean, look at the emotions here. I think some of this was also from a game against Cloud9 White, but let's not forget that they've knocked out both #1 seeds, and also I don't think I can think of a better comeback story than Shopify.
Yeah, even if you look back to Game Changers Series 3, they had their toughest qualifier yet. They barely made it through the closed qualifier. They got down to the lower bracket there. When they got to the main event, they started losing maps against Misfits and Complexity. They didn't take a single map off of Cloud9 White, but it's a different story when you get to LAN. We all know that. And today, it is Shopify Rebellion in the grand finals.
Yeah, I think this is just like an amazing, amazing story, but I really just want to talk about Team Liquid for a second, because those girls, I mean, this entire tournament, they showed us so much of what they have to bring. I think, I mean, Bastarda, like, I'm gonna mention her because, like, you know, this last game, she didn't seem to kind of have the momentum that she normally has, that kind of moment, the catalyst for her plays. But I mean, this entire tournament, she's been playing really, really, really well. And Team Liquid as a team have just shown us that even though they didn't win this series today, and they might not be proceeding in this tournament, they're definitely here to stay.
They have so much potential for the future. I don't think anyone can argue this is the true #1 team from Brazil. Up and down the entire roster, every player had highlight-worthy moments, and they're going to be really, really memorable for a long time.
I mean, a first-place finish for Brazil at VCT, Loud winning champions, and then the third-place finish here at Game Changers. Brazil, they're one of the best, if not probably the best region in the world right now. I don't think we can dispute that any longer.
I mean, we can't. Like, we genuinely can't. I think they're just so powerful. They're so forward-thinking. A lot of their plays and play styles, yes, they're more explosive and aggressive, but they also like have these amazing reactions. And actually in that game that we just watched, the Icebox game specifically, I was just saying how like their reactions, you know, and post plants are really, really good. But again, it just kind of came down to like those first kills and like, you know, the awkward multi-frags that Shopify just seemed to be getting over and over again.
Yeah, it just wasn't their day, but we saw so many good moments from them in the tournament. I'm excited to see them in the future.
I was kind of sad that we didn't see any cabbages in that, game. But I know one person probably was fine with not seeing any cabbages. That's, of course, Flowerful. She is with Golden Boy right now in the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you so much. Yes, I'm joined by Flowerful. How are you feeling? This is probably one of the best days that you could possibly ask for in a tournament. You must be feeling, no pun intended, on Cloud9 right now.
It feels really amazing to like come to this event and have to face them and just show how much of a stronger team, and our teamwork is just way better. And it definitely feels good to beat them here when we've lost to them so many times in the past.
Yeah, of course.
So it really feels good. I feel like we really dominated and showed how strong of a team we are.
So, because obviously this is kind of like multi-part here, because we didn't get the chance to talk to anyone from Rebellion, you know, after you guys won your game against Cloud9. So, you know, I'm gonna ask you some questions about Cloud9 as well as Team Liquid. You know, we were just talking about it before the camera came to us about the Neon pick on Haven. What was the game plan for you guys there? Was it something that you had noticed that you simply just needed to do in order to put you over the hump on that map?
Well, we just go with what Diana's comfortable with. We've been changing our Haven comp on just based on who we play, how we're feeling that day.
Okay.
So Diana wanted to whip the Neon, so...
Oh, so it was like a totally her call.
Well, yeah, I mean, all of us were down for it.
Yeah.
Diana, go kill. Sondering time, so
It's
we're all
Sondering
for
time,
it.
baby.
Yeah.
Look, you were playing unbelievable, and I had that chance to talk to Sonder on the elevator. She was like, I feel like my soul is just in the bullets. It was the most Sonder thing she could have possibly said. But how do you feel playing in this LAN environment? Because you look like you were simply unleashed out there.
Playing on LAN feels amazing. One ping, my bullets are hitting as soon as I'm shooting, you know, like ego peak, you can hold angles. It feels really good.
Yeah.
And The LAN environment, I haven't really dealt with nerves. It's more excitement. Like the first day before playing, felt like a little kid, like excited for a field trip or something. I was just super excited, and it's been really fun. We've all been vibing out, having a lot of fun while playing, enjoying the moments together. So I feel like that's been really good for our team.
Now, interestingly enough, though, right? After that game is done, you have one of the matches of the event when you face off against Cloud9. You beat them. Something that has been really a chip on your shoulder for such a long time now. You didn't have a lot of time to prepare for your opponent. And Team Liquid, it felt like you had answers to them nonstop. What were you guys talking about before this matchup that set you up for success here? Because it really looked like the train never stopped for you guys.
Yeah, after beating Cloud9 White, we were all like way too hyped, like adrenaline rush. So we just took like a couple minutes to do breathing exercises together.
Yeah.
And then we just talked maps. And we didn't really like go over very much for Team Liquid since we had played them the other day. And when we lost to them, we really beat ourselves. And so after that, we talked about mistakes that we were making and just to be more disciplined and less sloppy. And I feel like that was the game plan today, just discipline, playing together, listening to people's calls. And I feel like it really showed in our dominant performance in both matches today.
Now, last question before I let you go. You're going to the grand finals. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
What a run you guys have had. It's been amazing to see. But you're facing off against a formidable opponent in G2 Goes, and this is a team of legends. Obviously, you have some legends of your own on your team, yourself included, by the way. You're definitely up there. Thoughts on G2, because you haven't had that chance to really see what they could do with your own eyes yet.
Yeah, I think they're a really great team from what we've seen in their stats and performance, whatever. I think in this tournament, any team can beat anyone on a given day, whoever's on that day or having a better day. So, I mean, I think it's going to be a great match regardless. So, looking forward to playing them. I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
Sick. Well, I just think if you guys keep playing the way that you're playing right now, it's going to be one hell of a grand final. Congratulations,
Thank
Waffle.
you.
You guys definitely deserved it. Well, we'll go ahead and send it back over to the desk to close things out.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy and Flowerful as well. What did you guys make of that?
That was cute.
Yeah.
It was sweet. It was sweet. Yeah. It was good to hear about, they knew they were a little too high after that Cloud9 match. They knew they needed to calm down. I think that's one of the things I was worried about. And it's great to see through that team leadership that they were able to relax, start fresh, and get back into the game.
Yeah, I think they're really good at seeing everyone and every single opponent on an equal level. It's not like, oh, C9, we've never beat them, and then G2, legends. I think Shopify is one of those teams that they just approach every single game with their own game plan. And it's true, when they lose, it's to themselves, it's to their own mistakes. And I think that that's something really important that they picked up. And so I have really, really high hopes for them going on in this tournament.
I also love that change on Haven. That's why do we do it? Sonda's just feeling herself. You're not going to say no to Sonda in time. Of course. Yeah, and it's a winning strategy. It's gotten them this far so far. And speaking of Sonda, you guys had a chance to vote for the in-zone player of the match before the break. And I can tell you guys, the winner is indeed Sonda by a tiny bit of margin over Lori. But honestly, Sonda, what a player, what a way to show herself on LAN, a truly certified LANimore at this point.
Yeah, I mean, Sonda, there's a method to her madness that I find really, really, really interesting. She's not only going in for the kills and going in for the frags. I mean, she's obviously trusting her teammates, yes, but she's also taking her own initiative and taking that timing that a lot of other duelists might hesitate to do or might not really want to, sacrifice their lives for. And I think that Sonda has become that player that she really set a standard, especially in Game Changers scene in general, for how a duelist should play and how someone should be entering for their teams and kind of making that space, or even just getting the first kills and being able to just be so confident in their playstyle.
I just realized we get Sonda versus Mary tomorrow.
I know. The youngest and the second youngest players in the tournament. And that's what excites me, to see the confidence confidence in those two young kids. I was terrified when I was their age going to LAN. So to see the confidence in these players and how aggressive they are, it's a really, really exciting matchup we've got.
Honestly, Sundering time, Merry Mode activated. We have a lot of catchphrases tomorrow. I cannot wait. But first, here is the HyperX reflex of the day, and it is Flowerful with, gotta shout out Athena. I know you used the Reaver Phantom as well.
Of course. I mean, Reaver is the best. I'm even dressed like a Reaver today. Look at this. I got the black and red theme going on. But yeah, this insane crosshair placement, just insta double dink on that player there, and then sees the shoulder peeking out from tower. I mean, that is just pure reflex, pure mechanics going on. Like, you're just aiming and not even thinking about it, and that is just awesome.
Such good awareness. This is another player that just came into her own in this tournament. It's not a player that was usually part of the conversation online. Completely changed once we get to LAN.
I mean, this is the interesting thing because we do have a really nice mixture. We've got Bonita in a final here, Juliana, Mimi, and Petra, and then just like a bunch of Zoomers in there too. I think this is probably one of the best finals we could have hoped for.
You couldn't ask for a better mix of players. All the old school players are going to come back and say, wow, you know, Giuliano's still doing it, Bonita's still doing it, and then you've got all these young heroes that are probably, some of them are still in high school too. Like, that's so cool to me that their classmates are probably watching. Like, yeah, there's one of the best pro gamers in the world. Like,
if
in my class.
Sonda is not the most popular person in her school, like something's gone wrong.
Something's
like
gone wrong.
100%.
Yeah, I mean, that is just crazy. Sonder definitely deserves so much respect. Walking around the halls in school, like the swagger. I mean, she already has so much swagger going on. Like, at school, she's just like, yeah, I'm kind of just like a Game Changers
I'm a big deal,
finalist.
yeah.
You know how it is. No, I think both these teams is going to be so interesting to watch, especially because both of these teams, I've just realized this as we're talking, is that, yeah, they have the boomers and the zoomers, if I can call them that. I'm a boomer too, I can say that.
You're not a boomer, please, please. Don't do this.
They obviously have like the veterans and the zoomers, and so every single one of those players can pop off. Every single one of those players has the ability to multi-frag, to make decisions, to make plays, to completely break open a round or like turn the round upside down, even if it wasn't like their round to win in the first place. And I think that is so interesting, and it's definitely both of these teams' play styles, and that is just gonna like blow open tomorrow. I think.
And the first time they're facing each other too, so we don't know what to expect
Literally
exactly.
zero clue.
But this is it, guys. The road is going to end tomorrow. Make sure you join us for the Best of 5 Grand Final starting at 5 p.m. CET. It is NA versus EMEA, Shopify Rebellion versus G2 Gozen. We're going to be here, so come back and join us, and we'll see you then.
Without further ado, it's time to clear the way for the lineups competing for their tournament lives. It's an NA Civil War as we welcome to the stage Shopify Rebellion and Cloud9 White.
Bob's at the bottom. Oh my, this is clean! A triple kill.
Nice. Huge stun.
And a wall bang from Alexis, but Sonder fights back. Finally on the board here, and Bonita there to support. Swinging out, the headshot to Sonder, just walking out for KB. Alexis gets the ace.
What the f are you doing?
Consuming Alexis all inside. Mel close range shot. C9 win the first map in overtime. 14-12. Map 2 coming up on Haven. Trying to answer back. This should drop the last two unless Mel can go to work. Heavy firing shooting from Lori and Flowerful. Not easy to do for C9. Easy ADS as two more fall. 1 versus 1, 9 HP. But Alexis gets 4 kills into the round, but oh my. Everything's being held. Sonder picks up the last 2 kills. And Shopify Rebellion will bring this into a third map. But she's hiding behind the wall. Trying to avenge her teammates, but Lori just stands her ground in the back of the A site.
30 seconds.
Katsumi swings on the other end of Maze. And that is going to be a prime giving flawless for C9 White.
That's a game plan at work.
Now we're trying to answer back. We're just running and gunning. C9 trying to fight back on a 2 versus 1.
Let's go!
Shopify Rebellion eliminate Cloud9 White for the VCT Game Changers Championship.
And that's gotta feel so good. Look how much it means to them.
Unfortunately, we just completely flopped today.
If either of these teams want a shot at G2, they have to win here. Shopify, they have already turned this tournament upside down. But let's not forget, it was Team Liquid that sent them to the lower bracket in the first place. I don't know about you guys, but this could be the match of the tournament.
I'm from Shopify ready to fight that, and Saundra in midair.
The clock to wind down, 25 seconds, and they're getting carved by Daiki and DRN.
Ready, absolutely on the angle, finds one. Hands, can she find it? First kill, good. Stun is up, she can isolate onto KP! The wide swing is there. KP's unstoppable for the Red Bull clutch. She's stuck, but still finds one onto Daiki in heaven to fight through the smoke. Flash in, Saundra there, sprays away.
Saundra!
3 out of Saundra, another flash. Can they make it out? Absolutely not. Planted in the open. Saundra is there.
What on earth? Saundra with the ace. Family cheering her on from the audience as well. Saundra just sprinting on forward, doesn't have a care in the world. Teammates are on the wave. Clean round from Shopify.
If they put that in the Prime Gaming post-match highlights, I'm gonna freak out.
Lori over by B finds 3 kills. What is going on?
Flowerful finds 2. Lori here as well.
Flowerful is holding the angle. Flowerful finds both.
Shopify defines